Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live video. Today is the 8th of February 2021. I'm Carey Holzman and today we're going to talk about everything wrong with the Mini ITX case from NZXT, the H210 H210i. But first, let's roll the titles. All right, so today, as promised, I want to talk to you about the NZXT H210 and the 210i Mini ITX cases. They are pretty good value, seemingly, for around $80 US, and they have a glass side panel. There's a link to the case in the description below the video. And this is a build that Mitch Morrison and I did a couple of weeks ago. And Thomas sent me a message saying he'd like to buy the machine. But he wanted a graphics card, which was going to require a more powerful power supply. And he also wanted twice the memory. We had 32 gigs of RAM, and he wanted 64 gigs of RAM. So I'm going to talk about some of the pros and cons of this case, and I want to immediately focus on the negative, because I'm really good at that. This is so close to being a great case, but it isn't. A couple of things NZXT could have done very, very easily to make this case so much more versatile and much more value for the money was, if you look here, this is an RTX 3070 graphics card, and it's much thicker than like a 2080 or a 1080 or any of the prior cards for the most part. And as a result, I can't even get my fingers underneath this card. There's 3 cooling fans underneath here. I don't know how they're supposed to breathe. So most of the time when we're looking to make sure a video card's going to fit into a case, we're looking at length, not necessarily width. Now this power supply shroud here, if it weren't here, we'd have no problems with cooling at all. There'd be plenty of room for air to get in there. Unfortunately, NZXT has riveted this power supply shroud in place. Now the power supply shroud exists purely to hide the power supply from the glass panel so you don't see the power supply and the cables. If you got a $600 or $700 graphics card in there, I think cooling is more important. That being said, I suppose I could drill the rivets out and just remove the shroud. It doesn't need to be there. It also means I have to work on the case from just one side back here. The power supply was replaced with the NZXT C750 fully modular power supply. It has a 10-year warranty. It sells for $135 on Amazon, and it's available during this pandemic, which is more than I can say for a lot of other computer parts. And so that's what I went with, and I've been very happy with these NZXT branded power supplies. But you don't have to use an NZXT power supply. The fact that it's an NZXT case is just coincidence. I didn't do that on purpose. When it came to working on this top area of the motherboard, you can see trying to get up in here to access any fan cabling or the CPU power cabling, there's just no room for it. And if this top would pop off, if this piece here would pop off, as some cases do, well, that would be fantastic. Then you could pop the top off, access whatever you need to access, and pop it back on. It'd be super easy, barely an inconvenience. But NZXT, in their wisdom, decided, let's rivet that in place too. These are rivets. What a shame. It's all riveted. Rivet, rivet, rivet. Is there a frog in here? Anyway, if NZXT would have used screws instead of rivets, that would have made this case 40% better. Because of these restrictions, it's very hard to access anything across the top of the motherboard. I'm pointing up here because from the other side you wouldn't be able to see the cables, but there's a cable here. There's a fan cable here, there's a CPU power cable here, and then there's your addressable RGB plugins if you want to do RGB. You can't get to those. Forget about it. It ain't happening. I mean, you're going to have to basically pull the fan off and pull the cooler off in order to access that. But if they made the top so you could remove it, it'd be no big deal. A couple screws, pop the top, you'd have full access. And on Mini ITX motherboards, most of your connections at the top are very, having a lot of connections at the top rather is pretty common. And Mini ITX is this small form factor. The motherboard in here, is only this big, right? And so we changed out the power supply. And I also wanted to change out the NZXT fan. There was an NZXT 120 millimeter fan. I went ahead and got a Noctua fan, and they have these rubber, they're like dampeners. And when you buy an NZXT, I think it's an NF12, NF14. The 12 is the 120 millimeter version. The 14 is the 140 millimeter version. They give you a number of different colors to choose from. And because the case is black and red, I went ahead and selected the red. I don't know how well the camera's picking it up, but right up in the corner of the fan, there's these little red corners that I put on both this 120 millimeter fan in the back, and then up front here, I did the same thing. So black and red, black and red, black and red. No RGB, we're just talking about color coordination, got no problem with that. And for the RAM, what I decided to do is go with black and red RAM, because there's only two memory modules, two memory slots rather, for a Mini ITX motherboard. That's pretty common. Team happens to make a 64 gig kit of memory that is also black and red. And you can see there, this is the RAM we're using. Each stick is 32 gigs each. So when we put two in there, we have a total of 64 gigs. I am concerned about this card's ability to cool. When you consider an RTX 3070's value and the fact that it's new technology, you know, it's probably going to get hot. It probably needs efficient cooling. So I talked with Tom about what he needs this computer for. Is he just buying the high-end graphics card because it's the latest and greatest and he thinks he's gonna, you know, not have to worry about it for a long time, or does he actually need it? The reason I ask him this is because there's a cheaper graphics card we could put in there that would be much more appropriate for this case design that I have in stock. Just have to add that on. So I have like 1660, 1650. And, you know, he's talking about wanting to stream off of it. He's talking about playing movies on it. It's basic computer usage. Nothing he said requires a 3070. And so what I told him, I said, look, if you want a computer that's going to last you a really long time, statistically speaking, you don't want brand new hardware that's never been, you know, it's first generation. It hasn't been out very long. And further, that restriction of airflow is concerning to me. Not so much under the way he's describing using it, but just over time, I'm concerned that that it's going to be a problem. So I was going to offer to put another 140 millimeter Noctua fan. Now these fans are about $24 a piece, right? So we've got one here, one in the back, and then this is a Noctua cooler. So these are all Noctua fans. But I kind of felt like this card should have another fan, even though it's mostly blowing over the power supply area. The top of the shroud does have holes in it, so it will help the airflow, but it's still severely restricted, and that's worrisome. So I talked to Thomas earlier. Thomas agreed, yeah, you know what, it's fine if that's what you think is best. So I'm going to pull the 3070 out of here. When I go back to my my house, I've got a 1660 or 1650 or both. I don't know. I got a couple of those laying around. I think one is brand new in a box, and we'll pop it in here. And it's a card that's not as thick, not as long, not as heavy, and it doesn't really require much work as far as replacing it. And it'll be a great machine. Look, it's a, what did I build? I don't know, 10700, 10 something. Anyway, it's a 10th gen i7 chip underneath there. I can't remember which one. And then 64 gigs of RAM. We'll pull the 3070 out of here. We'll use it in something else. That's not a problem. Surprise. And Thomas will save some money and probably have a machine that'll last a lot longer. But you know, they advertise the NZXT H210 as a liquid cooler friendly case, but I can't imagine trying to get a liquid cooler in here. I guess it would have to go right here. I guess you could go like a 240 vertically here across the front. I guess. I wouldn't, but you could. There's no room up at the top. NZXT also includes a fan at the top. I don't know why they do that. I take that fan out. It's noisy, and I like to put stuff, and customers like to put stuff on top of their computer, blocking that fan. So, I definitely recommend you take the top fan out. You don't need it. Make sure you have an exhaust fan. It needs to be blowing air that way, and you shouldn't need this top one at all. Cable management on this will be very easy. And overall, you know, for an $80 case, it's not half bad. It does have a USB Type-C up at the top which unfortunately the motherboard I selected here does not have the connector for. So he's going to have a gimped port. It's not going to work. And then he's got one USB Type A USB 3.0, which again, I don't like it when case manufacturers do this, because that connector that plugs into the motherboard feeds two USB ports. So if your case manufacturer only gives you one, you've lost one. They didn't steal it, they just didn't give it to you. There's nothing you can do about it. Too bad, so sad. Think twice about which case you buy, because if you're going to use a lot of front port USB, and I know a lot of customers do, most people that I know do not yet have a Type C hardware device. If anything, maybe their cellular phone has a Type C cable they could plug in. But what a shame that NZXT went a little cheap on this. They should have given us two USB Type A's, because that's what the cable's feeding, is two of them. That's not like they're stealing. They're not stealing it. They're not giving what is rightfully yours, right? So you're losing one. And then this is a different connector altogether, wherever it is. It's around here somewhere. I can't find it. Where did it go? It's not this one, is it? Yeah, it is this. This is your Type C connector, and our motherboard doesn't have that. So make sure if you're going to do something like this fancy thing, if you want to use that, know you're going to lose one USB port, and you're going to lose another one if your motherboard doesn't support this. And the motherboard has to be Mini ITX in order to fit in this case, because of its diminutive size, that's what it's got going for it. As I mentioned, it's a glass panel here. There is no front fan that comes with it. You just get you get a fan here. Now you could take this fan and move it to the front. That doesn't have to be 140 millimeter. You should be able to fit a 120 in there if you want to. And that's pretty much what I wanted to tell you about the NZXT. This applies to the 210i and the 210. And overall, you know, it's not a terrible case, but NZXT could have just replaced the rivets with screws on the lid and the shroud, and that would have pretty much minimized all my complaining to damn near nothing. And for 80 bucks, I mean, it's a good solid case. One of the things I like most about it, if you're listening NZXT, is there's an adapter here so that you don't have to use a small form factor power supply. In order to get the Mini ITX cases as small as possible, they have a smaller power supply that's utilized so that the case doesn't have to be as wide or as tall. Unfortunately, those power supplies are few and far between to choose from. There's not much selection. And so these are sacrifices you make for portability. Same as a laptop or a tablet. Anything that you're going to make portable or smaller, you're going to sacrifice in cooling and ease of working on it and ability to upgrade, because it's very limited in how much space you've got to work with. That's why you bought it. You wanted it because it was small. So this adapter comes out, and you can put just a standard desktop power supply in here. And then, of course, your choices are, you know, thousands to choose from. Different voltages, different power efficiency ratings, modular, non-modular, semi-modular. So for every one small form factor power supply you have to choose from in the marketplace today, there's probably 100 normal power supplies for every one small form factor. So you have much more option, much more choice in deciding what you want for a power supply when it comes to an ATX style instead of a small form factor or SFF power supply, which of course are also more money. They generally don't have as much wattage, and of course they're a little bit more limited with how many cables you've got coming out. But on the other hand, the reason why these have more cables coming out is the cases are bigger and can hold more stuff. And if everything needs a power cable, you need more cables, right? So because this doesn't hold as much stuff, the small form factor power supplies don't give you as many cables, because chances are you won't be able to add more things to the inside of here. So I think there was maybe a hard drive tray in here I took out because it was interfering with these cables, but I don't use mechanical drives anymore, so I don't care. You've got 2.5-inch drive bay. Did I take it out? It was in here too. I think I took it out. Don't care, I don't use those either. Just M.2 all the way, and then plug something external for USB storage as far as that goes. Yeah, so that's a pretty simple build as far as Mini ITX goes. The case isn't horrible, but it's definitely got room for improvement. I'm going to pull this 3070 out of here. Like I said, I'll grab a 1650, 1660, something like that. And it'll look, this doesn't fit in here. It's just too big. Planet Cryos with a $25 contribution says, hey, Carey, I just wanted to say hello and let you know that I built my new PC with a 10900K and ASUS ROG Strix gaming motherboard with RGB RAM, and it helped with Power Director editing. Oh, great. He's got a video up. Check it out. Right on. My friend Ron there's in the chat room. He had that little silver mini ITX case, which would hold the same motherboard and is, as he mentions, about half the size. It's you can look at that video, but that case is about that. It's about that wide. It's about the width of a DVD drive, and then it's a little shorter, which of course means airflow is not as good, right, Ron? And working on it is a lot more difficult because it's a very tight space to work in. So for me to work on a case that's mini ITX, this was more pleasant, but it could have been better. Again, I want to see 2 USB ports up here. Why NZXT has a power light and no hard drive light makes no sense to me. It makes more sense to take the power LED and plug it into the hard drive LED connector so you can get the light blinking. I like to see that the computer's not frozen, that it's doing something, it's reading or writing. The removal of the hard drive LED is a fad that I am no fan of. I think it's stupid. People are spending all this money to add lights while the manufacturers are taking away lights that actually do something, like a power light or a hard drive LED. Those serve a function and a purpose. They don't just flash on and off because, look, it's pretty. So why manufacturers, you know, in this case, this has a glass panel, implying you're going to look inside, which means it's RGB friendly. The motherboard has RGB headers on it. And then the case manufacturer takes away a useful LED to signify your hard drive activity. I don't get it. And then they take away a USB port. I don't get it. I don't get why they did that. So I guess if you spend $80 on a case, you are not getting some stuff. Think about it. Is it worth the sacrifice? You decide. Looks like our internet connection is doing much better now. If anybody has any technical questions for me, any support questions, please ask in the chat room. I will do my best to give you guys some answers or point you in the direction of where you might find the answer. I don't know everything, far from it, but I'm happy to share my experience with you and give you my thoughts on what's ever going through your mind here. So ask away. Susan Harris says, I'd like to see a bare bones laptop kit. They used to make them, Susan, but they were using desktop processors. And desktop processors, they get hotter, they require much more advanced cooling, and they, what was the other problem? Oh, because they're desktop processors, they would go through a battery in no time. So laptop CPUs or processors are not the same as desktop ones. They're usually soldered on the main board. They're smaller, about the size of a dime, and they run on lower power. They're more efficient, and therefore you can't upgrade them or change them. But you end up with a laptop that can be smaller, thinner, lighter, because you don't need the excessive cooling, and you end up with a battery life that's actually useful versus a bare bones where you can select your own processor. They did do that. It obviously didn't pan out very well because who in their right mind would want a desktop processor and a laptop knowing the heat issues and battery life would be compromised in doing so. So be careful what you ask for. They did make them at one point. I know Susan Harris was having some trouble with her old computer. I had asked Susan where she lived, if she's in the United States. I'm offering to you, Susan, to ship you one of these giveaway computers we have because you're the ideal candidate. You're the kind of person we're looking to give them away to. So if you'd like one, please reach out to me and let me know, and then we'll make arrangements so I can get one shipped out to you. It's just the computer. There's no keyboard, there's no mouse, no monitor, no speakers. But it does have Windows 10 Pro. It's activated, updated, and ready to plug in and start using. And if you'd like one, send me an email. This is specifically to Susan in the chat room, Carey@careyholzman.com, and let's get you hooked up. Now, Mike says the video streaming is a lot better than earlier. Yeah, let's hope. Yeah, I'm going to keep messing with it till it works. So we're off to a good start. Let's see how long it lasts. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. There's Wayne Trexler with $1.49. Wayne was a recipient of one of our giveaway machines, which I'm assuming he's on right now. Hey, Wayne, thank you for the contribution. Matt Power says, Carey, I have goldfish. Yes, so do I. They're in a package in the pantry. They're delicious. Susan Harris says that she was kidding about a bare bones laptop. Well, whether you were kidding or not, it was a thing. They used to do that. For real. I'm not kidding. And there's a reason they stopped. Oh, internet's having some trouble. See? It's not as bad, but yeah, it's not perfect. So we'll keep going and see what happens here. Mike Podakowicz wants to know my opinion on the ultra performance setting and power options in Windows 10. I saw a video on YouTube about it. I don't use it. I would much prefer to do a balanced power setting and make sure that my minimal CPU usage is 5%, so I'm not having the fans running constantly and not wearing out the CPU, but causing it to generate more heat when the system's idle, also costing me more money on my electric bill. So I think it's wise to make sure you crank it up to, to the power settings that I recommend, which is 5% minimum processor usage, 100% maximum. Disable any hibernation or standby and just use the monitor, have it turn the monitor off after whatever period of time you prefer. I usually set it to like 10 minutes. That's pretty much it. Any further sort of tweaking in there doesn't seem to do anything but affect your electric bill. But, play with it and decide what works for you. But that's my opinion on it. Ron says a pigeon flew too close. Is that what caused my internet to do that? Goldfish in the pantry, that's funny. It's not funny, it's true. I'm going to go to the pantry. Hold on, let me walk over to the pantry. Let's open the pantry. Here we go. This is all live and unscripted. I don't know what you guys are going to say. I don't know what's going to happen next, but look it. You think I'm kidding? Am I joking? This is serious stuff here. Angel Eyes Queen, QN, I don't know, contributes $5. It says, hello from Angel. Hey, Angel, thank you for the contribution. Susan Harris says, I'll email you, Carey, and thank you in advance for the computer. Right on, Susan. I'll look forward to hearing from you. Joshua Cornell wants to know, Carey, what motherboard company has the best BIOS support? Well, I don't know how you determine what the best BIOS support is. How you're gauging that is really your subjective opinion or viewpoint on what part of the BIOS is important to you. With regards to, just getting BIOS updates, I think the four big motherboard manufacturers are on top of it: ASRock, MSI, Gigabyte, and Asus. Among them, if you ask me which one has the best BIOS support, on the Intel side, it doesn't really matter. On the AMD side, you want to go with ASUS as much as possible if you don't want to deal with as much compatibility problems, and like G-Skill FlareX RAM on the AMD side. It just reduces your options. If you want to statistically increase the likelihood of a successful power on first power on after a new build with an AMD, there's so many RAM compatibility and motherboard compatibility issues with the RAM on the AMD side. So it's a different issue on the AMD side. But on the Intel side, it doesn't really matter. So again, I don't know specifically what it is about the BIOS you're looking for, upgraded CPU microcode information or security updates, or, there's just so much. None of them are perfect. Ms. Musk Oxen says, Carey, are gray market Windows keys okay off of eBay? Probably for a home user, you'll probably be okay. If you're running a multi-million-dollar business, I wouldn't do it, because, look, the deeper the pockets you have, the more likely you'll be the target of a lawsuit or an audit, because there's money to go get if they know you've got it. If you don't have any money, like most of us, whether or not you use a gray market key, Microsoft doesn't care. It's not like they're going to come after you because you don't have anything for them to take if you're like most of us. So my question to you is, what do you think the risk is? Do you think the risk is you're going to go to jail? No, you're not going to go to jail. Do you think the risk is the key isn't going to work? Well, I mean, I can't speak for all the sellers on eBay. Most of the time when you buy keys off of eBay, the seller's instantly banned after the sale. So that should tell you all you need to know. But if you're a home user, understand that there's different rules that apply to a business. And please understand, I'm a real working technician and not a hobbyist. So I will always follow the business policies and protocols and procedures in order to protect my business, because if a business that I service gets audited and then they are fined for having the improper type of license key that they're profiting from, they're making millions of dollars using Windows in some form in their business to do their daily operational work, then Microsoft determines they're entitled to a piece of that. Just like I can't put music on my videos unless I pay the artist. You understand? Like they deserve to be paid. So if you put music in a home video that you're not broadcasting publicly, you're still not technically illegal, but nobody's going to do anything about it because nobody can see it, right? If you made your own home video and you put your favorite music on there that's all copyrighted and you just passed it around to friends, nobody would ever know. But if you're a business and you make a commercial and you use copyrighted music without paying for it, you're going to get sued, and it's going to cost you a lot more than just paying for the license originally. So the rules with home users are different than the rules with business users. But the rules for business users always work for home users. Just home users don't have those, they don't often have the vision of scale in their mind. They don't understand, in most cases, unless you've worked in IT professionally, most people do not comprehend the scale of complexity that's involved in running a corporation, and why the protocols and procedures are critical to the safety of not only the company, but their employees. And I mean, physical safety, financial safety, security, all of it rolls into one. If you save a few bucks on a piece of software that turns out to have a back door, and then your competitors get in or a hacker gets in and it turns all your stuff into ransomware, you didn't really save any money. In fact, you may end up shuttering down the business and all your employees will have to find new jobs. But you see, when a business does everything by the book in order to protect itself, to sustain its business and protect its customers and its employees and its own entity, that always applies to home users. But a home user is more likely to justify saving $100 if it means they're going to have to spend 6 hours fixing it. A business can't do that. A business will not be able to sustain the business if they repeatedly spend more than they're saving because they didn't buy the right thing to begin with. So even though the business side of things always applies to home users will justify theft, or they will justify gray market. And I don't care. Like, I'm not the morals police. I'm not the ethics police. I don't really care personally. But if I sell something to you, I'm held accountable to it. So again, if a business that I've sold computers to gets audited and they find out that the Microsoft Office or Windows isn't the right license for a business environment, then the business says, well, that's what we hired Carey for. We don't know anything about this. And then they'll say, well, we don't care about who you paid, right? This is your business, so it's your fine. Now, if you have a problem with that, then you, as we sued you, you can sue your IT provider for whatever and get your fine money back, because that we're not suing them, we're suing you. And then you can sue them. And if you want to stay in business and you want to grow, those shortcuts will put you out of business. And as a home user, it just doesn't really apply to you. I spent 6 hours just working on getting some RGB software working. You can't do that in a corporate environment. You can't do it. There's no way. The IT department will be shut down and replaced. So, you might sit at home with nothing to do and you might want to play around with some stuff. That's fine. But that's not practical, and it's not ideal if you're serious about maybe wanting to take that up for a living, because nobody's going to pay you to configure their lights. It's not likely. You might get a job doing it, but it's very unlikely, and it's not likely to ever repeat itself. So that's really just hobbyist activity. It's for people that are tinkerers who enjoy that. I don't enjoy it. It was maddening. I wanted to throw the computer out the window because all the RGB standards are whatever the companies decide they are, and they don't work with each other. So you have to load a piece of software for each thing. You know, if you've got an NZXT cooler, you load the CAM software. If you've got an ASUS motherboard, you load the OR software. If you got this G-Skill Trident Z memory, you download the Trident Z app. Unless the Trident Z app doesn't work because you have a Gigabyte system whose motherboard app for their Aurora system controls the RAM LEDs, but not just G-Skill's RAM, anybody that's compatible with writable SPD, which essentially means all of the customization that G-Skill uniquely brings via their app is gone. So you can have very minimal controls using the Gigabyte app. The G-Skill app will not work. At least it doesn't on the other system I was working on. It works on this system, but not on the other one. It just won't see the RAM. So you have to use Gigabyte's motherboard Aura software, and then it will see the RAM, but what you can do with it is very limited. With the G-Skill app, you could do so much more, so many different effects, because it's designed specifically for the G-Skill Trident RAM. But if your motherboard doesn't allow it, too bad, you just wasted your money. So it's not that, you know, if you plug the RGB in and you just leave it at default, everything's cool. It's the minute you want to start synchronizing everything. You want it all to be the same color, or you want it all to flash or strobe or breathe or sparkle or whatever it is you're trying to make it do. If you have an EVGA an EVGA graphics card that's got the RGB on it, you need EVGA's app, right? So each RGB system you put in, for the most part, requires its own software. And then each piece of software has to be updated regularly, or it could cause your system to crash after a Windows update. But it won't tell you it's the RGB software. You'll just crash and you won't know why. And then you'll have to diagnose it, and eventually you'll figure out, oh, it's my ASUS Aura software that's causing a crash after this Windows update. You go to the website and there it is, lo and behold, there's an update to the ASUS Aura software. Didn't know it was there. So it's more things you have to maintain and keep up to date. And what's worse is the RGBs inside of the computer. It'd sort of be like putting RGB on the engine of your car. Who's looking at that, right? Put the RGB on the outside where people can see it, you know? Don't stick it inside. A case has 6 sides, right? It's got a top, a bottom, a front and a back, left and right. But the RGB typically can only be seen through one of the 6 sides. Now, yes, there are exceptions, I understand, but overall, mostly, cases have one glass window. You can only see from one direction. That's a lot of money and a lot of time to invest in pretty lights. And if you want to do it, I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you, you enjoy that. Don't drag me into that, because is absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. You might as well throw some hubcaps on your lawnmower. Why not? Just burn the money. Just take your money and set it on fire. Speaking of setting money on fire, I mentioned a couple of months ago that Bitcoin was probably going to hit, I predict, $50,000 in value by Valentine's Day. It's up to 46,000 today, in part because Elon Musk just put $1.5 billion worth of Tesla stock, I believe it's Tesla stock, Tesla money, into Bitcoin in order to basically create his own hedge fund for his employees. And well, Elon has been tweeting about Dogecoin. That's not what he bought. He bought Bitcoin, $1.5 billion worth. And of course, that's caused the value to skyrocket just overnight. And it's on par, just like I predicted, 50,000 by Valentine's Day. We'll see if I'm right. I've been predicting it since what? It was December or January I said it. And then it dropped, it started dropping, and people were like, oh, see, Carey, this is what happens. I'm like, no, stop looking at the dailies, man. You gotta just be patient and watch. Let's see where it's at on Valentine's Day. And I'm gonna further stick my neck out and say 100,000 by the end of the year. I think Bitcoin will have $100,000 value by the end of the year. I could be completely wrong. I am guessing. That's not a complete guess. I mean, I'm using analysis and history to evaluate. But what's interesting are the investors, the traditional investors that are Wall Street stock investors. They don't like Bitcoin. They think it's very dangerous. And I think it exposes their inability to see the future and understand cryptocurrency and what it means to the world. So I think it's a standard disclaimer to always tell people, hey, it's, you know, you could lose your shirt on this. But I don't honestly think they believe it. And if they do honestly believe it, then they don't really understand what cryptocurrency is. So, you know, it's really just a matter of time. It's a matter of time for Bitcoin hits $1 million. I don't know if it'll happen in my life, maybe, maybe not, but 100,000 is certainly feasible by the end of the year. So, you know, I don't feel too badly for the small investment I've made in Bitcoin just to play no differently than I would in Las Vegas with gambling. And I feel a lot better because Elon Musk just bet 1.5 billion, which is about 7% of their free cash they've got at Tesla. It's a lot to lose, but pretty interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. It's just a matter of time. And now that Elon has sort of set the pace, other corporations will likely follow. No differently than when folks like Elon and Joe Rogan moved out of California to Texas. So did others soon to follow, have followed from California. They've exited California and moved to Texas for a lower tax state. I'm here. Bear with me for a minute. We're still suffering some internet connection issues. In any event, yeah, so once somebody big in the industry does it, then the other industry folks are soon to follow. So you watch. There's going to be more where that came from. I was amused when Saturday Night Live did a parody of Twins: The New Trend, which is a YouTube channel here where these kids react to music they've never heard before. They grew up in sort of hip hop and rap community, and they never heard like Jolene by Dolly Parton. They never heard In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins, and so they're listening to it for the first time and reacting. And it's amazing because people will say, well, how can you live to be, you know, 20 years old or whoever you guys are and never have heard this song before? And they always say the same thing. They're like, well, we grew up in the hood and we listen to hip hop and rap. And sometimes it's a little ridiculous. Like it gets a little hard to believe, you know, they're like, oh, well, this is the first time hearing Dr. Dre. Seriously? You know, after you just said you grew up on hip hop and rap and you didn't hear this song by Dr. Dre? Or here's our first time hearing Snoop Dogg. Oh, seriously, you never heard the song by Snoop Dogg? Really? So Saturday Night Live really made fun of that. And it's hilarious and it's kind of cool because they have less subscribers than I do. So I just think that's really cool that a channel that's that small got national TV attention on Saturday Night Live. And they haven't reacted to it. Like, I want to see their channel. I want to see Twins: The New Trend react to Saturday Night Live parodying them. And I hope they find it funny. I hope they have a sense of humor in that, you know, the guy on Saturday Night Live, Kenan Thompson, it plays one of the characters. And Michael Che says, you know, you ever heard this song? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Whoa, that's a banger. You never heard that? No, how's it end? I want to hear it. Keep it playing. So I thought Saturday Night Live did a good job with that. Planet Cryos with a $25 contribution says, here's a little more to assist with your permanent studio for you. Hey, thank you, Planet Cryos. And also, of course, Cryos, post your link to your video, to your build. We'd all love to see it. Other questions? Anything I can answer for you guys? This will be the night. I'm just riding out this internet connection here to see what happens. It's a little better. Still not ideal. Got 385 people watching around the world. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Marco says, be aware, I'm planning a trip to Arizona. Hey, Marco, I hope we'll have time to get together while you're here. Be good to meet you in person. Larry Wood said, some people don't know what a 33 or 45 is. How about a 78? Carey, what have I done to improve my stream? The stream is basically set up with the cooperation of a neighbor, and I have paid for a mesh routing system for the neighbor. And I have one of the mesh points here in this house, and the neighbor's got the other 2 mesh points across the street in his house. And everything's working really well. You know, he's not having any problems. I might have to go with a more expensive mesh system. This is a $250 TP-Link setup, and it's supposed to cover up to 5,500 square feet. We might be pushing the distance on that. But considering what it is, it's working quite well. Now, if I can officially get this place rented, then I can put the utilities in my name, and I can just get my own internet and not have to worry about this. So in the meantime, I'm just trying to make do. Obviously, I can't run a hard line across the street into the neighbor's house. So I'm stuck on Wi-Fi. What is the other case in the background? This is a Phanteks N-through case. And I've got, it's difficult for me to show you the side of it. It's still not quite finished yet, but this was my birthday build. There's a video of me building this. This is about a $4,300 computer. And if I move the Gatorade out of the way, we can zoom the camera in and you can take a look. Now you can see I've got the G-Skill app for the Trident memory running, and you can control the lighting on each memory module individually. So I can make, you see I've got the 2 outer memory modules flashing colors in a straight down, and then the 2 center ones are kind of flashing in like a sparkle. No, it's the other way around. The 2 center ones, you'll see the colors dropping, different colors, and the 2 outer dims are sort of flashing and flickering. And then on the cooler, that's an NZXT Z63 cooler with an LED screen on the cooler. You could put any image you want, or a 20 megabyte, up to 20 megabyte GIF. So I might make that logo rotate or spin, I don't know. I don't really have time to make a GIF, but if somebody wants to do that, I'll send you the image file, and if you know how to do that. I know you can go to websites and stuff and they'll create it for you, but I can't be bothered. But I'd like to see it spin, or I don't know. It doesn't have to be a static image. But that's the Phanteks N-through. That was my birthday build, and that build video is here on my channel. You guys can go ahead and watch that anytime you like. It's there waiting for you to watch. Anderson Lemus contributes $20. Hey, Anderson, thank you for your support and contribution. We'll make sure you're blue here on the channel. And then let me fix my camera now because I seem to have chopped off my head. I hate it when I do that. Let's bring this up. Let's do that, and then bring it up a little bit this way, like so. Yeah, I might be able to just sort of close it in a little like that. There we go. Do I have a head? It's there. Okay, good, good, good. Any questions? Type questions. Come on now. What do you got? Stump me. John Williams wants to know, what can I do if the motherboard does not see the flash drive to update the BIOS? Nice to see you again. The flash drive is fat, 32 gig flash drive. Use a smaller flash drive. I keep a 2 gigabyte flash drive at all times for BIOS flashing. I've got one right here. Specifically for this purpose, some BIOSes will not see large capacity flash drives. And by large capacity, I mean anything over 16. Sometimes I've seen problems with anything over 8. So if you have a 4 gig flash drive or an 8 gig flash drive, use it for BIOS flashing. Also, depending on how old your motherboard is, I have not shown it on this channel, but I will. You can often download an app from the motherboard manufacturer's website that allows you to update the BIOS through Windows. So if it's a gigabyte motherboard, you download the Gigabyte app, and then you add the app BIOS plugin into that app, and then you just run the BIOS update right through Windows, and no flash drive is needed. But always use a small capacity flash drive for BIOS updates. And of course, the older the motherboard is, the more likely you're going to have this problem, right? So if you've got a motherboard from 10 years ago and you've got a 32 gig flash drive, 32 gig flash drive may not have existed 10 years ago. You understand? So the motherboard doesn't know how to see it. So anyway, a small flash drive, 4 gigs, 2 gigs. I know it's hard to find 2 gig flash drives these days, even 4 gig flash drives. Minimum I would say is, or the maximum I would use is 8. I wouldn't use anything larger than 8. I mean, I guess you could maybe use 16, but that's it. And even then, it depends how old the board is. The smaller the flash drive is, the less likely you're going to have this problem. It's a good question. I'm glad you asked it because it's something I've been meaning to talk about. Max says, I thought you said you don't like RGB. Is this still the case? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't mind the RGB RAM. Normally, again, when you see me install RGB, I don't install any software to control it. I just let it do what it wants to do and I'm fine with it. Sometimes you don't have much choice. Most liquid coolers are going to have some form of RGB. And if I'm going to have RGB, then I'd rather have a little monitor. I mean, that's a little monitor inside of there. It's a little color monitor. And I can put any image I want on there. Or I can show my temperatures on the screen. I wouldn't, because who would look to think I'm going to look inside my case to see what my CPU and GPU temps are? Who even cares from the beginning, let alone where is it? This case is my birthday build. This is an over-the-top excuse. The only reason the RAM is doing what it's doing, the only reason I customized it, is for the very first time in my life, I downloaded the G.Skill Trident software. And the reason I did that is I was working on the other case, the big helicopter case, and the person that's getting that wants full control of all their RGB. And I was just like, oh, kill me. And it wouldn't work. It wouldn't recognize the RAM. And I said, well, is this a Gigabyte problem? So this is a Gigabyte board, a different one, but it's still made by Gigabyte. And I said, well, let me try the G.Skill Trident software on here, and it works fine, no problem. So there's something about that board, the G.Skill RAM, it works, but you just can't control it. So you have to download the G.Skill Aura software, and then that will control the RAM, but it won't control each individual stick, nor will it flash or do any of the things that the G.Skill Trident app specifically does for G.Skill Trident RAM on boards that accept it. These aren't problems you should have. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to take a technical support call from somebody who says, I can't get the software to recognize my RGB. Let me put it to you this way. Let's say you're a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon, and somebody calls you, and they are doing some TikTok challenge and have gotten themselves, I ate a Tide Pod. At what point are you just like, I don't want to do this job anymore? Like, somebody's innocently going through their life, and perhaps they have something in their brain if you're a brain surgeon, or something in their heart if you're a heart surgeon, some abnormality that they were born with that they're completely unaware of. And you come in and you diagnose it and you fix it and you keep them alive and you're a hero. And then somebody goes and does something stupid they never had to do. And now it's created a problem that you shouldn't have to fix. But it is your problem now. So when it comes to this RGB stuff, if you just want to plug it in and leave it alone, that's all fine and good. But when it comes to the RGB fans and you start having double the cabling you have to do, and it overcomplicates the cable management. And then if you're going to install the software because you want to control how the lights work on the fans, that's when things get very, very time consuming. So if you're looking for something to do when you're really bored and you think you might enjoy that, and you have the extra money to spend, hey, all the power to you, but please don't ask me any technical support questions regarding how to make your RGB software work, because I don't care. It's not a serious problem. If you have a server down, if you just build a computer that won't start, if you have a real problem that you did not self-induce, I'd be happy to help you with it. If you self-induced your own problem, then that's for you to solve, right? If you created a situation because you were bored or you were curious, then this is your opportunity to learn, which I'm assuming is why you started that. Don't jump in the water because you want to learn how to swim and then ask me to rescue you before you drown. Like, you're on your own. You made that decision. Figure it out. Sink or swim. Now, I realize that sounds cold, but you have to understand the scale I'm under. So if you've got 54 million views on YouTube and you have 1% of those viewers reaching out over nonsense that shouldn't be happening, you're sort of put into a bad situation because, well, I do want to help everybody. These are problems that aren't real problems. It doesn't affect your system performance. It doesn't prevent you from getting any work done. You're just playing. I'm doing this for a living. So if you want to play, you go play. I don't have time to play with you because there's people with serious problems waiting for me that I can help. And I realize that might come off a bit snobbish or whatever, but it's no different than any other business. A doctor would be the same way. If you want to play a game of tic-tac-toe with a doctor, he might say, look, I got another patient I got to get to. I don't have time to play this game. So you could find somebody else to play with you. But if there's something I can help you with in my line of work that I do, feel free to reach out. It's a tightrope to walk because obviously it upsets some people because you don't take their problems seriously and they're very upset by it. But it's not a real problem. Real problems are things that affect productivity, not things that affect what color your RGB is. And when there are like if I was bored and there was nothing to do, I'd probably play with it, right? But as long as I have customers waiting, computers waiting to be repaired, computers waiting to be upgraded, computers waiting to be built and shipped, not to mention all the videos I need to make, think about all the people who are losing out because I decided to invest a day to help somebody with RGB, and now thousands of people said, no video today from Carey because I helped this one person with their RGB, right? And look, if that person's paying me my hourly rate, that's business. But if I'm doing it because I'm a nice guy, I probably won't have a business very much longer. I won't have the money to pay the bills. And then there won't be any business and there won't be any YouTube channel and I'll be working at McDonald's. So it's all about survival. But look, it's your choice. Like, I never want to own a white or a black car. They're just too common. I don't want it. But I also don't want a car that has such an exotic paint job that it needs special treatment every few months. I won't do it. It's going to ruin the paint job over time because I won't do it. It's going to devalue the car. So because I'm working on a scale with computer repair, I can only spend a certain amount of time on a budget to fix any problem. And anybody who's asked me about RGB problems, not a single person has asked me how much I would charge them. They just assume they're getting free help. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. You're not my customer. I didn't recommend this to you. This is all you. You did this. Good luck. Enjoy it. I have to get back on the phone and return a phone call to a customer whose server is down, their employees can't work, and their customers aren't being helped, and it's a real crisis. So if you can understand the difference there, then I hope that you could at least respect the value of my time, even if your time has no value. Because it's really a big disconnect between me and many viewers who seem to think that they can just contact me from out of the blue and send me their technical support issue and think I'm going to answer them as though I'm their personal slave. It's very insulting. Now, when somebody's a customer or somebody says, hey, what would you charge? That's fine. But when somebody just starts an email with, let me tell you my problem, and that's your introduction to me, I've never heard of you before, chances are your email's getting deleted or I just won't see it. That is a problem with scale. And I have to keep mentioning scale because that's the biggest difference between what you at home may be experiencing with your technology versus somebody in a business who's dealing with hundreds of computers every year, literally hundreds. You may just have the one or two. and it's just a completely different scale. And what's riding on the line, you know, however much money you make from your computer, if you make any money at all, multiply that times 100. And you'll understand things get serious when you're talking about that kind of money. That's all it is. It's not a snobby or elitist thing. I just have to triage the most important problems, and I have to be financially responsible. And being nice is an easy way to get walked on and taken advantage of if you don't curtail that with business. You know what I mean? You can't just ignore your paying customers to help people for free, or your paying customers will say, well, if you're helping them for free, then help me for free. Well, then, if you're helping everybody for free, how do you pay the bills at the end of the month? They might like you and say good things about you, but nobody's paying your electric bill. Keep it in mind. Keep it in mind. That's all I'm saying. Whether or not you agree with it doesn't matter. That's the reality I face. Mike says he bought a Cronus 2021 backup per your comments here. I like it a lot. It's easy to use. However, after backing up my system, I often get the message that the mass storage device is in use. So, is that a problem? Should I just pull the USB out? Yeah, just pull it out. If you're not writing to it and you're not reading from it, it's designed to be pulled. I've already covered this. Windows 10, the latest version of Windows 10, you don't have to eject USB devices anymore. It no longer has to be done. I realize those of us who are old school have been doing this for a long time. We're used to that. It makes us feel good. You know, if you're nervous about it, then shut the computer off and then unplug your USB device. There's also a program, it's like 30, 40 bucks, called USB Safely Remove. That's a bit better in controlling the USB than Windows is. But even then, sometimes it will stop items that Windows won't. Sometimes even that can't stop them, in which case you just pull the flash drive. It's a backup after all, right? So what's the worst that'll happen? Jim wants to know what video capture cards I've used in the past. Nothing worth recommending. Everything I used in the past is in the past for a reason, and I wouldn't recommend them. Therefore, I don't want to tell you about them because I think you buying them would be a huge mistake. The reason I have an expensive card is because it works. You think I want to spend that kind of money? No, but it works. The other stuff wasn't working for me. It would kind of work. This always works. M. Cochran wants to know if I'd like to compute in the cloud. Of course. I've been saying that for 20 years. We're going to come to a day where you're no longer going to have anything but a thin client. When they started introducing thin clients in the 90s, they were like, this is going to be the new thing. I was like, no, it isn't. And they said, oh, being a tech is going to be dead. Nobody's going to hire a technician anymore because all the parts are going to be shipped. They're all going to be these real easy modular parts for the thin client that the UPS driver will install for you. So you better start planning to find another job because computer tech job is going away soon. This was 1995. And I said, I don't know what you're smoking, but the world doesn't change that quickly. Even if that were possible, even if it were possible that a UPS delivery driver would come into your house and swap out a computer part, which is unprecedented and has never, ever been done. Even if that were possible, it wouldn't change where everybody would have a computer that could do that. It would take 10, 15, 20 years. So I think I'll be fine in my career. So the idea behind the thin client was a good one, but it relied on the local server, which created too much network traffic. But as we're getting broadband and as that keeps increasing in speed, this becomes more and more plausible. Also, as storage space gets less expensive, and security has to go up as well, because when you're out in the cloud, you don't have any control over your security. You're relying on that cloud provider to do it. And if they drop the ball somewhere, too bad, so sad. So there is a control issue here. I like to have full control. You're giving up some of that control. And then, of course, there's bandwidth limitations with performance, but that will go away in time. So I think it is the future. I think it's inevitable. But for now, It doesn't really matter if I like it or not. My feelings of it don't change its reality. But overall, with security in place and with high enough broadband, I think it's a good idea, because then you're not machine dependent. You can go to any computer anywhere in the world, log into it, and there's all your stuff with all the latest updates. We no longer have to rely on the end users and their conspiracy theories and moronic attitudes about updates and not installing them and then getting us all infected because they're idiots. So those end users, and there's a lot of idiot end users, and when I say idiot end users, it's not as a personal insult that the person is an idiot in general. It's that they don't understand the complexities of the technology, and they oversimplify based on a fraction of information of a little byte that they got from YouTube or Reddit, and now they think they know all there is to know about it, and they can safely conclude that updates are stupid and they don't want them. And it's no different than anti-vaxxers, in my opinion. It's your computer and it's your problem and it's your body and it's your problem, but it does still affect all of us. And so when you're in the cloud, right, the cloud provider updates everybody to the same version of everything at all times. So now we've taken that decision away from the end user. And I think that's, based on the decisions I see a lot of end users making, I think that's a good idea, because I've never seen ignorance run so rampant in my lifetime. We have smartphones making dumber people, and people have the ability to search the worldwide knowledge of all mankind, and they use it for gambling and pornography and harassment. It's the strangest thing I've ever witnessed in my life. It's the dumbing down of civilization. The technology is thinking for you, so you don't have to think for yourself anymore. And if that's the way it's going to go, then the technology needs to fulfill that obligation by removing you from the burden of making critical decisions regarding your own security, because you lack the complex knowledge necessary to understand the depth of the risk you're taking and the unknowing risk that you're putting around to others. So because of that, if that's the way society's moving, then people will continue to get dumber. And as long as they continue to get dumber and flaunt their ignorance, which is what a lot of people do, then we need the technology to do it for them and just remove that option so that they can just enjoy blissful ignorance, right? Don't worry about your security. Don't worry your pretty little head. We got it. When we get there, cloud computing will be great and society will be a disaster. When I learned how to use computers, you had to know DOS. You had to type in arcane computer commands. Now you see the little picture and you click on it. I mean, seriously, that's a big difference between reading a book this thick, CD space Windows. What does that mean, right? And that's just one command, and you memorize that stuff because that's how you got around. It's how you navigated. Now you go, oh, that's a picture of a folder. My stuff is in a folder. I'll put the little arrow thingy on that and click it. Ooh, shiny. I'm not a fan of dumbing down society. I'm a fan of making technology friendlier and easier to use, but not at the expense of causing people to be, I use the word idiots, but it's really not a fair word. They probably have some field of expertise, I hope, that isn't computers. I mean, I've met plenty of lawyers and doctors who don't know a thing about computers, and they're a lot smarter than me. But what I'm seeing in society today, yeah, they shouldn't be eating with a fork. They might stab themselves in the face over and over again. And it's not that I think the majority of society is that way, but that those folks tend to have the loudest voice on the internet for some reason. And that loudness can mask the appearance of, or generate the appearance of a larger group, because they're even though they're a minority, they're so loud, they'll have you convinced that they're a larger group than they really are. And I fear that group's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they're going to get dumber and dumber and dumber. And it's not moving in a good place. So technology needs to basically protect people from themselves in the realm of technology, because too many people just are making decisions. Let me put it this way. You can vote in the United States. You can vote even though you know nothing about the person you're voting about. I don't agree. I don't think it's right. If you can't answer certain questions about where the person that you're voting for stands on certain subjects, then you, in my opinion, are not qualified to have the knowledge to make that decision. I like him because he's got nice hair. That should not be a reason why you vote for somebody. But it is. It's a popularity contest in many cases. And so you've got people who do a lot of research and studying and areas that are very important to them and are very careful about who they vote for. And you get other people that go, well, it's my civic duty to vote. And I like that guy's tie, so he's getting my vote. Cause America. So what I try to do here on this channel is I try and bridge the gap. I try and say, look, it's okay if you don't know this stuff. If you're at least here, then it tells me you want to learn it, right? And I can teach it to you because it's all very simple. If we can break it down, use analogies to common everyday things that you're already familiar with, it's my goal to show you this isn't that different. And now you can see the complexities in a way that you understand and can digest to make better decisions. Unfortunately, people can't be bothered. Overall, they're just like, I don't care. I don't care. Just fix it. That's what I hear. Sometimes customer will call you and you go, well, you know, the reason why this happened, they'll say, I'm not paying you to give me an education. Just fix it. Okay. And there are some customers that will call you for the same problem again and again and again. And I will bill them again and again and again. And you'd think they'd get sick of the bill. Nope. Doesn't slow them down in the least bit. You go, you know, if you just follow these steps, you wouldn't have to call me out. Hey, just do what I paid you to do. Okay. So I'm battling that. And that's weird for me because obviously it's good for business if a customer wants to, you know, shove their money at you. But I think it's bad for society when people refuse to learn something basic that could save them money and save them time, and they can't be bothered with the time and the effort. It's attitude is what it amounts to. And so when you're dealing with people who don't have a good attitude about it, you have three options. One, change careers. Two, turn the work away. Say, you know what, I just don't want to work for you anymore. You can call somebody else. You don't have to say it like that. You could say, I'm too busy to take on any more work, or I decided I'm not doing this for a living. Just lie to them. I don't do this for a living anymore. Because you're just tired of dealing with them. Or you just bill them, and every time they call you, just do the same job over and over and keep billing them over and over again. Those are your three options. That's it. And I imagine any line of work would be the same. You know, if you're fixing cars or you're sweeping the floor, someone's going to come along and drop something. You're mopping the floor, customer walks right across your mop floor. Like, seriously? You could see the mop in my hand, right? So I guess I'll be mopping it again as soon as you walk away to wipe up the footprints you just put on the clean floor, which is also slippery and a hazard. But I guess what I'm saying is it's not just limited in computer repair. No matter what field you're in, you're going to encounter that on some level. But, you know, again, that's why this channel exists. It's to fix that. If people are interested in what the complexities are and why it matters, I'm more than happy to go out of my way to explain it however I have to so they can understand it. But getting them to want to understand it, that's something I've just never been able to figure out how to do. And that's why that expression that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, that's why that expression exists. Because the people are going to behave a certain way. And if they're paying, so be it. But if they're not paying and they're doing that, take a hike. George Ferrugia says, Carey, I installed a 970 Evo Plus on a Dell XPS 159570 and installed Windows 10 and everything's working fine. But when I try to run the NVMe driver, I get an error stating that NVMe Express is not installed. I don't know that one, George. So I also have a Dell XPS 159570, and I'm going to upgrade the solid state drive in it, but I'm not going to put a Samsung 970 in there. I'm going to put, I had these parts sitting here for such a long time, I should probably blow the dust off. This is reserved to go in my 9570. I just had the little geek flex a little bit there. But the Sabrent software obviously is not the same as Samsung Magician, and there's no Sabrent NVMe driver. So what you're dealing with is a unique Samsung issue. I imagine it's a BIOS setting, but I just don't know which one. But if anybody in the chat knows, we certainly appreciate your input. Where's my mouse? Project Vulcan, hey, thank you for the kind words. Let's make sure you're blue in here. Geraldo Quintana Rue contributes $24.99. Hello again. Keep the videos coming. Right on. I don't know if it's Gerardo. I think it's Gerardo. Thank you for your contribution. Aaron Brown says he never tested Sabrent. I've got a Sabrent 4 terabyte NVMe drive that they sent to me for free to review it. And I installed it into my office computer back at the house. And that is the only drive that I've got. That's it. And it's been running fine. No complaints. It's fast. 4 terabytes. I haven't filled it up yet. So I decided, since they gave me that one for reviewing, that I'm going to follow the review up in like a year's time and let you know if I've had any problems with it. I don't think I'm going to. And that to show my appreciation, when it came to selecting a 4 terabyte drive, I bought the same drive from Sabrent. It was about $599. Sabrent also has an 8 terabyte drive, which fluctuates on Amazon between $1,499 and $1,299. I think it's too much money. I think it should be about $1,100 or $1,000. And when it's that price, I'll probably buy it, if I have the money. William Lynn says you've got to change RAID to AHCI under SATA mode or driver mode in XPS BIOS. Well, RAID or AHCI only affects SATA. It doesn't affect NVMe. So that is a common misconception that people think that matters. There is no such thing as AHCI or RAID mode in the BIOS of most motherboards regarding NVMe. However, I know you're getting ready to type. There are motherboards that do NVMe RAID, but that's in a different section of the BIOS. It's in a completely different section. The RAID under SATA, under that main SATA area, only affects SATA devices. NVMe is not SATA. That should be the title of this video. You know why it's called NVMe and not SATA? Because it's NVMe. If NVMe were SATA, then SATA would be called SATA and NVMe wouldn't be called NVMe. It's a different name because it's a different thing. And BIOS settings that affect SATA settings have no effect whatsoever on NVMe stuff. That makes sense? Now, there's no harm. There shouldn't be any harm. If you go into the BIOS and you make the change William Lynn suggests, it's possible that your machine won't boot anymore. But if it does boot, you're going to find you still have the same problem you had before. So worst case scenario, it creates a problem, which is easy to fix. You just go in the BIOS and set it back. Best case scenario is it makes no difference whatsoever and you just wasted your time. Catherine Anna Hauserman joins us in the chat room. Catherine's been a viewer here. How long have you been a member of the community, Catherine? 4 or 5 years? More than that? Catherine is in, I believe she's in Colombia, and she enjoys helping people put together a parts list for their build they want to do. I don't have time. Like, people got to pay me. If we're going to talk on the phone and determine what your budget is, what your needs are, what parts are available, that's hours and hours and hours of my time. But Catherine does it all for free. I mean, it's nice if she gets a thank you, but she doesn't demand it. And I've had so many thank you letters that said, hey, I just want you to know I built my first computer watching your videos, but I didn't want to build what you had built. So I went to Catherine and I told her, you know, what my budget was and what I wanted to do with the computer. And then she did this parts list for me and I built it. It's the best thing ever. And a super thank you to you and a super thank you to Catherine. I get those emails all the time. You know what I don't get? I don't get any emails that say, Catherine gave me bad advice or Catherine is a bad person. I've never gotten that email, never ever. So if you're, you know, looking to build your own system, but you don't want to build identical to what I'm doing and you're a little nervous about it, reach out to Catherine. She enjoys helping people. Yeah, she says she's been part of this community for 4 years. She's been doing this. I thought by now she'd be like, I'm done. I'm burned out. That's enough of that. She's still asking for more. So you can reach her here in the chat room during the live sessions. And that's the best way to find her. Just reach out to her here in the chat. Patrick LaBelle says he installed a Sabre and Rocket 4 Plus NVMe Generation 4, and it's fast. It's a good drive, but you need PCIe 4.0 to really enjoy it. You know, honestly, if you have a drive and it's moving data at 3,500 megabytes a second, megabytes, and you double that to 7,000 megabytes a second, you will save, depending on how much writing you're doing back and forth to the drive, the amount that you save is almost immeasurable to a human being. Like, it's something that looks good on benchmarking software. But let's say, for example, you've got an old mechanical hard drive and that drive is moving data at 80 megabytes a second. When you go to start Windows, your Windows boot up time may take 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Let's call it 2 minutes. And then you bump that up to a SATA-based SSD, moving the maximum 550 megabytes a second. So you're moving it about 7 times faster. So 7 times faster than 2 minutes. What's 2 minutes divided by 7? That's about 20 some odd seconds. 28 seconds, 27 seconds. I don't know. Now let's say you move from a 550 megabyte per second SATA drive into a 3,500 megabyte NVMe drive. Now you're moving data. The math is getting hard. But you see where I'm going with this, right? You're getting diminishing returns. Now instead of booting up in 27 seconds, now you're going to boot up in like 13 seconds. So let's say you double that again to 7,000 megabytes a second. You might move that 13 seconds into maybe 9 seconds. Oh, you saved 4 seconds. Like, what is going on in your life that 4 seconds makes that difference? Once you reach a certain point of performance, anything above that is diminishing. And so only the most extreme users doing the most advanced computing or tasks on their computer would benefit from that. Everybody else is chasing numbers on benchmarks. So I can't tell the difference if I'm booting off a SATA SSD or an NVMe drive. Windows essentially takes the same amount of time to boot. Word takes the same amount of time to open. Outlook takes the same amount of time to open. And my internet's not any faster and my typing's not any faster, but it's your money. So if you like looking at the benchmarks, God bless you. But I am not going to spend hundreds of dollars to get milliseconds back unless I am doing such intense and extreme and unusual tasks that those milliseconds add up to actual productivity differences. I don't have a customer that has yet to have a requirement for an NVMe drive. Once we hit SATA, once we hit 550, customers are amazed at how much faster their computers are. But once we go from that to NVMe, they don't notice it at all. It's such a insignificant difference. The only people who notice it are the people who run the benchmarks. If there was no benchmarking software, the whole computing hobbyist thing would be so much better, because people are defining and deciding if they like something based on what the benchmarks tell them. Imagine if you lived other areas of your life that way. It's very immature. I'm going to buy this thing because my friends say it looks cool. As an adult, that's generally a behavior we don't share anymore because we can't afford it. Life gets really complicated. So unless you're devoid of all the responsibilities most adults have, your mind is too busy balancing all the aspects of life with getting the bills paid, spending time with family, that you just don't have the luxury to play around and measure benchmarks and chase after them. Just generally speaking, the older you get, the faster time appears to go because you're juggling more and more projects. The older you get, it just piles on, piles on, piles on. The days start getting shorter and shorter and shorter because there's not enough time to do everything you want to do. And now having 2 hours to play around with benchmarks, unless you're not working or somebody else is paying your bills or you don't have a family that you have to take care of, I'm just saying overall, it's something we grow out of, not because we want to, but because other things take priority that are far more important than that. Michael Dane with $20 contribution says he got to work on number 50 computer build, 50th computer build that he's giving away for a needy family for homeschooling. Have a great day. Right on, Michael. Hey, that's awesome. You're the man. Stealth Mode contributes $5. Carey, I want to hear your opinion on Starlink. It should be available for us in mid-2021. The price is comparable to our costs now. Starlink is Elon Musk's SpaceX. He wants to provide internet to rural areas around the world. And to do so, he wants to launch, I don't know, 360, 600, I don't know, low orbit satellites. They're about the size of a soccer ball. And every time, you'll see SpaceX rocket going up, it'll say it's the Starlink project, and they release about 60 satellites at a time, I want to say. They can fit them, about 60 of them in one rocket launch. So it takes numerous rocket launches, and because they're low orbit, they won't stay in space more than a few years, and then they fall and they have to be replaced. The problem with covering the Earth in satellites, low orbit satellites, and I'm going to take you back to elementary school on this one, but the Earth is mostly, 2/3 of the Earth is water. 2/3 of the surface of this planet is water. So I guess if you're on a sailing barge somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, it could be useful. But to put that many satellites up to just hit rural areas seems very inefficient, not really well thought out. I think Elon even jokingly called it the better than nothing internet or something like that, because the upload's not going to be great. The download should be all right, but the ping time is horrendous. It's got a lot of latency in it. But if that's better than, if your choice is that or nothing, it's better than nothing. So the inadvertent sort of overall delusion here is we're going to cover in the entire Earth, all 3/3, just so 1/3 of it can have access, which is just not efficient. There's got to be a better way. And I expect Elon to do better than that. In the meantime, I wouldn't doubt Elon knows something I don't. So we'll see how it pans out. But it just seems like it's a very difficult way to solve a relatively simple problem. Planet Cryos, another contribution. You're feeling generous tonight, huh? Thank you for that. He says, I'm a little late, but here's my channel. Love your videos, which inspires me to make mine. Yeah, definitely check out Planet Cryos' YouTube channel. He's got some computer builds there. So if you're looking for some builds, check it out. Show him a little love. Drunk Control says Starlink is 35 megabits per second max. On the upload or the download? Arnold Fossman says he gets to watch those SpaceX launches from his balcony. I'm jealous. Wish I could. Joshua says Starlink's been getting over 100 megabits per second, and the dish moves itself. That sounds more like it. But I don't know what the upload is. Starlink base stations use phased array antennas. No physical movement is needed. Oh, everybody's an expert on Starlink in the chat room. You know, it's hard to know who's got the accurate information and who doesn't. But Selden sounds correct. I do believe they are phased array antennas and they don't have to move. So whoever said that, I don't think we're talking about the same thing, or they have old information from a different type of satellite internet-based system, like, you know, Hughes or who's the other one? There's another. Can't think of who they are. That's a different type of satellite system than what Elon's doing. But again, you know, covering the entire Earth just for 1/3 of the Earth is weird. It's a weird way to solve that problem. It's adding a lot of junk in space. Granted, it's low orbit space, but nonetheless, it just seems like collisions are far more likely, especially if people start doing things they're not supposed to, you know, homemade rockets and stuff, that they could get into that type of an altitude, or even a weather balloon. Potentially, I think, could collide. I don't know. Maybe a weather balloon explodes. I don't know. I'm not a... I was going to say cosmetologist. Well, it's true. I'm not a cosmetologist. That has anything to do with it. I'm not sure where those altitudes start and end with regards to the possible collisions, but it does concern me a little bit. But apparently, you know, FAA is okay with it. Julian D. DeVitas has contributed 99 cents. Thank you, Julian. Ghost Shadow says weather balloon can't get high enough. I thought about it after I said it, but here's what I'm saying. Like, we didn't have drones like 15 years ago, and now drones are able to fly further and higher than ever before. So where are they going to be in 10 years' time? And home rocketry, where's that going to be? You know what I'm saying? So my concern isn't necessarily about today. You know, we didn't necessarily worry about laser pointers being pointed at aircraft when laser pointers were pretty hard to come by and they were $500. Now you buy one for $10 and you point it up at the sky and then have the police at your front door. It's hard to sort of gauge what the future is going to hold for us, but if it keeps moving in the same direction as it's been moving, then it's feasible that hobbyist activities could reach low orbit. And if that's the case, what the opportunity for collision might be. Maybe that's a stretch, but it's a lot of satellites he's gonna. Does anybody know the number? It's a lot of satellites. William wants to know if I think fiber internet will fix internet issues today. It's too expensive. Imagine the city you live in, and let's say we're going to upgrade everybody to fiber. You've got to get a construction crew with heavy machinery to dig up the pavement. You've got to lay in new fiber lines at whatever that costs, and then you've got to fill that in and then repave. For every city block, east and west, north and south, for every home, for every city, you're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure cost. So it will eventually get there. However, I anticipate something better will come out between now and then. You remember people would, and some people still do, hang Christmas tree lights on their house. They go through, you know, I don't know how many emergency room visits that are caused by somebody falling off the ladder or swinging a hammer or hitting their hand trying to hang or take down holiday lights on their house. I never did it. I can't be bothered. It's a waste of time. I'm going to take these, I'm going to put holes in the side of my house, permanent holes with nails, to hang lights, to spend money to power the lights, and this is when they were incandescent lights. Right now they're cheaper with LED bulbs. Incandescent lights. If one burns out, the whole string burns out, and you have to figure out which one it is and replace it. This is what people used to do. Now you can buy one of those little laser things and plant it in your yard and run an extension cord, and your whole house is lit up with moving lights that are being projected onto your house. Super easy, barely an inconvenience, very little diagnostic, very little to break, low power consumption. Who knew? Who saw that coming? So I can decorate my house now. Hold on, let me just walk out to the yard and shove this thing in the dirt and plug it in. Just kind of position it, boom, done. Have a nice day. I think there'll be an internet service that will be available over the air, not 5G, but maybe 8G, I don't know. That'll be affordable, and you just put a USB antenna, be done with it. I don't think the whole Starlink thing is where it's at. And I think even in rural areas, if we can extend the range of the broadcast area to a signal that can be carried like Wi-Fi, if it's not Wi-Fi, then we should have no problem in rural areas as well. That's where I think it's going. I don't think the answer is going up. I think the answer is going across. We just don't have the technology yet. Or we have the technology, but we don't have FCC authorization. We'll see which way it goes. But 5G is showing a lot of promise. Aaron says, Carey must be a fan of Movie Pitch's YouTube channel. Yeah, it's Screen Rant is the YouTube channel. And if you YouTube Movie Pitches, that guy's hilarious. Wow, 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 wow. Why? I don't know. I'm going to need you to get all the way off my back on this. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Looking in the chat for more questions. Come on, you got to have some questions for me. I'll wait. Paul 1961 says he's got a motherboard made by MSI. It's a 970A SLI Crate Edition, and I can't figure out how to turn off the USB when I shut down. It's a common problem. I don't know the answer to it. I've heard a lot of people complain about having like an RGB keyboard that lights up even though the system's been turned off. Gigabyte has an app called On-Off Charge, and that's for some of their motherboards that support charging devices via USB, like your phone or whatever, when your system is off. I don't know what MSI has, so I can't speak to that, but I would go to MSI forums and I would Google that. But again, if anybody in the chat room has an answer, please speak up, because I don't know. It's a good question. Madman Dark Jedi says, Carey, should we avoid an ITX system? I guess it depends why you want one. If you want one just because, it's up to you. If you need an ITX system, it's not a choice, you have to have it. So you deal with the compromises you have to make. John Jack Wilson contributes $25. He says, hello all in the chat and the Blue Crew. And of course, Uncle Carey. Hey Jack, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for your continued generosity and your support. Generally speaking, getting back to the MSI USB thing, Ghost Shadow says, I have a Gigabyte board. It's in the USB or power settings that allows USB devices to charge with the computer off. Again, Gigabyte app allows you to control the BIOS, some of the BIOS settings through Windows. That's what UEFI does if you have the motherboard manufacturer offers the software, so you don't have to go into the BIOS and change it. The MSI boards, generally the option is somewhere in the BIOS, but not all BIOSes have that option, especially if it's an older board, it's less likely to have it. So if that's the case, you would want to just make sure that you only plug in devices that are not RGB that are going to keep you up all night. Or there's a second option, and that is that you plug your computer into like a surge suppressor, and when you turn the computer off, you flip the switch on the surge suppressor so that all power going to your motherboard will be completely shut off. And it's kind of puzzling if you've never experienced this before, that you can cut all the power off and the lights will stay on for a good 30 seconds because the capacitors are like little batteries and you have to wait for the capacitors to drain. But they will go out, I assure you. My nose is running. I don't know, I think I have allergies. I've never had allergies before, but I don't know what else it could be. Let's see. Johnny Jacquin says, long-term and short-term goals. What is expected for you in progression to, or if changes appear for your business? Well, the one thing that stays constant is change. It's always changing. It's always shifting and moving. And it's important that you're able to shift and move with it. So I like to be in control of my business and my life. I don't like to leave things to chance and hope and positive feelings. And what has happened to me is I gave myself enough work that I was kind of dog paddling in water with my head like this, and the water's right here. And I'm like, I'm fine, I got this, you know? And then this whole pandemic hit, and the water was getting right about here, and I said, this is fine, this is fine. And then before you know it, I was like, and I have been drowning, I have been underwater for about 8 months, I'd say. And I try not to show it. I come out on the YouTube and I'm like, everything's fine, don't worry about it. But you can tell, you know, when it takes 5 months to get a computer built, something's going on. I'm not spending all day in bed. I wish. No, I don't wish, because then I'll just be a pile of jelly with no muscle mass, and I'll just be this, you know, Jabba the Hutt character. So no, I don't want that. But I have a lot of tenacity, and I'm stubborn. And it reminds me when I was a teenager and I was living around San Diego, and I had a boogie board. A boogie board's like a short surfboard, you know, maybe like, where am I? Maybe like yay big. It's like yay big. And you just, you know, ride it out to the wave, and then you hug it. You don't stand on it, you just hug it. And I got caught underneath a wave, and the wave pulled me under the water. And if you've ever been pulled under the water before, it's a very... People are going to react in one of two ways. You're going to give up. You're going to go, I'm done, and you're going to drown. Or you're going to say, not today, right? Like if you were walking through the hallway of your house and you turned into a room and there were like 3 invaders in your home holding knives and guns and chains, there are some people that would react to that by simply don't even put up a fight, and then they just kill you. You just don't. That's not me. Like if I turn the corner of my house and suddenly there's 3 invaders in my house, I'm like, oh, it's on. There's no part of me that ever goes, oh, well, I guess I'm dead now. Oh, I'm going down with a fight. So when my business got to a point where I'm underwater, I have been underwater for about 8 months. And it's taking everything I can give to just try to not go deeper, right? I mean, I'm trying to get to the surface. I'm trying to get back to having the water, back being under control is the analogy. I'm trying to use the water as an analogy for having control of my business. And when the business has control of me and I'm just trying to catch up to it, that's what I'm referring to as underwater. And so everything's getting backed up and taking longer. So for me right now, where I see the future of my business going is I'm not taking on any new business until I can take care of the business I already have and get my head back over the water level again. And if I have to hold my breath, figuratively speaking, and for 12 months, you'd say, well, nobody can hold their breath for 12 months. The analogy kind of falls apart. But what I'm saying is it's an extreme tenacity and stubbornness that not everybody has in them. And I think a lot of people would have given up. A lot of people would have said, nope, I'm out. I'm not doing, there's too much stress. I can't handle it. We're not all built the same. Me, I'm like, okay, whatever this is, I'm gonna tire it out. It's a fisherman. I mean, keep using analogies. Fisherman goes catching one of them big sunfish or whatever. You got to tire that thing out, and it's going to take a lot out of you. But the idea is that it tires out before you do. So you've got to outlast. What it amounts to is a word called attrition. And attrition is simply being the last man standing. It's not that you were better. It's not that you were more skilled. It's that you outlasted. Like the game Survivor, outwit, outlast, outplay. It doesn't matter how strong you are or how old you are or how fit you are. It matters how stubborn you are. And if you can place mind over matter and sort of believe that you're in control, whether you are or not, that you believe that in the situation, that you are handling it, that it is not controlling you, and that you will wrestle back more control as you wait for it to get tired, and then you are stronger because of it. You have an amazing experience, and I will probably sleep for a long time once I can relax. Like once all of this work and stress is done and I can look and see there's no projects, I'm gonna feel so much better inside than I do right now. I'm feeling a lot of stress. There's so many things going on, and you only know about this many of them. And my private life is not my YouTube channel, and I don't want to ever make this about me. This is about educating the public. It's about running a business. It's about self-sufficiency, and it's about, I hope, it is not only about surviving, but thriving. And resilience is probably the most important quality if you want to be in this for the long term. As a business owner, you've got to be resilient. You've got to have the resources, but more importantly, you have to have the attitude and the stamina to stay like a bull rider holding on to that bull. Some people fall off the bull right away. There are professional bull riders that can stay on that thing long after the bell, goes off, and you're like, okay, that's it, you did it. It doesn't necessarily relate to strength. It relates to a mental attitude. I believe that. Not that I've ridden a bull, but I've got a lot of experience in bull. That's what I've been told. So for right now, my only vision at this point is to get my head back above water, where it was. And once it's there, then I'd like to come out of the water. I've been in the water a long time, and it'd be nice to actually come on out. I'll go back in again, but I just want to come out for a little while. But I can't do that yet. The water's still over my head. So I have to be resilient, and I have to be stubborn, and I have to maintain my focus, and I have to endure the stress, the anxiety, and the pressure just a little bit longer, and it'll soon be behind me. Once I've achieved that, then I can look beyond that. But for right now, that's all I can see. I truly believe that if you, I don't want to say you personally, but I think if most people were in my situation, you wouldn't be. You'd say, no, I'm not, this isn't worth it. I'll go work at McDonald's. It's a lot easier. I'll clock in, I'll clock out, I'll get my check, I'll go home. This isn't for everybody. But this is me. This is what I do. And it's perfect for me. And I complain about the challenge, but if I wasn't being challenged, I'd be bored and I'd complain about that. So I'll be complaining. Get used to it. Everything can be better. Nothing's perfect. And I always want to strive for better. And right now, you know, we knew the potential of this pandemic when it first hit, but we've been through this boy who cried wolf scenario with MERS, and with MERS, with SARS, with bird flu. I mean, we've heard this over and over again. It's coming, and then nothing happens. So I felt like this was probably going to be more of the same, and it turns out not so much. And I didn't know the impact it was going to have in IT or in distribution. So whether or not I felt like it was going to affect me didn't change the fact that it affected me. And then other aspects of things that have happened in my personal life I could not have predicted. And so all of that gets piled on. And there's a lot of unfinished business that won't be able to complete. Well, it will be able to be complete. It's just taking a longer amount. What used to take me a month is now taking me several months. So the progress, the pace at which I'm moving is much, much slower, but at least I'm still moving forward. And that's all I can say about that. You know, with regards to having a second studio or, you know, getting this place and getting there, it's just more and more pressure. And it's stuff I thought was going to be resolved 2 months ago, but it's still not resolved today. Despite all the effort and time and research that I've spent into this, I have accomplished nothing in regards to solving it. And it's not all in my hands. You know, it requires the cooperation of others, and everybody else is also buried. And so my priority isn't their priorities. And I will be patient, and I will be resilient. And one way or another, I will be on top. I don't know when, and I don't know how. But there's no option. There's no choice. I have to. If I don't, I potentially lose everything. So how badly are you willing to fight to keep what you have? That's what it comes down to. Planet Cryos with another contribution, $5. He says, right on, Carey. Yeah, I feel like giving this evening. Take a break. You need and deserve it. I can't. I could take a little break. You know, I've been trying to take the weekends off, but for the most part, even on the weekends, I start working. Saturday night, I was up till 3:30 in the morning working on a system. And then, of course, I sleep in. If you go to bed, like I couldn't even sleep. I was so adrenaline fueled. I got back, I laid in bed for about 20 minutes, decided I couldn't sleep, started working on this one. And then I realized there were parts I needed back at the other house, and then I went to bed. I think it was 5 in the morning. And then I wake up at like noon, and I feel like someone beat me over the head, and I was in a fight and I lost. And I know if I go back to bed, I won't wake up till 3 in the afternoon. Then I won't be able to be tired until 5 or 6 in the morning. It's a terrible cycle. And when that happens, it just screws a whole day, because now my energy level is down, the following day, and I just can't seem to think clearly because I've given everything I got the night before. And then I'm just trying to, do some basic email stuff that doesn't require too much thought process. And then before you know it, the sun's down again, and maybe I'll try and unwind and watch some TV. I'll try and try and go to bed most nights around 2 to 3 in the morning is about the time I generally go to bed every night. So, my days do start later than most. I mean, you do 8 hours of sleep and do the math, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it can go too far. And if it swings too far, before I go to bed, it ruins the whole day. The whole next day is a complete lost day in productivity. So it's okay. There's nothing wrong with doing that once in a while. You know, if I've got that energy and I want to get it done, I'm gonna not fight it. I'm gonna allow it to happen. But I also know the next day not to plan too much, because I will not be the sharpest knife in the drawer. So a lot of what I do is it's all here. And so what ends up happening is, imagine if you did something physical for a long period of time. You might be sore the next day. I think that I use my head. I'm in my head so much that I reach a certain point of mental exhaustion that requires some equivalent recuperation time to sort of relax again and think clearly. And that's the best example I can give. A very cerebral person, and I think too much. And so that can make it very difficult to sleep. And when I do sleep, I'm unconscious. You know, it's pretty extreme. But like I said, I'm not taking on any more work. If an existing customer has work for me, of course I will take it. But I'm not taking on any new customers until I can get ahead of this, because I am buried and I can't hire anybody to help me. I'm not hiring anybody during a pandemic. That's crazy. So I will continue to do everything by myself. And when these people get back to me about this place, I hope they say yes. I'm in a weird situation where if they tell me you can start paying us a couple of $1,000s every month, I will say thank you. Because it's costing me a couple of $1,000s to not pay it, because I can't fix the internet problem the way I want to, the way I know we'll fix it and be done with it so I can move on. There's a lot of things I could do here if I were paying the money to officially make it mine. But because I'm not paying any money, I can't do anything. So my hands are tied, which limits how much money I can make. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes, you know, the old adage, it takes money to make money. It's never been truer in this case. You know, somebody might think, I'll do you a favor, I'll loan you the place. It's not doing me a favor. Doing me a favor will be allowing me to put all the utilities in my name and allow me to pay for it so I can freely do what I need to do, instead of trying to patch together something that meets all of these certain requirements, which is not as good as just doing it right. And doing it right means it's going to cost a little bit of money. But when it costs money, I can make more money and my life gets easier. So, you know, I get frustrated when I see people scraping the bottom of the barrel on a computer build. And I'm like, oh man, you're going to hate that computer. It's going to be nothing but problems. But I don't have the money. We're not rich and can't afford that. Trust me, you don't have to be rich to afford something decent. And it will pay. You will make more money. You will save money and time by spending a little bit more to get something decent than just trying to get the bare minimum and making that work and keeping it working. It will cost you more money for the cheaper thing. Sometimes cheaper is more expensive, and sometimes slower is faster. We've talked about this. There's old parables, the tortoise and the hare. This all applies, and I can tell you with 30 years of experience in the real world dealing with customers, that the customers with the most problems are the ones that have the cheapest stuff. And they'll spend more, ultimately at the end of the day, in time and money to get their cheap stuff working. And over time, it will add up. And the people who buy something decent, doesn't have to be high-end, just decent, middle ground, generally speaking, those people will save money and time because they'll get something that's decent and it just works and it'll continue working for years. Statistically, problem-free. Jose E contributes $50. Wow, it's a very generous contribution. A shout out and a thank you to Jose for that. Is Jose a moderator? He is. Thank you, Jose. It's very generous. I've had commenters say things like, oh, this guy talks about his money. Why does this guy care about money so much? I'm like, hold on, how much did you pay for this video? Sounds like you care about money too. But when I do it, when I explain to you the expense of producing these videos, somehow some viewers interpret that as me sort of chasing money, which is weird to me. How do you think videos get made? And those people also don't have any videos of their own. They're consuming my content for free, and I assume other people's content, and then complaining about the subject matter of a video they clicked on voluntarily that they paid nothing for. And they're going to tell me about money. You got to love the internet, man. You got to love it. But these are real world challenges. These are the challenges I face in running the business. And I try to offer as much full disclosure here on the channel. I think I go far more behind the scenes than most YouTube channels with the frustrations and the obstacles that I face. Because most of the time, the general attitude is, if you're making a YouTube video and you have thousands of people watching you, never let them see anything's wrong. Always have a smile and always pretend like nothing's wrong. That's lying to you. So you want to be lied to? Really? You just want all this polished content and you don't want to pay for it and everything's always good and whatever the problems are, you don't want to hear about it. Just more content, please. And also, don't talk about money. And also, now you're going to start telling me what to do for the free content. Like, it's so preposterous. So I'm saying to those people, you have a billion YouTube channels to choose from that all do that. How many YouTube channels do what I'm doing? If you don't value it, then it's not for you. That's fine. I didn't make it for you. I made it for people who value it. And boy, wouldn't it be great if this was a trend, right? Wouldn't it be great if other YouTube creators, if it became a normal thing to talk about challenges? Now, I saw Bitwit come on and talk a little bit about his personal life. I don't agree with that. Like, that's his personal life, and I understand he has viewers that care about him and are concerned about what's going on in his personal life. But I think he puts himself in a very bad position of gossip when it comes to going through his personal life. Now, if what we're doing here is a gossip channel and that's what it's about, if I'm, what's that guy's name? Oh, I can't think of his name. All he does is gossip. That's what he does. So if we're going to talk about other people, then it makes sense to talk about yourself. I can't think of the guy's name. Like, before TMZ, this guy, he's got like a takeoff of like a Kardashian name or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway. Life is temporary. You're here. I'm here. We happen to be crossing paths at the same time. And we're all here for just a few decades, right? Some of us will be here a little longer, but very few of us will be here for 10 decades. Some of us, but very few of us. Most of us somewhere between 5 and 8 decades. It's not a lot of time. And if it's important to you that you impress people about who you want to appear to be, nobody's going to know who you were. You know what I mean? Like, in 100 years after you're dead, sure, your kids and your friends will miss you when you're gone, but what about their kids? And certainly their kids' kids. They won't even know who you were. So rather than worrying philosophically about how much I impress people that are here temporarily, as am I would rather do what most people aren't doing, and that is be brutally honest to a level. Like, there's some things that's just none of your business. Some stuff that's just like, you don't have to worry about that. But there's other things like the challenges that relate to business that I particularly want to highlight. And YouTube has become a significant part of my business. And so when I face challenges on YouTube, I want to explain them to you. Just as I explain how to build a computer, I also want to explain the challenges I face as a growing YouTube channel. Because a lot of people, they go, wow, you've got over 300,000 subscribers. You did it, How's that feel? I don't feel like I did anything. I feel like 300,000 subscribers is a drop in the bucket. There's 7.5 billion people on this planet, half of which don't even have internet access. So for me, when I see other tech channels with 11 million subscribers, and I have a measly 300,000 subscribers, I know that if I really want to make a meaningful impact on YouTube, I need to have 1 million subscribers. But on average, I get about 3,000 subscribers each month. So if I'm getting 3,000 subscribers, you can do the math on this. If I keep doing everything the way I've been doing it, then I think I'll be 142 years old before I hit 1 million. Like, that's a very slow growth rate. 3,000 a month isn't going to get me where I need to be. That's got to be like at least 10,000 a month to even be feasible. And I'd rather need like 3,000 a day, you know, to get to levels of, you know, PewDiePie and these other guys. Like, I'm never going to get to PewDiePie level. That's never going to happen. But I sure would love to hit 1 million subscribers. Not that it pays me more, but then if somebody says, how does it feel now that you've made it on YouTube? I'll agree, I did make it on YouTube. But until I hit 1 million, I've not made it. I haven't done anything you couldn't do. You could do this too. I've been doing this since 2008. It's not like I did it overnight. I've been growing very little every single day for the last 12 years. Like a tree, in 150 years, I'll get there. So if I want to hit that number while I'm alive, I need to change some things. I need to start appealing to the masses and doing some things differently. And I have to sort of confront this idea that most people are not appealing. They don't find the behind the scenes honesty appealing. They want to be lied to. They want scripted, polished content. And so what I have to figure out, the nut I have to crack is, how do I do both? And I haven't figured that out yet, but I'm working on it. And I hope that these videos stand as a diary, regardless of how all this turns out. That we can see the decisions I made, you'll understand why I made those decisions, and I hope it helps somebody. I hope somebody watches that and goes, well, he tried that and it didn't work, or he tried it and it did work, whatever it is, because there's a lot of different things that lead to more successful videos. And one of those is more clickbaity titles and thumbnails. And I'll tell you, I am not below making my titles more clickbaity because it works. And if the viewers out there would stop clicking on that crap, it wouldn't be an issue for me. But because the viewers insist on it, it doesn't really leave me much choice. If that's the way we're going to play the game, how can I expect to win a game if everybody else is playing by a different set of rules than me? So you're probably going to see more clickbaity titles, honest, because I'm trying to grow the channel. And unfortunately, it's very clear to me that works. I've seen a number of channels. I'll look at Scotty Kilmer's videos are very clickbaity titles, very clickbaity. And he's way more successful than me. And it's not illegal and not breaking any rules. But it's not real creative. Like, it's not really thinking out of the box. So I haven't reached that point, but I'm the older I get, and the fact that those subscriber numbers aren't going up, I want you to understand, if you start seeing that you'll understand that the reason it's done is because that's how it's done. And I can't change it all by myself. I can't change what makes people click on stuff. And if the end result is by doing that, I'm going to gain 10 times more viewers, I'd be a fool not to do it. So that's absolutely in the plans, unfortunately. But what's not in the plans is selling out, right? What's not in the plans is doing something that would devalue my morals and ethics. And that clickbaity title thing is right on the line, I gotta be honest. But at the end of the day, I'm not charging anybody for it. So I don't feel like it's manipulation or that I'm profiting from. And I hate to say it, but everybody else is doing it. And the people that are doing it are not financially, they are doing better on YouTube than I'm doing. They're more successful than I am. What would you do if you were me? It's a tough place to be, but it's coming. I know the clickbaity titles are coming. I was building a new Intel system and then this happened. There's your title. Every news agency does it. CNN does it. Fox News does it. Every headline. And then if you look at the advertisements embedded at CNN, they intentionally look like news articles, but you got to look closely because it says sponsored. And the titles look like news headlines, and they're very clickbaity. And they make a ton of money because the people click on them. So as long as you guys are going to click, well, not you guys, but as long as YouTube viewers are going to fall for that crap, I'm a fool for not taking advantage of it. Don't you agree? Help me out. I'm trying to justify something I'm having a hard time with, but I don't know what choice I have. But that's the YouTube side of things. Like, I wouldn't run my business that way, my PC repair business. I wouldn't overpromise and underdeliver, but those people are paying me by the hour. Nobody on YouTube is paying me by the hour, right? They're getting all the content for free. And we have a handful of viewers that contribute to the channel and support the channel, without whom I wouldn't even have this place. Because, I mean, I'd have the place, but everything here is a duplicate. It's a duplicate camera, duplicate microphone, duplicate tools, so I can film in 2 locations. Do you have any idea how much money there is involved in the lights, the tripods, the light stands? It's well over $10,000 here and at the other place. That's over $20,000 added up. I have 7 streaming computers right now. And I have, so think about this. I have the little mini ITX system I was using here. Then I have this one. I have the Nuka-Cola case I never finished. I have the Xenos build I haven't finished. I have the original Threadripper build that I'm streaming from. I have the new Threadripper build. I have the big RGB build, right? That's 7 computers for streaming. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 video capture cards that are $899 a piece. 9, 18, 27, $3,600 in capture cards. Because if the streamer goes down, if the streamer goes down, I can't make a video. So what would you do if you were me and you've got, 600 people waiting for your live video and you've got a system down? You know what I do? Just like a flat tire on a car. I pull that tire down, put another tire up, get back to work. I'll fix the other system when I have time. So how much do you think that this is? A $4,600 computer. Threadripper, that's a $6,000 computer. That's $10,000 in 2 computers. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Now, I don't need that much power, but if I'm going to do it, I might as well make a video about it and make some money from it. And the more extreme the video is, the more views it gets. The more views it gets, the more money I make from YouTube, not from the viewers. So if I do an over-the-top $6,000 build, I get more views on that video, and that pays me better than if I do a standard $800 build. Even though the $800 build is more useful. What are you going to do? It's all a game. And we're measuring sort of practicality versus profitability. And those 2 things aren't necessarily always aligned. And well, the long haul build I have received a lot of feedback from people who've built that. Like I said, people have emailed me watching this video from a year ago saying, I can't find that motherboard you used. What do you recommend to replace it with? That's wonderful. That's what that video was supposed to do. It was never supposed to be a money maker. It wasn't supposed to be a viral video. It was supposed to be useful. And it acquired that. But useful doesn't pay the electric bill. That video has not generated enough money to justify making more videos like that. It doesn't, not that I won't make videos like that, but I can't just make videos like that because they cost more to make than I earn. And well, over time, they will eventually earn enough. It might take 10 years to make back the money it cost me to make the video. At the same time, for a joke, think about this. People would say, oh, you're in your kitchen. Do you ever cook in there? And I got sick of hearing it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to make a gaming pizza. And I showed how I make a pizza. Now, that video required very little editing. I spent about $12 in parts. And I was hungry and I was going to make it anyway. And all I did is film it and I put it on. And that video made just as much money as a $6,000 computer build video. So a video that cost $12 to make earned the same amount of money as a video that cost $6,000 to make. And the $6,000 video was more complicated, more complex, and it took more time. The other video, I was going to do it anyway. I turned the camera on to film it. And that earned the same amount. So does that mean if I'm chasing after the money, then I should just make more videos of me cooking and drop all this stuff? So, you know, there's this weird balance that I have to sort out between what I want to do and what I have to do. And no one says it's got to be one or the other. I could do a little of this, a little of that, a little of this, a little of that. And that should keep the variety on the channel, you know, so you never know what's coming from me. Subaru engine repair, make a pizza, build an Intel, build an AMD, build a Mini ITX, build an attack helicopter, whatever. It's all good. Going through the Gatorade tonight. Here's a fun one, just to go completely off topic. The garage is, generally speaking, a pretty dim area, usually not good lighting in a garage. And I was on Amazon and I saw this LED bulb. These things move. And it's got a base like a standard light bulb. And so you can screw this in. Obviously, it's not really a pretty light, so I don't know that you'd want to put this in a bedroom in the house. And it's blindingly bright. However, if you've got to put it, sometimes the housing, the bulb housing may interfere with, because this doesn't stick out very far. And they sell these on YouTube. Well, on YouTube. They sell these on Amazon. And this, you can put down into the base. And then you can screw this into like your garage door opener light. And then you can twist this around. But let's say the garage door opener light is, let's say it's sideways. Let's say your bulb goes in sideways. And then you can kind of hang this around the edge of the garage door opener and then down. And then if the light hurts your eyes, you can point these up like this. But if the light down below isn't bright enough, then you can straighten them out and do like that. And this is super bright, and these are very inexpensive. And you know, I love gadgets like this, stuff you don't see every day, and it's pretty cool. It is exactly what they say it is. I haven't put in them in the garage yet, but the garage desperately needs some more light. And I think this is going to solve it. And this little piece is the trick to the whole thing, honestly. This little flexible extension, I didn't even know such a thing existed. So Susan Harris says she's got these in her basement. I imagine these would be, you know, somewhere like a basement or a garage where you're not really looking for, you know, some beautiful lamp, but you're looking for utility. It seems like a great utility light. Gets the job done, as they say. I'm going to be making a video about my favorite tools as a technician, and everything from wire cutters, flash drives, all the tools I use. And there's a fairly new company on the market called iFixit. You probably heard of them. They have a number of tools, and they're very expensive for what you get, but they're also very high quality. These are not cheap tools in the sense that they're not poorly made. They're very well made. You are getting what you pay for. They are a bit overpriced. This is like a $70, $60 or $70 precision bit set. But I will show you why this is better than what Harbor Freight sells. First of all, you have a good carrying case here, and it's got magnets in all the corners. You see the little silver magnets in the corners? And so what happens when you take this lid off, which is a little difficult because it's magnetically closed. So the lid exposes, obviously, all your bits and your driver, two drivers there. What about this? Well, you see these little cutouts? That's for you to put your screws to keep everything separated if you want to, you know, if you're taking apart a laptop, you're like, I'll put these screws here. Now, they're not magnetized down here, but That's why the plastic has that mold. You may not even realize that. And then you can fit this piece underneath, and the magnets will attach to the magnets below if you just want it out of the way. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Now the driver handle itself, it's like this great alloy material and very smooth. If I turn this, you don't even hear it. It's weighted very nicely. It's very heavy and it's solid. Like you could, the end of mankind could come and go and a whole new generation of man can exist, and they could be digging in a landfill somewhere and this will be perfectly functional. That's how well it's made. So yeah, it's going to cost a bit more money for these kind of tools. But I want you to understand that I did not buy all of my tools in one day. And I would never recommend to you that you should run out and buy all the tools I have. I bought the tools I needed to do whatever job I needed to do. And then of course, when the job is done, I keep the tool. And after 30 years, I've got a lot of tools. What has been happening with manufacturing is there's a lot of stuff now that's snapped together. Now, when I was growing up, a snapped together model, you could buy, models of cars and planes. You had ones that didn't require glue, and they were considered sort of the novice models for people who just didn't know what they were doing. So because I grew up like that, when I see electronics that are snapped together, it feels like it's for little kids. But that being said, spudgers are now a major tool that I need, and I went online and I went looking for spudgers because I needed one spudger one time, and now since then I've needed it about 6 more times. So iFixit makes this universal kind of spudger that looks like it's pretty heavy duty called Jimmy, and again, it's way overpriced, but it appears to be very well made. And then you can look on Amazon for some cheap stuff made in China. This will probably get the job done, but I don't know how long it'll last. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't last very long because I don't have a big investment in it. This is another kit, again, on Amazon. You can buy it. It's a bunch of little spudgers and stuff. It's got an anti-static wrist strap in there that I'll never wear. I think it's $10 for that whole kit. And then this one looked pretty nice. This is a bunch of different spudgers that are metal. I don't like the plastic ones because the edges wear out on them. And unfortunately, I'm running into more and more electronics that require spudgers. So I thought, well, I'm gonna go buy a bunch of different spudgers, and then if I break one, I'll just throw it away, I don't care. So that's been sort of my latest thing in my tools. Like I never needed spudgers 10 years ago. Now suddenly everything seemingly requires them. Certainly any laptop work I do, I'm gonna be using a spudger. And you don't have to buy the expensive iFixit stuff. In fact, if you just buy the tools you need for the job, then you'll still eventually end up with a lot of tools. Like the laptop, my Dell XPS 15 9570, basically everything I need is in this kit. But if I didn't have $60 or $70 to buy this kit, I could spend $7 and get like a MacBook repair kit, which uses all the same size bits and spudger as my Dell. And it's advertised for Macs. And I'm just looking over here to see if I have it. I have it somewhere. Hold on, I'm walking around back here trying to find. Oh, Carey, you got too much going on, man. Where did I put it? It should be down here. Well, this is one of them. This is just, if you have a bit handle like I have, you can just buy the bits themselves. So you can see this kit is sold on Amazon and it contains a 12-piece Torx set. And this one here is also a 12-piece Torx set, but you'll see the sizes are different. Right? And you can buy both of these for a fraction of the cost of that, but this also has a crap ton of bits in it. This is a handful. This is a handful, and that's a crap ton. I think that's the, but there's a kit here that was like $6.99 that literally has just what I need for opening up the laptop. Oh wait, here's another one. This one, I haven't even opened this one. This is called Tech Man. All of this is on Amazon. I don't even know what's in here. It's probably more of the same. But there's one more, I'm telling you, and it's really the only one I needed. I got a little out of control because I wanted to see what the difference was besides the price. Bear with me. It's here somewhere. I swear I had it up here. Why is it not where I left it? That's all I want to know. How did it grow legs and walk away? It's here. Come on now. Come on, where is it? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. It's not there. It's not here. It's a riveting video you're watching, isn't it? Come on. TikTok, Carey. Hey, I bet if it was a bag of chips, I'd know where it was. That is weird. It was supposed to be over here. It's not here anymore. Or is it? What is this? No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Did I put it in here? No. No, I did not. Well, as soon as I go off the camera, I'm sure I'll find it. But it's a little package like this. Oh, maybe it is this package. It's literally got the T5 Torx I need, the steel spudger I need, and I believe it was this one. It was like $6.99. It's real cheap. But it has everything I need to open that Dell XPS 15, but it's advertised for MacBook repair. Who knew? I don't know. I don't work on MacBooks, but you know, I still won't. When you're trying to get a video card out, this is a little frustrating. You ever try and get a video card out of a system? There's a release lever, and as you can probably not see, the release lever is located below the RAM, underneath the heatsink here, below the RAM and above the video card. So how are you supposed to, like I've got pretty small hands and I can't even get my fingers are not even touching the top of the RAM, and I've got to get further than that to hit the release lever to remove this graphics card. And you know what? This graphics card's got to come out anyway, so let me show you how I do that. And this is a trick I learned from Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions, because I was getting frustrated and there doesn't seem to be a professional tool for this. And I would really like to get my own line of tools. And I talked to the folks at iFixit about spinning off a line of tools that would be my color scheme and my bit sets. And I also have some ideas for tools that don't exist, and they didn't seem too interested. So I'm still pursuing that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the graphics card out of here. And I have to loosen this piece. This piece slides up. Yeah, that's good enough. We'll take these out. Okay. Set that there. I always like to make sure my clutch is on 3 because I was using this for some work around the house. Now to release this graphics card, right back there, there's a lever I've got to push down. And I said to Anthony over at Remus Computer Solutions, I said, how do you do that? How do you get to that? Because I wiggle the card and it just takes a lot of patience, and eventually it comes out. And he says, what you got to do? He says, Anthony tells me this story. He says, I found myself in that position too, Carey. And I looked around the house to see what I had. And my dad had a set of flat rulers, steel rulers. They're metal and they're flat, and I had them laying around the house. So, you know, Anthony's a guy like me. You want to use what you've got. It's a basic everyday ruler. I haven't used a ruler since I was in elementary school. And he said it was a property his dad had it laying around the house. You take the ruler, and that's thin enough and strong enough so you can get right down into the tight spot and push that lever back. Let's see if you can hear it. And you do sometimes have to wiggle the card a little bit. But I would love to make a professional tool with a rubber handle on it, and then maybe put sort of a rubber end on it so if it slips, it doesn't scratch up your motherboard. And I bought a number of these because I wasn't quite sure, you know, if a shorter one would be better than a longer one. And this longer one I found has cork on the back of it, so it would be less likely to damage anything. So I would love to develop a tool with my name on it that's specifically for this function right here. Oh, I probably should unplug it though, huh? Almost a two-person job here. You do kind of still have to wiggle the card a little bit. There it is. And there's our graphics card. That had to come out anyway. So there you go. There's a little tip from Anthony to me to you. But I would very much like to invent my own tool with my own branding, because I don't think that there is sure, there's spudgers you could use, I guess, but I think it should have the right edge on it. And spudgers, generally speaking, don't have the proper edge. It'd be nice if it even had a little sort of a cutout that could sit right at, because you don't want to push the connector straight on, right? You don't want to be like this. The connector swings open, so you want to be over on this edge of it, so you get the leverage. So it'd be nice if there was like a little hook that it could kind of grab into it, and then when you push it down, it would be a lot easier effort. Patrick Russo says he uses wooden chopsticks to release GPUs. But what I'm saying is there should be a tool for that, and one does not exist. So that's where this is a long way around me explaining or justifying that you can buy as all the tools in the world doesn't mean it's going to be a tool that you need. And that the tool you need may end up just being a ruler. And the tool to use the ruler is here in your head, to have the imagination to put those two things together to utilize it in a way it wasn't originally intended, but will get the job done. And then I can use that to go to a tool manufacturer and go, hey, I got some ideas for tools that don't exist. Here's one of them, right? And I thought I fix it to be like, hey, it's a great idea. Not so much. I said, you know, I could probably sell tens of thousands of dollars of your tools. And they said, that's nice. That's not what they said, but they might as well have said it. I said, why don't you give me an affiliate link and I'll sell your tools? They said, we don't do that. I said, well, then why would I advertise your tools for you? Well, you could use an Amazon link and make Amazon commissions. I go, Amazon commissions are like 1.5%. Commission direct sales would be like 20%. And furthermore, when I make sales on Amazon, you won't know they came from me. This is the problem I had with Scythe, the cooler manufacturer. I said, do you have any idea how many of your coolers I've sold? And they said, nope. We have sold a lot through Amazon though. I go, well, why do you think that is? They go, I don't know. Could be because of your videos. We don't really know. So yeah, Amazon pays a little tiny bit, but I could make a lot more with a true partnership commission. Like with RoboForm or Acronis, I don't make 2%. Come on. And furthermore, even if I did make 2%, there's a coupon code or a special link that the seller who's making the sale knows where that link generated. If it generated from my YouTube, then they can measure the value of my influence, right? And they might say, hey, this guy, sells product for us. Say, we like this guy. But if all the sales are directed to Amazon and everybody else is directing sales to Amazon, how do you know which of those sales resulted from me and which of those sales resulted from, whatever? And so when you try and reach out to a company and they're suggesting that, I don't even entertain it anymore. I'm like, never mind. I thought we could help each other, but if you don't want to play ball, then keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you're surviving without me this whole time, and I was surviving without you, and I guess we'll just continue to survive independently. But imagine if we worked together, how much better we could be. And they didn't seem interested at this time. Let's hope the future changes that, because I do like their tools. And the people weren't rude at iFixit. They said, hey, we'll send you every tool we've got, free, gratis. Says, no, thank you. Every tool you've got would probably add up to no more than $300 or $400. And I'm talking about selling tens of thousands of dollars of your tools. So a commission on that would be multiple thousands of dollars. So if I just buy your tools and I'm not under your obligation, then I can just do what I want, and I just won't go out of my way to promote your tools because there's nothing in it for me. On the other hand, I'm not going to insult their tools. Their tools are good. I like their tools. I think they're overpriced, but you get what you pay for. I think the tools will last you a very long time. If I could be associated with them in some way, or we could have an official affiliate partnership, I would very much like that, but they said they don't do that. Or I'm not big enough yet, which is probably the main factor here. They might be like, he said he's going to sell tens of thousands of dollars worth of tools. Like, that's a lot of money. I mean, they might have influencers that sell hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of tools. I don't know. So these are more of the challenges of staying in business, right? If I can get sponsorships from companies that I'm going to use anyway, that's a win-win situation for everybody. Them, me, you. But if those companies don't want to work with me, if I can't get Scythe on board, if I can't get iFixit on board, there's others. You know what I mean? I just have to go to other companies I use and open my mind up a little bit, because I might be using something I don't even think about it. And, oh yeah, I should probably reach out to those folks. And then hopefully they see the value in what I'm offering, and we have a wonderful partnership, and you guys win with some great offers. I always tell potential sponsorships, they've got to offer you something better than you can get anywhere else. And working with a VPN provider, because a lot of people have been asking me about VPNs. And I'm very concerned about the false sense of security that people think. Overall, I keep hearing people thinking they can break laws and get away with stuff because they have a VPN, or thinking they can't be swatted because they use a VPN when they're gaming. And none of it's true. It's simply not true. That doesn't mean VPNs don't hold value. It just means that what I'm hearing from people online is they seem to think it's a get out of jail free card, and it is not that. So I have a VPN provider that I use, but I'm reluctant to recommend VPNs because I'm afraid that'll come back to bite me on the butt, where somebody will say, well, I used the VPN Uncle Carey recommended, and now I'm going to jail. VPNs don't make it possible for you to get away with illegal activity. And if you think it does, you're going to be mistaken eventually. It will catch up with you. So I'm working with them, but the offer they're making, it feels pretty boilerplate. It feels like the same offer. There's a couple of sites you should know about. One's called commissionjunction.com. Any vlogger, blogger, creator can go to commissionjunction.com, and there are thousands of companies that will give you, a URL for a advertising campaign to pay you a commission, and it's all boilerplate. Everybody gets the same thing. It's all automated. No human beings are involved. I don't want that. I want a special deal. You guys are special. You're a special audience. You're a special community. And the sponsor has to understand you're not like other audiences. And it's a hard thing to get through to their marketing companies because they think everybody's the same. Like, this is not the same. And if you humor me, I'll prove it. And sometimes they won't even humor me. They're just like, no, this is how we do it. He says, our product, this is our coupon, this is our rules. And I'm like, all right, never mind, I'll go to someone else. If it can't be special for my audience, then why do it? They can get that deal anywhere. There's another site, and this one's shocking. If you've ever left a review on Amazon, there's a website, it's called AMZ, come on, Carey, what is it? Basically, it allows sellers to pay a fee to look at the contact information for people who have left reviews so they can reach out to you directly and say, hey, I noticed you left a review on this cookbook, and we have a cookbook, and we want to boost, obviously we want to get some reviews on it. We'll send you a free copy of the book. And you think, well, how did they get my contact info? And it's a website, and it's called, I just learned of this. I had no idea. It's called AMZ. I'll find it. AMZDiscover.com. And AMZDiscover.com, they have 6 ways to find Amazon reviewers for free. Customer reviews are highly important for Amazon sellers, and I'm just reading from the website, by the way. And positive reviews can greatly help to increase the conversion rate of a new listing by a few percentage points. For a new listing, just because you have an advertising budget, so it's no guarantee you're going to receive positive reviews or an increase in sales. If an optimized listing has increased positive reviews, then the rankings and sales will obviously improve. If the listing receives negative reviews, however, it will suffer a disastrous decline. It's clear that positive reviews are crucial to increasing listing rankings and product sales. It's one thing to know this, but it's another thing altogether to know how to best take advantage of it. And Amazon sellers have been racking their brains trying to think of ways to find reviewers, and more importantly, get more positive reviews from them. And so there's a listing of 6 methods to obtain reviews and lays out the pros and cons for each. The aim is to help Amazon sellers to increase their listing rankings, right? The more reviews it has and the more positive reviews it has, the higher up in the search when you search for something on Amazon. That's how Amazon's search engine decides what to list first. So imagine you're a seller on Amazon. Obviously, you want to be in the rankings, on the top rankings, and you want to sell. And so this website is called AMZDiscover.com, and it's eye-opening. And it's eye-opening for a number of reasons. 1, to know that such a thing exists. And 2, to either remove yourself from it or take advantage of it, to make sure that you start reviewing things on Amazon. If you want to start getting offers from folks to review their stuff, like this, I'm tempted to share with you a sampling of a month's worth of emails that I get. And there's a part of me that wants to say yes to every single offer, regardless of what it is. Socks, books, baby monitors, everything. Apps, lots of apps. I don't know what I do with iOS apps, but the companies reach out to me all the time with iOS apps. Hey, we love your channel. We think you'd love our iOS app. You haven't seen my channel because you know I don't do anything with apps and certainly nothing with Apple. So I know that's a boilerplate message. They don't love my channel. All they did was they looked at my numbers. And the guy's got good numbers. And companies will utilize you as free marketing. They will utilize what you have built on your own as a way to make it out like they're doing you the favor. Hey, we'll send you this $20 product free of charge. You can keep it. I'd rather just buy the $20 product. So I can sell $3,000 worth of your product, you're going to give me a $20? No. That works out really well for you, doesn't it? But if you're just an average, let's say you don't have a blog, let's say you don't have a video, a YouTube channel, Your Amazon review is a very different thing from like a YouTube review. And Amazon reviews particularly are very, very important to Amazon sellers. Like I get people reaching out to me all the time selling on Amazon who have no idea I have a YouTube channel. They just see that I review stuff on Amazon and it shows up, I'm guessing with AMZ Discover. And I get these emails that say, oh, I noticed you reviewed whatever this is. And I just think, oh, they must have, looked at people who reviewed that by going to this Amazon page and looking. No, that's not how they did it. They went to AMZ Discover and it showed them, and that's how they got my contact information. And I'm okay with it. But if I had known this is where my information was coming from, I would have kept that in mind in what I wanted to review. You understand? So if I want to receive certain items, I better make sure I'm reviewing in certain categories. Like I'd love to they have these little jump starters for your car now that are like this big. I don't know if you've seen them. It's a little lithium-ion battery and it'll jump start your car like 40 times between charges. Now it's not very often I have a dead battery, but that thing's damn cool. They're not very expensive, 70, 80 bucks. There's numerous videos over the course of the last 4 or 5 years demonstrating them. It's nothing new. And you can use them to charge your cell phone. You can use them as a flashlight. They have multiple purposes, and it can jumpstart a car. You think this little thing cannot jumpstart a car? Oh yes, and it'll do it multiple times. I'd like to have one, but I don't really need it. But if a company were to send one to me to review it and I'll keep it, I totally would do that. And the reason I'm telling you this is it's not because I have a YouTube channel that they'll send it to me. It's because I will have reviewed some other automotive thing. And because it's like 80 bucks, they'll just send it to you in exchange for an Amazon review. Now, I'd also like to have one of those fancy OBD2 readers that's like a computer screen, then you plug it in, and not the Bluetooth cheap crap that goes to your phone. I don't want that nonsense. I want a professional scan tool. But those are upwards, $1,500 to $3,000. And even with those, most of the time, they won't give it to you. They'll loan it to you to make a video, and you have a certain time period to do it, and then you've got to return it. And the reason I share this information with you is that you can participate in this if you want to, and they'll make offers to you, but you need to start reviewing stuff. You don't have to give it 5 stars. You just review things honestly. And you'll be put into that database on AMZ Discover. And you'll soon start getting emails from related topics. So if you're reviewing books, you'll get, hey, I'm a first-time author. Nobody knows who I am, but I saw you reviewed this sci-fi book and you like sci-fi, and I wrote this sci-fi book. And, they usually are pretty polite. Hey, sorry if I'm bothering you, blah, blah, blah. You could be in Kindle, whatever, and they're just looking for Amazon reviews in exchange. Anybody can do it. So if you got a lot of time on your hands and you're looking for some free stuff, but anyway, I was thinking I should go like a month and show you every single email offer I get in a month, and I should say yes to every one of them. And I should make like one master video where I go through all of the items I've received, and then I donate them all to Goodwill or something. However, as I previously mentioned, I'm underwater right now in work. So that, if I had no work to do, I could generate work for myself very easily. And I think you'd be shocked with some of the items I'm asked to review. And one of the things I'm asked to review most often is recovery software. And nobody should ever need recovery software. It is a thing that should not exist. People should be making backups. And if you have backups, you will never need recovery software ever in your life. Never, ever, under any circumstance, should recovery software ever be required. Now, I do understand that customers are customers. And as a technician, customer might bring me a flash drive that they accidentally erased, or a memory card. There's a true story. I accidentally erased the memory card while on vacation. While looking at the photos they took on the bus back to the airport, they accidentally formatted the flash drive, the memory card. And they thought something was wrong with the camera, so they took a test picture with it, and it was fine, and then they shut it off, and then they waited till they returned to the United States. They reached out to me, and I had to use recovery software on it. And I explained to them, because they took a picture, they overwrote previous data, but most of the data should still be there. And sure enough, I was able to recover all but like 2 of the pictures, because the picture that he took to test it overwrote the 2 of the pictures. But he was very happy with the results. And it was recovery software that I used for that. But it doesn't come very often where people need that. And as long as you always make backups, you would never be in that position. And backups are always cheaper to make than recovery. And recovery software really only works under certain circumstances. You know, if a drive fails, chances are there's no recovery software that you can buy that will recover it. It's pretty much just accidental deletions that you can recover from, and that's pretty much it. So I'm not a fan of it, but there's so much of it. Like, oh my gosh, the number of emails I get from companies that want me to promote their recovery software is shocking. And to test it, it's very, very time consuming to test recovery software. And as I mentioned, the stars have to align. You know, you have to need it for a very specific reason. Because if you have a drive failure, you're not getting that back through recovery software. That's got to go to a professional, like $300 data recovery at the very least. And, you know, depending on what your data is worth to you, how much you're willing to spend and how long you're willing to wait. And data recovery hardware runs into the tens of thousands of dollars. So it's definitely not cheaper to do it yourself. It's cheaper to send somebody who already made that investment. I could do my own front-end alignment on my car if I want to spend $2,000 on the machine and learn how to use it. Or I can pay $99 to have the shop do it for me once every 2 or 3 years. Which one makes most financial sense? It only makes sense to make the investment if I'm going to be doing it for a living and charging people for it so I can earn the money back. So I don't really get into data recovery because of the time it takes. It's very, very time consuming and very, very expensive. And I hate the idea that some of you may come to me in a panic and say, what recovery software do you recommend? Or you find a video where I'm recommending some because I took the sponsorship deal, you buy it and it doesn't work for you. And now you may have made a bad situation worse, and you certainly hit your wallet where it didn't help. And then you're probably not going to be happy with me. So I haven't promoted any recovery software for that reason, but my gosh, if there's one thing I get hammered with over and over and over and over and over and over and over, it's recovery software. Apparently there's a lot of money to be made in it, and there's a lot of recovery software out there. How well does it work? Depends on your situation. And thus far, I have not entertained any of those offers. But maybe one day I will. Maybe I'll just like take every offer offered to me and just put them all out there and just kind of do a half-assed review of it. Not even a review, an overview. Here's what it looks like. Here's what it's supposed to do. Here, you know, let's erase something and try and recover it there. Okay, it works. You know, that's not a real world scenario. That's not, oh my gosh, my drive's not reading anymore. That's why if you have a backup, you wouldn't care. You just say, oh, I'll just recover my backup. Who cares? All right, I haven't been looking at the chat. My apologies. So I've missed a lot of stuff here. Let's see. Contributions. Blackwatch contributes $5 Canadian. Hey, Blackwatch, thank you for that. Ward at 1210 with $5. He says, here's another $5 for some chips. Rick Lake with another contribution, $5. Thank you, Rick. Gates Aubin, $20 Canadian, said, I value the channel and everything you do for this community. I love your Windows 10 optimizer and Netfix. Thank you for sharing the knowledge. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much for valuing what I do. I wish everybody did. But the fact that everybody doesn't makes me appreciate you that much more. Thank you. Joe Bush, $9.99. He says, sorry I was late to class. The dog ate my router. Joe, go sit in the corner. Don't be tardy again. Joe's a good guy. Susan Harris with a $5 contribution said, I wish I had tons of money. I'd really like to give you so much more. I really value your videos and you yourself. You're a good man. You know, Susan, the idea behind the community isn't that one person should have to give more. Like if somebody's in a position where they want to support the community, it's great. No pressure. And if everybody in the community all gave $1 and there's 330,000 subscribers, I'd have 2 or 3 Teslas, but that's not how it works. We generally have a very small percentage of viewers who will contribute something, and that adds up. You know, don't apologize, please. I wish I could send more. The fact that you've sent anything at all is more than what 99% of the viewers offer. And I'm not complaining about it. I'm just wanting you to have my appreciation that you are very generous, and I appreciate it. And that you don't have to be rich to be generous. It's not about how much you give. It's about what you give. In other words, are you giving me your respect? Are you giving me your time? Your time is very valuable, and I respect it very much, and I will do my best to try not to waste it. I hope to make the most of our time, that it's entertaining or educational or both. I do value it. And when somebody's in a position where they can financially contribute anything, it means the world to me. And I want you to know that. It doesn't matter how much. Now, there are a handful, count on one hand, of viewers that have contributed very, very generously, more than I ever would imagine. And of course, you know, what do you say, right? I mean, those people just blow me away. And it's because of them that everybody else in the community receives the benefit. It's not because of me. It's those benefactors have made it possible for me to do more of this. So thanks really belongs to them. But it also belongs to every member of the community who spends time here, or there wouldn't be a community. So it's multifaceted, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. We're all not the same, and we all don't offer the same thing. And I don't ever want it to be like that, because then you won't have any individual value. Do you understand? If everybody is doing the same thing, then you're all equal pawns. You can come and go and won't be missed because you're all the same. The individuality of what makes the community what it is involves all different kinds of people. And there is a gratitude for each level. There's gratitude for people who don't contribute for whatever reason, but they're here and they're watching. And they may not participate in the chat for numerous reasons, but they're still watching. That counts. Then there's people who participate in chat regularly. That counts. There's people who contribute $1 here and there, or $2 or $5 or $10. That counts. There's people who order computers from me and say, hey, you have my permission to film this, even though I realize I'm probably going to have to wait 5 times longer to get it, but it's good for the community. I want to see my build, right? Those people make some of this content even possible. And then above and beyond that, there are people who are financially able to contribute an amount of money that I would have never expected from once, let alone multiple people. But multiple still, you know, I can count on one hand. But nonetheless, I didn't expect it at all. And it doesn't come in very frequently, but when it does come in, it's like, what? And those people make it possible. Like it all, if it was just the people contributing a lot of money, let's say, and depending on how you define a lot, and there's nobody else, then I'd be making content for 5 people. But if nobody's contributing anything and I'm making content for a large amount of people, but I'm making less content, or I don't have the quality, like the cameras and the microphones that I have, then the quality of the content goes down, or the frequency of the content goes down. So it's everything comes together. Everybody plays an important role for whatever it is that you do, or for whatever it is that represents your part of the community. It's important to me on every level, and that's why. It's a big picture situation here. Hugh Wong with 99 cents. Madi Yoel contributes $20. Now see, Madi has had me build him, what, 3 computers? 4 if you include the Anthony Remus build. That's one hell of a way of showing support. And Madi's been generous other ways as well. And you know, it's folks like Madi that I never thought, you know, what are the odds you're going to run into somebody like that, you know? Master Singleton contributes $8.15 Australian. He says, thank you so much for providing such useful things and up-to-date information for free. And usually people would pay thousands of dollars to hire consultants. I'll tell you the thing that's shocking to me. And it's also flattering, but it's shocking. I run into people from time to time that work in IT and they know who I am. That's a great compliment, because I've always been trying to bridge professional IT work with home enthusiasts. And YouTube is mostly, the big successful tech channels are all about the home enthusiast, and there's very little practicality to what they're doing. And it doesn't really represent IT work if you want to do that as a career. Like if I was a kid growing up watching some of these big tech channels, I'd say, wow, that looks fun. I want to do that for a living. That's not what you'll do for a living, what they're doing. You're not going to be lapping any CPUs. You're not going to be installing any liquid coolers or RGB lighting, and you won't be overclocking anything. Sorry to disappoint you, but what you will be doing is far more rewarding, and it can make you a lot of money, although it's often thankless. But your thanks comes in the term of a check, right? That's what they used to tell me. Say, where's my gratitude? And the boss would say, did you get paid? What do you mean, did I get paid? On payday, did you receive a check? I did. That's your gratitude. Now go back to work. So I'm self-employed now. Anyway, Planet Cryos again with another contribution, $5, says, take my money, just take it. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I was going somewhere with this conversation. These damn squirrels keep popping up everywhere. Come on, Carey, get it together, man. I've completely lost my train of thought now. Oh, I remember. So I went to lunch with a friend who I hadn't seen in a long time, and he's from out of state. And midlife, he changed careers, and we had this long period of time where we didn't talk to each other, like 20 years. So I didn't know he did this. Anyway, we start to catch up, and he says, "Oh yeah, I changed careers. I started working for the IT department at Ford Motor Company in Detroit, Michigan. And everybody in the IT department at Ford Motor Company knows who you are." Now, I've never worked at Ford Motor Company. So I'm like, okay, wow, that's cool. I have had people tell me, I've had teachers ask me if they can show some of my builds and how-tos, like the older stuff when I was, editing and not chasing squirrels. And I'm like, yeah, of course, show it in your classrooms, whatever. And I've had a number of people tell me that their teachers showed them my videos years ago. Most recently, a gentleman mentioned to me that he didn't know who I was, right? And then we met and I explained to him what I did. And then he comes back about 2 days later and he goes, "You're the real deal." I was like, "What? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" He goes, "Well, I never heard of you, but my brother-in-law went to ITT Technical Institute, and he said that he saw the teacher played your videos, that he was paying ITT Technical Institute for a degree in, I guess, IT, and they showed part of the class, and part of the education was apparently at some point showing some of your video content for educational purposes." This is years ago. He's like, he's impressed. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I'm flattered. Believe me, I'm flattered. The first taste I had of this was back in 2013 when I was really first made aware of it, and I had the Cosmos 2 build, the giant build I did. And the guy who brought it to me works at Intel, and I used to work at Intel, but understand that the Intel campus in Chandler, Arizona has, when I worked there in the 90s, there was, I think, 5,000 employees on campus. Intel worldwide has, I don't know, tens of thousands of employees. I don't know how many it is. So look, that's a lot of people. 5,000 people on campus, you don't expect people to know who you are. You know what I mean? Like if they're people you work with, there may be 20, 30 people that know who you are on a campus of 5,000 people. So the guy brings me the Cosmos 2, and I had just done the review of the NUC i3 back in 2013. and I criticized they didn't include a power cable, they being Intel, and the box, when you open the box, it played Intel's dun 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 dun, like a birthday card that you open it, it's got that same little speaker, the chipmunk singing. Yeah, when you open the box for the Intel NUC back in the day, some marketing genius thought it'd be great to spend the extra money for the box to play dun 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 dun. I'm like, well, I'm glad I paid for that. Good news is the i3 still works today. It's 8 years old, it still works great. It's never had a repair. But my first taste of that was this guy says, you know, I work at Intel, blah, 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 and he's got this computer, and would you build it on camera? I said I would. He was local, so I didn't have to ship this thing. This case is huge. And I built it for him, and we started talking on that initial day of meeting, and he said, everybody in my department watched your Intel NUC review. And I said, so you guys work in that department and that develops the NUC? He goes, no, we have nothing to do with that at all. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, you know, it didn't make any difference in the world, but I'm glad I got the attention of people at Intel, even if they weren't the right people. Or maybe I did. I don't know. You know, Intel doesn't include that stupid thing making the sound anymore, and they do include a power cable. Did I have anything to do with it? I don't know. But that's so flattering when people in professional IT say they know who I am. And yet, the people that I get the most grief from are YouTube viewers who have no professional experience. And that's so frustrating for me because I'm not trying to say I'm better than anybody else. Far from it. And I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than anybody else. Again, far from it. I'm trying to show how easy this stuff is. And if you're intimidated by it, hey, come out and hang out with me if you're interested, and I'll show you just how easy it is. Even a simpleton like me can do it. All you need is a little critical thinking. All you got to do is just sort of look at it logically, and you'll see it all makes sense. It's not a puzzle. It's not a mystery. It's not a special skill set. It's just logical thinking. And if you've never thought logically before, I'll show you how, right? And that's all I'm doing. That's it. And I want to show people, look how easy this is. I've had people leave comments that say, well, yeah, anybody could do this. I'm like, yeah, that's what I said. So that kind of cracks me up. So what do those opinions mean to me? They don't mean anything to me. I don't know who these people are. But when somebody that works in a professional IT environment says they know who you are, what a great honor. I had no idea. And the older I get, the more I'm hearing it. And it's like, wow, I should have charged money for those. ITT Technical Institute is pretty expensive. And they were including my videos as part of their curriculum and I wasn't getting paid? Wow. Maybe I could pay my electric bill with these honors. I can't. It's still very flattering because I grew up without a silver spoon, not even a plastic spoon. And what little I have achieved, I have done just because I'm really stubborn. And I had a lot of people in my way telling me I couldn't do it. One of the most frustrating things getting started is family and friends who know you well enough to not trust you to touch their computer. I remember I went over to a friend's house once and he was building a computer, he's having a problem with it. And I said, we're going to take the heatsink off and we're going to clean it. And then we're going to reapply the thermal paste. I wanted to check some things on his board. I went over to his house as a friend. I wasn't charging him in any way. He used to be a neighbor. I've known him since I was 12 years old. This guy introduced me to Doctor Who back in the day. The first videos I watched, Doctor Who, were The Key to Time with Tom Baker, that whole series. What a great introduction to Doctor Who. Squirrel. Anyway, my friend is now hearing that I'm working on computers. And he says, maybe, you know, you can look at this for me. So I go over to his house, take the heatsink off, and I said, do you have a bottle of rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip? We're going to clean this off. And he says, I'm not comfortable with that. Shouldn't put anything wet on electronics. And I said to my friend, I said, because by now I had a couple of years experience, And in those first couple of years, family and friends are like, no, you're a goofball. You're not touching my stuff. I know you. You're not smart enough to do this. Like that, I heard that a lot. It's not exactly what they said, but they might as well have. That you're gonna fix this? You? So it was easier to work on strangers' computers because a stranger didn't have a preconceived idea of knowing me since I was 8, right? And I think anybody can relate to this. If you remember your childhood and you remember whatever it is you started to do as a career, your family members were the ones who were like, if you went to school to be a hairstylist, you're not cutting my hair. I used to change your diapers. You think I'm going to trust you with a pair of scissors around my... But you could have a client walk in who doesn't know who you are and think you're the greatest stylist in the world. So I had this friend, and I haven't talked to him in a long time. I think he's still a friend. We haven't gotten to a fight. We just stopped communicating. I don't know. But anyway, squirrel. I said, we need a bottle of alcohol and Q-tip because we have to clean the old thermal material off. And he's like, no, you don't get electronics wet. And I go, you have to understand, this isn't the old me you know. This is what I do for a living now. People pay me for this. I'm not experimenting with your system. This is how it's done. I would not do anything dangerous to your system. Now understand my position. I'm helping a friend for free and now I'm twisting his arm to get him to accept my help. Like me today, I'd say, well then you fix it. Have a nice day. I don't have time for you. But back then I was like, listen, I've heard all this before, okay? You know I've been doing this now for a couple of years. This isn't the first time I've done this. And rubbing alcohol will evaporate. It's completely safe. He's like, well, okay. And we did it and we got a system up and running. And that was it. And he never questioned me again. So, but that was a very uncomfortable position to be in, where customers pay me to do a job and then I offer to do a job for a friend and that friend doesn't trust me and I have to convince the friend to trust me. And then once you accomplish that, then they all start asking you for help all the time for free. And you don't have enough hours in the day and you have to say, I can't help you anymore. You know, you're too demanding, you have too many problems, and it's costing me money. So then you're in the next situation was now they trust you and now they won't leave you alone. So you gotta be careful how you play that. Probably shouldn't have started that ball rolling, to be honest. But that's a pretty interesting way to go through it, you know, that you sort of, well, in my case, I thought I was going to be an auto mechanic, right? And computers were my hobby. And this is the 1980s, so internet wasn't anywhere around for regular folks. And one thing led to another, and here we are. But you know, one of the things I remember with my mom is she used to threaten to take away my computer because she was sure the reason I wasn't going to high school was because I was up too late on the computer. Now the computer I paid for with my paper route money, my parents never bought it, so I didn't think they had a right to take it away because it was mine. And this created a big fight. And the problems I was having in high school, the computer was my way of escaping the torment. So to take the computer away from me and to force me back into the torment with no coping mechanism was not mentally healthy for me. And then when the internet became a thing and my parents eventually got computers, and then I, you know, went through that whole thing where, you know, oh, you don't. So my parents saw me working with computers the whole time. And so my mom started calling, how do I do this? How do I do that? And I kind of got sick of it. And I said, Mom, do you remember taking away my computer from me because you thought school was more important? And now you're calling me all the time, asking me how to do stuff on your computer? And she just laughs at me and she says, you got to learn how to get over stuff. That's messed up. That's messed up. Man, I fought tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. And then they all came to me. And then I'm like, hey, remember the time when you were trying to take this away from me and discourage this education? You remember that? Yeah, you need to let that go. So I guess that's my mom's way of apologizing. I don't know how that works. But my sister and I used to trade her back and forth. she'd call me and I'd go, you know, you got to talk to Linda. I can't help you with this today. It's Linda's turn. And then Linda would have enough of it, and then she'd say, you got to talk to Carey. And we would trade her back and forth because she'd click on everything. You know, she had so much malware and pop-ups, and, you know, you'd open up a browser, there's like 15 toolbars, and you're just like, oh, this is going to take forever. You're going to have to call Linda on that one. Thank goodness there was two of us. Peter Laycock's in the chat room. Hey, Peter, good to see you, my friend. He's contributed very generously, 50 pounds. He says, hey, Carey and everyone in the chat from a snowy Scotland. I can't stay too long. I have to dig my car out for work. I've heard of that white, fluffy stuff that falls from the sky. I remember it when I was a child living in Michigan. What's that called? Snow. Snow. That's snow. That's what it's called. Hey, Peter. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, my friend. I have to get somebody needs to make me a little cartoon squirrel that yells squirrel every time I go off topic, or, you know. It's like a dog, you know, dog's like, hey, it's really good, squirrel. It's really good to see you. I'm so glad that you came, squirrel. You were gone a long time. One story leads to another story, and I end up forgetting what I was talking about. And I need to hook up my Stream Deck, and I'll just hit the squirrel button every time that happens. We'll see. Take a shot every time a squirrel appears. Probably not a good idea. Matt Power says, but Carey, your parents walked 15 miles uphill both ways to school in the snow with their little brother on their back. I know. I did too. Efren says, it's snowing outside my house right now. It was super icy earlier. Susan Harris says, my daughter isn't talking to me right now. She's still hung up on things that happened when I raised her, so I know what you meant. You know, it's difficult, a parent-child situation, because if you're a helicopter parent, you're overbearing, and if you're not around, then you're neglectful. Like, a parent can't win. But what the child needs to realize at some point, hopefully the child matures and realize that the parents did the best they could for what they knew at the time, and nothing was done out of hatred, but everything was done out of love. And even if those things were mistakes, there's no book on how to raise a child. I think every parent knows everything I'm saying, but I don't think every child does. Sometimes you have a parent that deals with demons. You might have an alcoholic parent who you might feel very angry about. But you may hopefully mature to realize that that parent may be battling demons. And if they don't battle those demons, they'll die with them. And it has nothing to do with how the parent feels about you. It's a personal issue that has nothing to do with you. And in my case, I think it's a very similar story. My parents did what they thought was best. And I thought I knew better. And there was a boilerplate, oh, it must be great to be a teenager and know everything, that I heard over and over and over, and it used to really upset me because I never said I knew everything. All I said was I know the difference between right and wrong. And I don't think any level of education beyond that is important unless you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, an architect, something that requires a certain degree to do that kind of work. To get through life, you need to understand right and wrong. And if you've got that down, everything's going to be okay. Like, if you have ambition and you want to work and you know the difference between right and wrong, then congratulations, my parents, you did a good job. Now let me spread my wings and fly, you know. So I have come to terms with the issues that I had. I think everybody's got issues with their parents. I mean, I don't know anybody who doesn't. And I feel really badly when people will hold a grudge to a point where they won't speak to a parent I think that's terrible. Or worse, like I had a client one time, an elderly lady who I went over to her house, and she just simple stuff. She didn't, she thought the monitor was the computer. It was always on. So when she lost power, she didn't know how to turn it back on. So what she's doing, she's turning the monitor on and off, but she's not turning the computer on. And so I went over there to help her out, and she mentions, I don't know why, she mentions she's got a couple of kids, adult kids, and they're jerks. And she's got all this money put away in the bank, and she's going to donate it somewhere. And then she kind of hints that maybe she'll give it to me. When I die, I'll put you in my will. And I said, don't put me in your will. I don't know you. She goes, well, I don't want to give it to my crappy kids. They're a bunch of jerks. And I said, you'll be dead. What do you care? You'll be dead. I mean, you're going to take that to the grave? If you give your money in your will to your children, what do you care when you're dead? If they buy drugs with it, who cares? It won't affect you. Just give it to them. Why would you carry that to the grave? That doesn't make any sense. Release yourself, And by the way, if they're jerks, who raised them, right? Whose fault is that? So own up to your, I didn't say that part, but I was thinking, who raised them? You raised them, apples and trees. You know what I'm saying? Apples don't fall far from the tree. They're probably, I never met them, but I'd have to guess they're probably just like you. But at the bottom, what I did tell her is I said, it's silly to me to carry that to the grave. You'll be dead. You won't care. Whether they deserve it or not won't matter to you anymore. And so to give that money to a stranger, it just carries that bitterness to the end just to make your kids justify why they hated you to begin with. You're just proving your point, If I was you, just give it to the kids. Even if they don't deserve it, just give it to them. You're dead. What difference does it make? Don't give it to me. You don't know me. That's stupid. So it goes both ways. And, the bottom line is, there's an expression that being resentful is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It's only hurting them. And when they learn, and hopefully they will, that their parents love them. And even though parents make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes, that they had food, they had shelter, they had clothes, they were loved, and they still are loved. You can't control if people feel love. It's nothing sadder than a suicide where somebody says, I'm alone in the world and not loved. And there's people that love this person and they just didn't feel it. And those people are destroyed. They're just destroyed. So you can love somebody, but you can't make them accept it or feel it. And my mom had this very interesting way of dealing with it, which was anytime there was a fight, then the subject of I'm not going to talk to you again kind of came up. She said, well, I don't care. You see, I'm your mother. I'm the only mother you have. I'm the only mother you're ever going to have. And I suggest you get used to the idea. And I don't care if you love me or not. And I don't care if you talk to me or not. I'm still your mother. And I still love you. And I don't give a rat's ass whether you accept that or not. My mom was a pretty straight shooter. I remember when I was a little kid, and I saw something on TV where a little child got mad at their parent and said, I'm going to run away. And the kid ran away and was gone, and the mother freaked out. And then the kid was brought back to the mother by the police, and the mother was hugging her child. I'm so glad you're home. Don't ever run away again. And I thought, that's what I'll do to my mom, right? So my mom did something, I don't know, I probably wasn't getting what I wanted. And I said, well, I'm going to run away. Then you'll be sorry. And my mom said to me, yeah. And then when I find you, I'm going to beat the living crap out of you. That was not what I was expecting. So needless to say, I did not run away, and that was not the answer I was looking for. But that's how my mom dealt with it. She just, whatever it was, it's like, well, I'm your mom, so Too bad for you. I guess you lost the mom lottery. Too bad. But I'll always be your mom. And it doesn't require your voluntary participation. You don't have a say in the matter. My mom was pretty clear about it. So I don't know, Susan, maybe you might take that route. But, you know, it does take two people to make any relationship work. And if one person doesn't want to, you know, love is one of those things that it shouldn't have conditions, right? You just say, you know what? I raised you, you're my child, I love you, and I hope someday you'll believe me. And that's about all you can do. What's really sad is when people don't get love returned to them, and then they want to do the opposite. For example, a lot of romantic type movies, the girl's like, well, or the guy, doesn't matter, I told her I loved her, and then she didn't say I love you back. You know, there's a whole episode on Seinfeld on this. What'd she say? She didn't say anything. Well, then tell her again. I did. And then what'd she say? She said, thank you. Ooh. There's this idea that if you say I love you, someone's supposed to say I love you too. Well, that's not love. I don't know. That's not love. That's like fishing for a compliment. It's like you want somebody to say they love you, so you initiate it. I love you. And then they're supposed to say I love you too, and then everybody's happy. You say, are you hungry? What you're really saying is I want to go eat. But you're making it out like you're doing it for the other person. So for me, because of how I was raised, love is one direction. And if I tell somebody I love them, that will never change. They can hurt me, they can stab me in the back. If I love somebody I love, I can't stop. That's how I feel. It's not based upon them doing anything to justify it. And that was, again, because of the way my mother raised us, was sort of like, well, you know, this is how I feel. I don't need your permission. I don't need your permission to love you. I don't care if you believe me, and I don't care if you like it. I'm just telling you how I feel. I don't expect anything in return. I'm just conveying information to you. And, you know, some people might not return it. Don't care. I don't go, well, if you're not going to return it, then I'm not going to love you anymore. That's not love. I don't know what that is, but it upsets me when I see that in romantic movies and, you know, TV shows where he didn't say I love you back, so I'm going to dump him. That's weird. My dog, you know, if I say I love my dog, I don't say, well, I don't love him anymore because he crapped on the carpet. You know what I mean? Like, we learn not to do that. We teach, and I'm not going to punish the dog for that. And it's just, I feel that's what love is. It's unconditional, the true love. And I can't make somebody love me, because then that wouldn't be love. I can't. If somebody doesn't want to talk to me, don't talk to me. It doesn't change how I feel about you. Too bad. Sorry you don't like it. Doesn't require your approval. I don't know, does that help? Paul says, my parents have passed and I don't remember them ever showing that they love me. Well, Paul, sometimes, I mean, I don't know your situation, but sometimes the way you look at things changes how they appear. So are you saying you never had any happiness from your parents? They never bought you presents? They never fed you? They never looked after your well-being? They just sort of set you free like a wolf? Right? I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. But basically, what I find when I talk to most people is certainly generations vary in how they define love. My mother said she hugged her kids a lot because she was never hugged growing up. Me, I'm not a very affectionate person. because I was raised, my father did not believe in public displays of affection. He felt it was like saying, nah, 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 look what I have. And he felt it was very rude. But my father took it to an extreme where he didn't show any affection to my mother in front of the children. So while children might see their parents kiss and go, ooh, that's gross, they're seeing love, right? I didn't see my father so much as hold my mother's hand. That was all done behind closed doors. In front of the kids, no public displays of affection. And so you can't think that it's had no effect on me, right? Of course it does. But when I recognize that I'm doing it, I get very upset at myself for repeating that behavior. It's not a behavior I think is a good one. I don't think there's anything wrong with public displays of affection. We see people shooting and stabbing each other on TV and movies. John Wick kills like 200 people and you don't think anything of it. But, you know, if there's a scene of two people making love, oh, you know, hide your eyes. It's two people that care about each other. Don't look at that. Go back to the murder. Because America. That's just weird to me, right? And it doesn't matter. Sexual orientation doesn't matter. Love is love, and it's a beautiful thing. And that expression, public display, again, with some obvious limits, is a wonderful thing to see and to be admired. And it's something I have to deal with because I tend to fall back into old habits and then mad at myself. And you would never know, but it's going on. Like I'll be walking somewhere and realize I'm not holding her hand. Why am I not holding her hand? Or why isn't my arm around? I don't know why. This is the way I was raised. You just don't do that. Well, I don't want to be like that, so I'm going to do it. So it takes a self-awareness and a conscious effort, and I have to keep doing it over and over and over to create a new habit. That doesn't mean my parents didn't love me. They were raised in a different era, and that wasn't considered appropriate for the area that they were raised in, the culture that they were raised in. And then that's how they raised their kids. It makes sense? The times have changed. This isn't 1953 anymore. So. Armando Garcia contributes $5 and says, hey, Carey and everyone here, super glad to be here. Quick question. When is having too much work too much? I'm slammed. I'm not ungrateful. I'm just overwhelmed. It's a different answer for everybody. I've never, ever been in a position where I turned away work like I'm turning it away now. It's never happened in 30 years of my career. And it's a combination. It's like a perfect storm. I don't have the energy I used to have. I didn't know this is what happens when you get older. I just didn't know. Everything I did so effortlessly in my 20s and 30s, and even, I would say even in my 40s, I didn't really notice it until maybe 48, 47. And I'm not even sure I noticed it. It started to feel different. It feels like you're a battery. And you have a brand new battery, and that battery's just doing everything you need it to do. And the battery starts getting weaker over time, but you don't notice it right away. You don't even realize that battery's getting weaker. Maybe the flashlight isn't quite as bright as it was, but it still lights fine, and you don't really notice it. And then the more time goes by, and the more the battery starts going down, then suddenly you're like, the light is definitely dimmer, I'm sure of it. And then eventually, you know, it's like you can look right at it. It's not burning your eyes out. You're like, oh, that battery needs to be replaced. That's kind of the way life feels for me. It feels like you start to, or at least me, you start to reduce the amount of energy and stamina. And it's happening, and it's eroding so slowly, I'm not aware it's happening until all of a sudden I'm looking at what I got done in a day, and I think, why did I only get 3 things done today? 15 years ago, this would have been 7 things. Is it me? Is it society? Did something change? And then I'm like, who are you kidding, Carey? You know, look what you're doing. Look what you used to do. Then I ask, why? Do I have a bad attitude? It's like, no, I just don't have it in me anymore. It's just not there. You know, it's interesting. It's an interesting observation. And then I'm wondering how I can preserve that and, you know, recharge that battery. Maybe I need to start exercising and doing something to sort of bring that energy level back up. or maybe it's a natural process of aging and best to just accept it. I don't know the answer to this, but it's the problem is, squirrel. The problem is when you're getting with too much work, this is a part of it. I can't do the amount of work I used to be able to do. I simply can't do it. And then with the pandemic, loading up the amount of work, there's more work now than there was before, and I can't do as much as I used to be able to do. So when I was younger and could really have used the work, this would have been a great time for me when I was 25, because I'd be making a lot of money right now. And if I was 25 years old right now, I would be raking in the money. I'd be up all night. I'd be getting stuff done. I bet you I wouldn't even be backed up. I bet you I would be totally caught up. But it's a combination of things happening here. So the pandemic, my age, my energy level, and there's a few other things, personal-wise, that are impacting my ability to operate at the level I was at. So what is too much work for one person may not be too much work for another person. So I can't answer that for you other than to say, you have to decide for yourself how much you can take on and decide how badly you want that money, right? Do you turn away a job knowing that job may never be offered to you again? Customers aren't going to wait. They're going to generally go somewhere else where they can get help right away. Or are you just going to work yourself to where nobody wants to be around you because you're so unpleasant and you're stressed out and you're miserable, but you've got all this money, right? This is an individual decision. You may have to hire somebody. If you've got that much work and you're not making enough to hire somebody, then you're not charging enough money. And if you charge more, you'll have less work, I guarantee it. And you'll get paid. Theoretically, you could make the same amount of money doing less work if you charge more for it. If you are making good money, then there's no reason you shouldn't be able to hire somebody and get them, except for the pandemic, obviously. I would hire somebody, but not during the pandemic. I won't do it. But I'm at a point right now where I'm ready to hire. I just can't. I can't take on that liability during a pandemic. I'm not going to risk myself and risk somebody else. The money's not worth it. People can wait or they can go somewhere else. Stealth Mode said, we would have stayed up for 3 days straight to complete a project. That's true. That's true. Yes. Especially like programming. If I sat down to code something, I wouldn't stop until I was done. That's how we did it back in the day. You had an idea and you're like, I'm not stopping until I get this thing running. And you could be up drinking Mountain Dew, all the caffeine, and just cranking out some code. And not even go to bed. You just wake up and you're like, oh, I guess I fell asleep in my chair. And then where was I? And just right back to it. You're right. That's absolutely true. David Briscoe contributes $4.99. Says, thank you for all you do. Please turn me blue. Yes, David, you are now blue. Thank you. The boss lady says, I was raised with an overly and improperly affectionate mom, so I really try hard to not do public displays of affection in front of my kids. See, no matter what a parent does, it's the wrong thing. You didn't do it enough. You did it too much. Yeah. Yeah. You can't win. As a parent, you'll never win. Don't even try. Sherry McFarland in the chat room. Sherry's made a number of thumbnails for videos, and a big thank you. And hugs to Sherry for her contributions. She's very good at making those thumbnails. And I appreciate them because I don't have that skill. You can tell which thumbnails I made. Look at the worst ones. Those are mine. Armando Garcia says, thanks, Uncle Carey. I landed a contract with a small school district to take care of their laptop repairs. The first few weeks was great, but today I picked up 17 units to repair. Yeah, look, if you're giving computers to kids and they're not held financially liable for any damages, yeah, I bet you see stuff. I bet you do. Still, pays the bills, right? So take the money, my friend, and do the work. It's fine. Sherry McFarland says she has a new granddaughter and another granddaughter due in July. Well, congratulations, Sherry. Seems too young to be a grandmother, but I'm just kind of looking through the chats. Every time I start looking through the chats, I find a squirrel. And then I stop, but I don't know where I left off. So if you see me kind of smirking, it's because I'm reading some of your comments, and some of you are hilarious. What do you do when your parents don't admit any fault in their actions? That's from Lara or Laura. So here's the thing. I had that exact question I asked to my mom and my dad. And my mom said to me, she said, you were a weird little kid. When you were born, you didn't, if you made a mess in your diaper, you would cry and cry and cry until your diaper was changed. Okay, why is that weird? She goes, most babies don't care if they have a dirty diaper. You did. She goes, when you were like 5 or 6 years old, you used to make me double and triple knot your shoes. Do you remember that? And I said, of course I remember that. That's because I didn't know how to tie my shoes. And if my shoes became untied during the day, somebody would probably say, hey, you got to tie your shoes. And it would expose that I did not know how to tie my shoes. So I had you double and triple knot them so they could become untied theoretically 3 times before they would be completely untied. And my mother goes, you were 5. Right. You know, some 5-year-olds knew how to tie their shoes at school. I didn't, and I didn't want them to know I didn't know. So I hid it by having you, and my mother goes, stop, you were 5. What 5-year-old thinks like that? I said, I don't know any other 5-year-olds. I don't know how a 5-year-old's supposed to think that. It wasn't a ritual. I had you do that for a reason. She goes, well, I don't know where you got that from because there's nobody in the family like you. If your grandfather held you, you threw a fit. When you were a baby, you only let certain people hold you. She goes, nobody's like that. I thought kids were raised that way, but you came out of me like this. So I said to my dad, I said, I was talking to Mom about this. And I said, what do you think about that? And he goes, well, I guess neither one of us has taken responsibility for it. It wasn't me. So yeah, so you know what you do, Lara? You laugh. That's what you do. Sometimes life is so tragic. You have to think to yourself, this in the right perspective, if this was a movie and somebody was filming this, that would be funny to watch on screen. It doesn't necessarily mean it's funny to, have it happen to you, but if you can sort of remove yourself from the situation, kind of put yourself as a third party observing what's happening, and you realize how preposterous the whole thing is, it's freaking hilarious. Yeah. And it can be inappropriate to laugh at times. People are like, that's a really inappropriate time to laugh. I can't help it. Like, I will laugh at the most inappropriate time because I just think, Murphy's Law. Of course, you know, in some tragedy, something makes it worse, of course, right? And they're like, well, that's, you know, keep that to yourself. Too soon. You know, that's how comedy, humor, that's my coping mechanism mostly, has always been deflection through humor. So everything's got a, they say life is 90%, right? Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you choose to respond or react to it. Let me repeat that. Life is 10% what happens to you, and 90% of life is how you choose to react to it. Your attitude is everything. I agree with that. Katrina says she loves my shirt. Yeah, I was just talking about that. Jim Henry, just talking about that 3 hours ago. Jim Henry design needs, and I'm still talking with Jim about working out how we can get them to viewers. This is a good quality shirt. I like it a lot. So we'll look at, you know, different designs, tank tops and colors and stuff. But we finally got a material that I like. I got a fit that I like. And he did a great job with the logos. And Jim, I showed this before, but many of you may not have seen it. Jim made me something very special that he didn't tell me he was doing. And it's the coolest thing ever. And if you've seen it before, you know, you'll see it again. But I think many of you did not see it the first time. And most people don't stick around on these long broadcasts, so they probably won't see it again. It's going to muffle the microphone here, so bear with me. You know, I do the cooking stuff. So, you made me this apron, cooking with Carey. This is the best apron ever. Yeah, let's get some cooking done. How badass is that? Come on now, seriously. I had no idea Jim was going to do that. He did this, he designed it, and I just think it's the coolest thing ever. In black and white, great color choice. Seriously, that is, you know, the shirts we were working on, this was a secret. Like, he didn't tell me anything about it. So, you know, I get the mail, and there's the shirts, and all of a sudden there's this cooking apron. I'm like, what the heck is this? And then that turns out to be like my favorite thing he sent. Jack says he wished the shirts had a pocket. Well, we can discuss maybe adding a pocket to some of them. That might be an option. I don't like pockets on my shirt. It's too nerdy, stereotypical, you know, to have the pen protector. I don't want it. But it's a good idea because some people do want it, right? It's not just about me. So I'd like to offer choice and variety. So I'll definitely talk to Jim about if there's options there. Oh, look, more squirrels. That's awesome. Squirrel. Richard, CDL driver, let's turn you blue. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that very much. The Boss Lady Gaming, let's turn you blue. Why are you not blue? Let's fix that. Oh, for glasses. Yeah, I probably need that pocket. I'm too cool for that, man. I'll hang my glasses on my shirt before I put them in a pocket. In fact, where's my glasses? I need some glasses so I can find my glasses. I purposely put them right up here before I started filming. And then I needed them, I think, in the other room. And then I didn't bring them back. Is that what I did? No, they're not out here. Okay. I swear I put them right here. I was going to show you how cool I am with my glasses. But I can't find them. Probably if I had a pocket, it's probably where they would be. Squirrel. What do I do with them? I found I need the glasses more and more often, right? And I can never find them. So I called the place that makes the glasses, whatever you call that place. Lens Crafters, I don't know, America's Best, whatever it is. And I said, the pandemic was going on. And you can go to the store and you can buy cheaters, magnifying glasses, which is technically all I really need. But there's a slight little prescription change that, supposedly is better for me. So I called up the place, the Lens Crafters or America's Best, whatever it was, and I said, and I'm on the phone, I go, okay, this is going to be an unusual request, so I want you to listen very carefully. Do I have your attention? He's like, what can I do for you? And I said, okay, I was just in there and I got some glasses and I like them and I want 4 more pairs of the same exact glasses with those frames and that prescription. But I ordered 2 different sets of glasses and it's got to be the second set that's for the readers, not the computer glasses. It's the black rimmed readers and I need 4 pairs of them. And she's like, you want 4 pairs of the same glasses? I said, yes, that's why I said I want you to listen very carefully. I want 4 pairs. 4 glasses. Like, what's a pair? Right? Do I mean 2? No, I mean I want 4 sets of glasses. I want 1 for the car, 1 for the living room, 1 for the bathroom, 1 for the computer room, because I'm tired of trying to find them. And I want them all to be the same. And in case I drop them, break them, scratch them, what would that cost me? And so she's like, oh, I think I got you what you're looking for there. And then she gives me the price and it's like $140 for 4 pairs of glasses, prescription glasses with nice frames. And I said, holy smokes. I mean, I spent more than $140 on 1 pair of Oakley sunglasses. So that's a steal. And the cheaters at the store are $20, $30, So I'm like, well, 4 pairs of just generic cheaters can cost upwards of $100, $120. So this isn't that much more and they're custom made for me. I should have done this sooner. So I have 2 of the pairs at the other house and 2 pairs in this house, and I can't find either pair. They're just gone. There's 2 pairs here, somewhere. It's time for another eye exam. Squirrel. I don't know where they are. This doesn't make any sense. I put them right here. You know I'm not going to let this go, right? You know I'm not going to be happy until I find them. I was using them in here because I had to make some changes, and I have a laptop out here. And I had to make some changes to the YouTube feed before I went live. And I do that on the machine in this other room. This is a laptop here, my Dell XPS that I was talking about. And then I keep them out here because when I'm live, I don't want to have to look for them while I'm live. And here I am looking for them when I'm live, when I intentionally put them somewhere where I wouldn't have to do that. This is why I need an assistant. Ah, they're over here. Okay. All right, so the reason I don't need a pocket, isn't that where I was going with this? The reason I don't need a pocket is because I don't lose my glasses. You see, I can do this. We're good, right? I saw Richard Rawlings on Fast and Loud. You know, he's in his 40s, so when he's looking at paint jobs, he'll pull his glasses. And Richard, if I bring this camera down, I'll show you what Richard does, because I was kind of inspired by it. Richard puts his glasses, well, I should probably use this pocket. He just puts his glasses in his pocket. That's pretty cool. I could totally do that. I like that. What I don't want to do, and that's the glass in the cover for that NZXT up there. What I don't want to do is have a string around my neck, because that's a stereotype I do not wish to proliferate, propagate, promote. I don't like that look. I don't like that string around the neck. Unless all of this hair is white, I'm not doing that. And I don't like that Chuck Schumer sort of this whole thing where his head is always down and his eyes are up to look at you. And then because he has to read something, he does this. That's an old person move. There's two old person moves I do now that I'm not happy about. And one is you're trying to read something like the bill at a restaurant or something. Well, it isn't a problem these days, and I take the receipt and I do this. And I'm just like, oh, this is what old people do. And it's annoying because I don't have these on me. And there was another thing with regards to reading. Well, just having to pull my glasses out, that whole motion of hold on a second, I have to read something, and just having to get the glasses to read it, I'm just like, oh, I've become one of those people. But not willingly. I don't have a choice in the matter. Not happy about it. Josiah Guernsey contributes $2 and said, your glasses are always in the last place you look. Well, I guess I wouldn't need to look anywhere else once I find them, so that checks out. Jamie Munoz says, I can hold that 6 feet away, Carey. Yeah, it's very strange. I've always had perfect vision. So the eye doctor was like impressed. He's like, most people would have needed these glasses at 42, 43, and I started at 47, 48, and he felt like I was 5 years. Like, he's like, you got an extra 5 years most people don't get. And I'm like, well, shouldn't be a problem. And my brother wears glasses. My brother's 4 years older than me, but he can read fine print without glasses. I tested him. I gave him a Windows key on a sticker, and I said, read that to me. And then he read it, and I had to read it with magnifiers to see if he was telling me the accurate information. I couldn't even tell. Like, I had to take his word for it until I put glasses on, because is that a B, an A to G? I don't even know. 6? I don't know what that is. And I put my glasses on, and it becomes very clear. But everything else is very clear. I don't have any problems driving without glasses. It's just reading smaller text up close. And I find it difficult to use the smartphone without my glasses. I can use it, but texting, sometimes I text things and it looks right, and then I put my glasses on and I go, oh, that's not right at all. How did I screw that up so badly? I better not text anywhere without my glasses on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Squirrel. Joshua says he only needs his glasses if his eyes are open. Mitch Heyman in the chat room. Hey, Mitch, been a long time. Good to see you. The boss lady says you can change the font size in your... Oh, I know. I don't want to do that. Remember I talked about tenacity and stubbornness? So here's the thing. I'm so used to working on my Dell XPS 15 every day now that when I go back home and I get on my 27-inch monitor, my workstation, it feels like it's huge. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, am I blind? Why is everything so big? And I'm like, what's my font size set to? You know, and I'm looking at the browser settings, the Chrome or whatever. Zoom is set to 100%, which is normal. It's not zoomed. But I'm so used to looking at that 15-inch laptop screen, and I use these glasses, even though I have computer glasses, but I'm not using the computer glasses are at the house. So I use these, and I read the computer screen, I do what I need to do, and everything on the laptop's real tiny, and I'm just used to it. Now I go back to my office computer back at my house, and the screen is this big. It's a 27-inch IPS monitor that I've had for years and years. I never thought anything of it. Now when I look at it, everything feels bigger. And I'm like, ooh, God, that's huge. Make everything small. How old am I? Was I looking at it that big this whole time? So you might spoil yourself if you have a very large computer monitor. You may not realize how big everything is. And then you start working on a laptop every day for about two months straight, and then go back to that big screen and you'll realize what I'm telling you. You'll be like, holy smokes. At least that's what happened to me. Squirrel. David says he got 2 new eyes. All right. Panoramic cataract lens, expensive, but no more glasses. Yes, age catches up. Susan Harris says, I can read fine print and I'm 70. Rub it in. Go ahead. Yeah, this is just for close. If I put these on and I look at the screen, everything's blurry. If I take these off, everything's clear. But if I try and read, I don't know, if I try and read the top line on the back of this, I can't read it. High quality steel blade, easily open electronic devices. You see, the arm gets further and further. I can put this on, boom, it's clear, perfectly clear. Made in China. Got it. That's how you freak out the eye exam. They say, what's the smallest line you can read on the eye chart? You put your head in that thing and you go, made in China. That's an old joke. Hey, they told me if I kept doing that, I was going to need glasses. I didn't believe them. It's totally worth it. Squirrel. So the stream has been pretty solid tonight. Not great, not perfect. It's a little better. Still got to keep working on it. I don't know what else I can do. I'm kind of running out of ideas here. May have to invest in a more expensive. I mean, they have these mesh systems that are $600. I really don't want to drop $600. So, and you know Murphy's Law, the minute I drop the money and it fixes the problem, assuming it fixes it, I'll either be renting this place or kicked out. And if they rent the place to me, then I don't need any of this stuff. I can just go get my own internet connection and be done with it. Brian Burns says he built a new rig. How are you not hardwired? Not my house. Not my internet connection. The internet in this house is only 10 megs down and 1 meg up, and I cannot change it. So I have to hijack somebody else's internet, or I have to use a hotspot or a cell phone. And they charge a lot of money for hotspot data. It's like $60 for 75 gigs. This 4-hour stream is easily going to encompass 16 gigs of data usage between what I'm sending out and what I'm monitoring back on the playback. It's very data heavy. And so the hotspot works well, but it can get really expensive. So I'm trying to find a more economical way to do it. And I'm trying to also sort of bide my time and think positively that they will officially rent the place to me and I can put these utilities in my name. And I guarantee you, the same day that I get that phone call that says, okay, rental officially starts, whatever day that is, once that agreement is signed, I will be on the phone to the utility company saying, we need to get this changed today. I don't care about the electricity or the water. Just get me my damn internet. I might have a problem. Brian Burns wants to know, how do I transfer the data from the old drive to the new one without transferring the operating system? Well, that's what a backup's for. You should have always been backing up your data. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't need to wait for a new system build to back up your data. Data is something you should be backing up on a regular basis at all times in case something were to happen. Your computer could be stolen, you could be infected with a virus, your computer could catch fire, you could spill something on it, you could accidentally delete something, your hard drive can fail. Oh my gosh, if you only knew all the dangers that your data faced every day. Copy and paste your data. Go to your My Documents folder and copy it onto a flash drive. Hook your old hard drive up via a USB adapter and browse the folders and drop and drag what you want over. But man, you should be backing that stuff up. Come on now. Susan said she misses the doggies. Yeah, I just saw them yesterday. I don't have any TV in this house, so I wanted to watch the Super Bowl. I haven't watched any football this year at all. So that was the only football game I watched this whole year, and it was not. And the guy running out onto the field was the most exciting part of the game. So there's that. Fans could pay $100 and upload an image of themselves, and they would print a cardboard cutout of you to put on a chair. People, listen to what I'm saying to you. People paid the NFL $100 to not go to the game. They paid $100 and uploaded an image. In exchange, they would put your image on a cardboard cutout in a chair. So I guess there's a remote chance that as the camera is panning during a play, or when they close in on the audience from time to time, it might be you somewhere in that shot. Or not. Still $100. I am doing it wrong. The NFL has a lot of money. I realize they didn't make as much money this year, but they made money. And people paid $100 to not go to the game. Squirrel. Anyway, I was home, and so the boys, spent some time with the boys there. Were the Detroit Lions in the game? No, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Kansas City Chiefs. It's all Tom Brady. Tom Brady left the Patriots. Tom Brady has won the Super Bowl. He's got 7 Super Bowl rings. And the quarterback on the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, looks like he could be Tom Brady's child. He looks so young. And Tom Brady took a team that's never been to the NFL. The first season there. Bruce Arians is the coach over there, and Bruce Arians used to coach the Arizona Cardinals. And now he coaches Tampa Bay. And it's kind of like it was our coach, It just goes to show you, if Tom Brady's on your team, you're going to the Super Bowl, nobody else matters. Tom Brady, when he throws the ball, you're going to catch it. That's just the bottom line. If he throws the ball, whether you like it or not, you're going to catch that ball. It's going to hit you smack in the chest. That's how good he is. I think he threw like 9 passes with 0 incompletes. In other words, every throw, 9 throws in a row, hit their target every time. He couldn't miss. He's not human. It's Tom Brady's game. If Tom Brady's on your team, you're going to the Super Bowl. It's just, that's a fact. There's enough evidence to prove that now. If we get Tom Brady out of the NFL, then I think everything will be fair and level again. But as long as he's playing, nobody is at his level. There's just nobody else at that level. Who in their lifetime has 7 Super Bowl rings? That's insane. You'd be lucky to have 1. So it's not fair. He's like Michael Jordan is to basketball, you know. There's just nobody like that. And say what you will about, you know, LeBron James. I mean, Michael Jordan, come on. You know, LeBron ain't Michael Jordan, that's all I'm saying. And that's all I know about sports ball. Mitch corrects me. He says Tom Brady's been in 10 Super Bowls and he's won 7 and he's at the age of 43. Well, I didn't know how many he's been in, but that just pisses me off even more. Like if he was in 7 and he won 7, you'd be like, that's crazy. But he's been in 10 and he's 43? Crazy. The boss lady says, I'm completely out of the loop with football. What team is he on? He was with the Patriots, wasn't he? Yeah. I guess he and Bill Belichick didn't get along so well. So he's like, you know what? Bill Belichick, I don't have to put up with you. I'm sure another team would want me. That's what I understand happened. And Bill Belichick said, hit the bricks, kid. I'm the coach here. What do you know? And then, of course, the Patriots didn't go to the Super Bowl this year. I wonder if those two things are connected. Egos. It's all about the egos. Alabama, University of Alabama. So I don't watch college ball at all. I am not interested in college ball. And even though Michigan has a really good, you know, the Wolverines and everything is a really good team, and there's this rivalry, you know, with Ohio State. I don't care. I know it's a thing, and I don't care. The National Football League I like. College football, the rules are a bit different. I find it harder to follow, and they just don't play at the level of the NFL. In my experience, from what I've seen, I'm not as impressed. But they're younger and they're learning, and that's where they get drafted from a lot of times, you know, from college ball. And I think Tom Brady was part of Michigan State, if I'm not mistaken, back in the day. I think he brought Michigan State to several championships, I think 3 or 4 of them back in the day. So I could be wrong. I think so, though. Is that the Shapoopy guy from Family Guy? I can't remember. Brady was Michigan, no national titles. All right, well, anything's from Michigan is awesome. You know that, right? That's just fact. I'm not biased at all. Yeah, when the Detroit Lions go to the Super Bowl, wake me up. Because clearly I'm having a dream. That's not going to happen in my lifetime. Now the Red Wings, different story, but when it comes to championships, Red Wings are Detroit pride. The Lions, boy, that's a hard team to love. Same with the Cardinals. I'll never forget 2 years ago, the NFL opening game was the Lions and the Cardinals playing at the stadium here by my house in Arizona. And I'm like, well, no matter who wins, I'm okay with it. It was a tie. Really? You both suck so bad you can't even win or lose. And in this last September, when the NFL openers began, it was again Arizona Cardinals, and Michigan, Detroit Lions, played again in the opening game here in Arizona. I was amazed. I'm like, wow, maybe is that an annual? I don't know. I thought they mixed it up every year. But I don't know how they did. I didn't follow it this year at all. I know Manning, there's like 3 members of the Manning family that were all famous football. Eli Manning. There's 2 other Mannings. There's 3 members of the family all played. And there's a viewer here on the channel. His name is Eugene Mingo, who played, he was a kicker. He's an African-American kicker. You don't see that every day. And he did that back in the 60s. And Eugene had reached out to me for some computer problems, and I tried to help him as best I could. And he told me about himself. I had to explain I didn't know who he was because I'm not a sports guy, And he wasn't offended by that at all. He was happy to tell me his story, and he's got a fascinating story. And he's a super cool dude. And definitely deserves more credit for, he did things that weren't done back in the day, and boy, it sure would be nice if he got some acknowledgement about that while he's alive, Dude's got to be in his 70s at least, so it'd be nice if he got if he got some recognition for his accomplishments. He seems like a really cool dude, and you think enough knocks on the head, because back when he played in the early days, they had leather helmets, like way back. Like, that's not even a helmet. That just apparently just keeps your brains inside of your skull when it cracks open. What is a leather helmet? I mean, that's not even a helmet. Yeah, he says that's when he played. They were originally leather helmets. And there were no African-American kickers. And there still isn't very many. So, what he did was unheard of. And he was good. So, he's very proud of his time in the NFL. And it's the same old story. You get drugs and money and alcohol and women, I guess. Well, I don't know if women, but he got himself into trouble with that and kind of ended his career a little early. The same old story, Peyton Manning, Archie Manning, and Eli Manning. There we go. Thanks, guys. So apparently, Mitch Heyman is the sports expert in the Nerd Lounge today. You call yourself a nerd watching football? Get out of here with your football knowledge. Football knowledge. You a jock or you a nerd? Pick your side. Detroit has seen better days. It's coming back. You'll see. Detroit won't lay there. They'll get back up. They've already gotten a little back up, but they'll get back up fighting. They'll recover from this. And the sooner I move back, the sooner it'll start to happen. Rick Legg says, Carey, how were the snacks and chips you had the other night? Anything left? I graze, Rick. I have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. There's a little of this, a little of that. There's plenty left. There's plenty to choose from. I did order more of those chicken skins from Howard's. Very expensive. Totally worth it. It's like $15 for 4 bags, and the bags are like this big. But it's that or heroin. Matt Power says, there's nerds in the NFL. They all use computers. Those aren't computers. Those are touch screens. They throw them around. They sit on them. It's horrible to see what they do to those things. Detroit traded their quarterback to the LA Rams. So their quarterback used to be this really cool. Like, I used to look at this guy and go, that guy looks like he's from Michigan. And don't tell me, God, he was a cool dude. I just look at him. And go, that guy's from Michigan. I can tell by looking at him. He's got a Michigan look. His name was it Michael? Hold on. It's right up there. Michael, something M. I know it. You're going to tell me, aren't you? Don't tell me. Don't you do it. Matthew. Isn't the brain a weird thing? Joshua Stafford. I was going to think, well, thank you. And Megatron. What about Megatron? We had Matthew Stafford, Megatron. Come on. You got a guy in your team you call Megatron. How cool is that? Squirrel. Yeah, they're Surface Pros. The NFL got in a lot of trouble because the announcers were calling them iPads, and Microsoft's marketing had a fit. They said, you just signed a multi-million-dollar contract with us. We're paying you money, and we're giving you Surface Pros. You better not ever call them iPads on television during an NFL game, or we're rescinding all the millions of dollars in contracts. Like, Microsoft was pissed. They hit the roof. And I'm sure those sports announcers got their ass chewed out. Megatron retired. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the guy's name was. I just know he was Megatron. There's a guy in the chat room named Peter Meyer. So Meyer is a big grocery chain. It's sort of like a Walmart. And when I grew up in Michigan, it was called Meyer's Thrifty Acres. And it was a little, sort of like a Walgreens or a CVS. It was a little drugstore. And then it kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger while I was gone when I moved here in 1980. When I go back to Michigan, Meyer's this huge 24-hour everything store. You know, you walk in there and it's like Walmart on steroids. Everything, it's like Walmart if Walmart sold all good stuff, quality, well-made stuff, amazing produce, and tons of it. Not a little tiny. Take whatever Walmart has and double it, and then make it all bigger and better. That's Meijer. I love Meijer. Meijer's the best freaking place on the planet, and it only exists like in Michigan and around Michigan. There's none on the West Coast at all. So when I go to Michigan, one of my favorite things to do is to go to Meijer, and I can spend hours in that place. Whatever you want, they have it. It's like Amazon in real life. And I can't get out of there for under $100 and a huge shopping cart filled to the top. Like everything, just give me some of this and give me some of that. And the Meijer family is worth a lot of money. And when I think the grandson is into politics, was running for office, I think his name is Peter Meijer. That's why I'm mentioning that. Ron says, I can make my own crispy chicken skins. I can't be bothered. That's just too much work. I don't know. So I'll just add that to my things to do, right? I'll get to those computers as soon as I'm finished with my 3 hours of making chicken skins. Kelvin Johnson, yes, that's Megatron's name. Thank you. Joshua might be taking the lead now for jock trivia here in the nerd room. Mitch, you might be saved. You can have your nerd card back, Mitch. Joshua, hand it over. David Griswold said, here in Niles, it's actually bigger than Walmart. Yeah, so in Grand Rapids or in, what's the name of that city? Kentwood, there's the Master Meijer. That's that's the Meijer in that, I want to say it's Cascade. In Cascade is the Master Meijer Superstore that apparently whenever they have like a new advertising campaign or new ways they're designing the store, they do it to this store first, and the executives tour it and decide if they want all the other stores to do it or not. And one block away 1 block. So there's a light, and you can turn into the big Meijer store. It's got its own gas station. If you go down to the next light, which is like a block, that's the Walmart. They're that close together. I've never been in that Walmart. I go to Meijer, and I'm there for hours, and then I leave, and I don't want to go to Walmart. Like I just don't want to. I've got Walmart in Phoenix. I don't need to go to the one in Michigan. But Meijer, yeah, and that one in Cascade, that is like the main Meijer store. And where I stay in Michigan when I go there in the fall is right there. It's like 10 minutes away. So, yeah. Master Singleton said Meijer's expanding slowly into Minnesota Twin Cities market. Hey, that's great. Meijer should expand. The boss lady said, so is this how streaming works, Carey? You go live, and people flock just to talk to you. It's pretty appealing. How do you do it? Well, first thing is I don't want to do what everybody else does. I don't want to make videos other people have made. What's the point in just doing something somebody else has done? I'm not a very social person. I'm very socially awkward. I have experience talking to crowds. I can get up on stage and I can give a presentation. I can go on radio and I can talk. Thanks for letting us know. Squirrel. And this is about as social as you'll ever see me. I won't talk to you this much in person unless I know you. And it just so happens in this pandemic where everybody's being socially distanced, this is my whole life. I was forced into social distancing by bullies, being told I was different and I didn't fit in, and I was isolated. I didn't want to be isolated, but I didn't have a choice. That's what the kids in school and the parents and the teachers, they all reinforced this idea that I was weird, and that was that, right? So I had to learn to sort of survive on my own and got through life with music and the computer and my dog. And that's all I had to rely on for years and years and years as a teenager. I had a couple of close friends, but we didn't go to the same school together anymore, and we didn't have as much time as we used to have. And so I'm still friends with them today. Ron in the chat room is somebody I met because I hung out at Radio Shack every day after school. And Ron worked at that Radio Shack. And I got to use the computer, the display computer, and I'd sit on it for hours every day because I had no social friends, not many. And so I would just spend my whole day at Radio Shack playing on the computer, and that was how I got by. So now everybody's been in this pandemic and being forced to isolate. And initially I'm like, haha, now you get to know what it feels like to do that to somebody. I'm glad you all get to feel it. Good for you. Because, in my opinion, everybody's at fault. Nobody helped me, in my area. And so now you deserve it, right? That's what I'm thinking initially. But now that it's gone on for a year, it's nearly a year, I am starting to see the deterioration of people around me, mental deterioration. And I realize that not everybody can cope with it the way that I coped with it. And maybe I was faced with that challenge because I could handle it. And maybe it's not right to have that logic to say, you should know what this feels like because you get to feel what it felt like for me. But now it's gone on for so long, like, okay, that's enough. You know what I mean? Like I'm feeling pretty bad about that line of reasoning now. Now I feel like, okay, I'm sorry I ever said that because nobody deserves to have to go through that. And the fact that I went through it means nobody else should have to. That's my logic. Let me go through it so you don't have to. And so I'm reversing course on that. And I don't want to say I'm sorry, it's not my fault, but I am sorry that I sort of had that vengeful attitude, very resentful about the whole situation. And I still carry that with me, but that's not making anything any better. You know, what's done is done. So it won't change anything. And I don't know that people are going to treat each other any differently. I mean, I see the way people are driving on the freeway now, and they don't give a rat's behind in Phoenix. They're as rude as they've ever been. There's no more consideration or concern for people than there was before the pandemic. It's not changing anything. All it's doing is it's making some people very, it's issuing some very interesting psychological mental challenges for many people. Humans are social animals. And I get to sort of make up for lost time and to be the social person I never was by having a YouTube channel where I can live stream and interact with people. But it turns out a lot of people miss the interaction, and that this is about the closest thing you can get to hanging out with your friends like you used to. I never really did. So, but it just turns out that, you see, when I say laughter, because it's so preposterous and ridiculous to say that out loud, it sounds horrible. So it's funny to me because it's so preposterously horrible. It's funny. So let's just hang out virtually and let's pretend like, you know, hey, we never had time to do this before. We were all busy looking at our phones while we were at places and we couldn't appreciate where you were. You'd be at a movie theater, tapping on your phone. Nobody's going to the movies now. You go to dinner with somebody and they would pay attention to their phone more than they're paying attention to you. And you're like, I don't necessarily want to go to dinner with that person anymore. Well, guess what? Now you can be on your phone. You don't have to go to dinner anymore. You're not going to the movies anymore, chances are. So this seems to be like it was coming. But again, that sort of vengeful attitude, this is what you deserve, now you can feel it too, that's not right. If I'm going to get cut up and scarred up because somebody's throwing knives, then my attitude is, let me step in the way of the knives coming your way, because I'm already cut up and scarred up anyway. There's no sense in you getting cut up and scarred up. I'm already, so just let them hit me. So the idea that other people should have to feel that is just wrong. It's wrong. And I suppose it would have been okay if it was just for a few months. Then I could say, yeah, you got a little taste of it. You know, I've been living this way for 40 years. So welcome to what it feels like. But now that it's gone on for nearly a year, even I think that's inhumane for most humans. Most people are very social and they don't do well isolated. I had to deal with it. It wasn't my choice. This is what I was forced into, and I had to learn how to cope. And so I guess I'm a little broken that way. But it turns out that this may be working in my benefit, in the sense that I can now have a virtual social life, the likes of which pales. You know, any other social relationship that normal people had with their friends, that pales to what this is. Because I don't know anybody who hangs out with 300 people. And those 300 people don't get a real chance to talk. Right? So that's like one hell of an extreme, to go from somebody who's really shy and kind of invisible to then having the attention of 300 people, and then being able to sort of read what you're writing out loud. I can't read what everybody's writing, but things catch my eye and then I get to address it. And then you're like, hey, he's talking to me. Nobody ever said, hey, he's talking to me. They went, who are you talking to? You better not be talking to me. So that's very different for me. So I'm glad you enjoy it. Squirrel. Chunkier Fish contributes $2. Carey, you have been off all the crap living in, you've been off? What? You've been off all the crap living in person. Can you rephrase that? I don't know what you said. Have you ever considered getting a career in psychology? You'd be great at. I don't like psychology, because psychology says we have to label and put into a box every behavior. At least that's my understanding of it. I like philosophy. Philosophy doesn't really have these rigid rules, right? Philosophy is more open, more flexible. Psychology is, let me listen to somebody complain for an hour. You know, I went to school for 7 years so I can just listen to people complain. No, I don't want that job. Psychology never really offers you answers, right? Psychology says, well, how does that make you feel? They just ask you questions. That's really annoying. I don't like it. No, I would not do well in psychology. But in philosophy, I would enjoy philosophy. But thank you. It's a nice thing to say. Ed Dana says, I was performing 3 or 4 nights a week with my band in front of tons of people, but they weren't mostly my friend. Hey, that's cool though. I mean, people come to see you, right? They come to see the band. And that takes a lot more talent than what I have. Carey, does the computer behind you have a build video on your channel? David, there are 2 computers behind me. There's the little red and black one that Mitch and I built recently that's on the channel. And this computer is what I'm streaming to you from. This is my birthday build that I did back in June. It was May or June. And it's called my birthday build. So yeah, both of these are on the channel. Yes. David says, I'm an introvert, if that's the right word. The stay at home, no going out is no big deal to me. I prefer to stay home. I guess the point I was trying to make, David, is I didn't prefer to stay. I had no choice. Like the people around me forced me, manipulated, influenced me into believing them that I was weird and didn't fit in and wasn't like other people, and so they weren't my friends because I wasn't like them. And any attempt to try to fit in was met with laughter because they found it humorous how awkward it was for me, which discouraged me from wanting to try anymore, just to be laughed at and teased. So I would just stay home or go to Radio Shack and spend time on the computer. And that isolation resulted in me not really having my first date until I was 19 years old. You know, whatever. I know kids that lost their virginity at 14. Not me. See, I laugh because it's horrible in American society that I'd be 19 years old. But, you know, knowing that there were kids much younger than me that were more experienced than I was, just added to the inadequacy and feeling different and weird. And so the first girl I ever went out with, I only went out with her because she liked me, and nobody ever liked me before. like in my mind, it didn't matter what she looked like. It didn't matter anything about her. Somebody likes me. I already like her. We're off to a good start here. That relationship didn't work out. But that's the wrong reason to go out with somebody. It's like, oh my God, somebody's showing me attention. Am I being pranked? Somebody shows me attention and I'm attention starved. How do you think I'm going to respond? Carey, why were you weird? Well, you mean how? I don't know why. I don't know. It's just the way I came out. Here I am. Deal with it. Ron says he went out to eat and to movies and shooting with it. That's true. So the guys at Radio Shack, you know, they didn't have these preconceived ideas about me being a weirdo. They didn't know what I was going through in life. So they treated me like they treated each other. So when they went out shooting their guns in the desert, they invited me with them. I never went shooting before. Sometimes, very rarely, would go out to eat. They never excluded me from anything they did. Ron in particular would take me to the arcade. I never had any money. So oftentimes Ron would share some tokens with me and we would play games together in the arcade that was in the mall. And, you know, we're still friends today. I just didn't see that kind of generosity or care from many people back then. So, of course, those kind of friends, you latched on to them because of depravity. Chunkier Fish says, my longest relationship was 3 days, and I'm 24. Yes. Relationships, I think, are more difficult for a younger generation, and certainly more difficult in a pandemic to go out on a date and meet somebody. But when you're in a relationship or you're dating, you have to like somebody enough to want to put up with their crap, right? When you don't want to put up with their crap, the relationship's not going to work anymore. And they've got to want to put up with your crap. Like, they've got to care about you so much that they're willing to put up with that irritating thing you do. And you've got to love them so much that you're willing to put up with their crap because they're worth putting up with their crap. And when you can find that, it's great. But when you have a younger generation that sort of is in their own bubble, I think it's going to be very difficult for people to establish relationships with that attitude. And it's certainly much more difficult, obviously, to just even meet somebody and go out on a date during a pandemic. But I think divorce attorneys are going to be making a lot of money with the younger generation as they get older, and they have to compromise, and they're used to getting everything they want, or they can just get whatever they want off their phone. It certainly changes the level of tolerance. Not for everybody, but there's sort of a generational percentage. A certain percentage of younger generation, I think, are just not going to be tolerant of anybody's needs but their own, because of the world the way it is, the world that they grew up in, giving them everything they wanted at the push of a button. I think it's going to be very interesting to watch how those relationships work out for those young kids that grow into adults, and they can get whatever they want in any color they want it by just pushing a button on their phone. And it's very different from a human relationship. G.W. Eisen said, I've been married 44 years. Very well. Wow. I guess you picked the right one, huh? That's great. Ron says, if I had known he was being bullied, I'd have gone into Big Brother mode. Well, Ron, it's not, it's humiliating, and it's, what's the word? You know, as a teenage boy, the last thing I want to do is show weakness. So I'm not going to brag about being bullied. I'm not going to talk about it. It's humiliating, it's demeaning, and I can tell you that if I so much as even thought about bringing the subject up, I would have to hold back tears because I felt sorry for myself. So that would not have gone over well. It was something to be hidden, something I kept to myself. And there's a word I'm trying to find. It kind of ties in with humiliating. But it would be like, so in that frame of mind at my age at that time, it would be like telling you, I am incapable of doing whatever it takes to fit in. It would be like an admission of failure. My fault. I have failed. Something about me is creating this bullying situation, and therefore there's something about me that's broken. And if I have to ask you for help, then that means I am incapable of doing it myself, which just confirms how broken I am, right? That's the whole sort of circular logic. It's really stupid. But I was a teenager at the time, and that's how I felt. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of ego, and a lot of let's hide what we don't want people to see, and we'll keep that to ourselves because it's best they don't know about it, and then I can start over, right? I can be somebody else if you don't have a preconceived idea because somebody told you something about me. This is a new start, and I can start again. And we don't want to talk about that other world. It doesn't exist. When I'm hanging out at Radio Shack, that other version of me does not exist. So there's no reason I would break it up. Squirrel. Josty1 says 47 years and counting for us. Hey, I could be married 47 years if I was married at 5. That's awesome, though. Yeah. Why is slow mode turned on the chat room? Because sometimes people like to come in and spam the chat room and they like to overwrite everybody's, like they fill up the chat. And it could be, hey, my cat walked on the keyboard. It's not my fault. It's all just gibberish and everybody's message is scrolled off. And it's the same person messaging over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And so until a moderator steps in and bans them or stops them, nobody else can say anything. It gets lost. So by putting a moderate break and saying, look, you need to wait 7 seconds, I think it's a very moderate amount of time between messages, right? Give somebody else a chance to talk. And there's no reason slow mode should ever be turned off. There's no reason somebody should need to post a message every second, because then you're trying to dominate the chat room and it's not fair to everybody else. That's why slow mode is on. It's to prevent abuse. Now, I can crank slow mode up to every 60 seconds, but I think that's cruel. So just like every 7 seconds, I think it's plenty of time that gives you an opportunity. It gives people an opportunity to read what you wrote. It's going to take at least 7 seconds before you write the next thing, right? So that's why it's on. Ron says he can get a couple of decades if he adds up all of his marriages. You stallion. Martin says, let me state that you were not different. It's that they wanted you to be like them. And because you were not, you were bullied and despised. Yeah, well, so again, when we look at it now, right, it's not 1983 anymore. And when we look at this, we can look at it a bit more objectively. But I will tell you, you know, this whole thing about it gets better, the kids that are considering suicide or tried suicide because they're different, whether they're gay or they don't fit in, it does get better. It's true. It absolutely does get better. And life in high school is very different from life as an adult. There are people that will reach out to me and say, hey, I used to go to school with you. And I'm like, did you? They're like, yeah, don't you remember me? I'm like, why would I remember you? You never spoke to me in high school, so I don't really know who you are. And they'll be like, no, dude, you and I had the same English class. Well, you never gave me the time of day, so I'm not your, basically what I'm saying is I'm not your friend, I don't know who you are. You didn't care about me then, so don't come at me now like that didn't happen. At the very least, if you want to come up and apologize to me, then I'll listen, but like we're gonna pretend like this didn't happen. I had a guy I used to work with, Squirrel, and he treated me like crap. And then he'd say, hey, you want to hang out after work? We're all going to go to a bar. You want to come with us? I'm like, why would I want to go with you? I mean, you've done nothing but chastise me all day today. You've done nothing but argue with me all day today. Why would you ask me to go out with you to a bar after work after you and I just had it out? Oh, well, that's just work. That's just work. It's got nothing to do with you. Like, no. You're a jerk. You're a jerk at work and you're going to be a jerk after work. Why would I want to hang out with a jerk? That's not just work. You're a jerk all the time. I don't want to hang out with you. I don't think that's exactly what I said. That's probably what I wanted to say. I'm sure what I probably said was, no, thank you. And then he would keep asking. And then someone would come up to me and say, hey, he wants to know why you never want to go out with him after the bar. And I'd say, because he's a jerk. Go tell him that, because I'm not going to tell him. The guy's a jerk. But oh, we're best friends now. No, we're not. You're a jerk. Gamer Does Games wants to know when I think PC parts will become more available, like graphics cards. Next year. I don't think we're going to see graphics cards become widely available in 2021 at all. At all. I hope I'm wrong. But I wouldn't count on it. Now, NAND prices, the stuff that makes up solid state drives, those should be coming down as production ramps up. And I expect SSDs and NVMe drives to drop in price. DDR5 will be out. Since it's new, it'll probably be a bit more money, which may reduce the prices of DDR4. We'll see some positive spin on prices and availability on storage and RAM. Intel continues to move forward. They've got a new CEO. I think Intel is going to kick AMD's butt. Not that I care. I don't have a horse in the game, a dog in the race. But I think Intel's going to come back swinging, and AMD is going to fix their production issues, because you can't get an AMD CPU right now. It's very difficult. AMD is going to have to deal with that. AMD was leading for a while, and they've fallen behind again. So their lead didn't last very long. So AMD's got to come back from that, and I don't know what cards AMD is holding. Maybe they'll surprise us. Graphics cards, there's just too much demand and not enough production and distribution to reasonably think that that's ever going to solve itself anytime soon. You better settle in. 2022 should be a great year for parts. 2021, you're going to be coasting. You'll be able to get parts, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to work for it and pay a little bit more. I mean, let's face it. You can buy, if you want one of these, where did it go? I had a giant graphics card I set down. Oh, it's right here. I installed this with tape on it. I didn't even realize there was tape on it. Good thing I took it out. If you want one of these, you can buy one online right now. You just don't want to pay the prices, right? Let's face the fact. These parts are available from scalpers. You just don't want to pay it. So if you want to pay it, you can get the parts. Let's make sure we're clear about this. It's not like this is impossible to obtain. It's just impossible to obtain at manufacturer's suggested retail price. And furthermore, the manufacturer's suggested retail price is going up. There's more plastic on here. If you told me you wanted a computer, I can get everything you need to build it, but you're going to pay more. You want a 3090 graphics card? I'll get you one, but you're going to be set back about $1,800 just for that part. You want a 8 terabyte NVMe drive? $1,500 just for that part. Motherboards still widely available at the same prices, $100 to $200, $300, same as they always have been. Intel CPUs, prices have been coming down on them. They're very priced regularly. They're not gouging. It's a fair price for what you're getting for most of the Intel CPUs. RAM prices are pretty fair. I just had to order another 64 gigs of RAM for Thready because I decided, let's go 128 gigs. Let's fill all 8 slots with 16 gig modules. So that's $300 for 64 gigs of RAM. It's reasonable. It's very reasonable. It's a lot of RAM. What else? Everything is available. Power supplies are available. They're more expensive. Instead of paying $90 for a modular 750 watt power supply, you'll pay $135. So pay the money if you want the parts. If you want people, starting to offer coupons and pricing competitions to lower the prices, 2022. That's my prediction. Martin suggests that pre-mades will sell like hotcakes. Yeah, probably. When you can get a pre-made system with that 30 series graphics card that's not being gouged, suddenly, a system from ABS or NZXT, will custom make you a system, something like that, seems pretty reasonable. But you know, you should really study these pre-builts before you buy them, because you might end up with a real stinker. You know, Dell had, there was a system I damn near bought to make a video on it from Dell. And with a coupon, it was $650, and it was a gaming, it was advertised as a gaming system. And I thought, well, before I do this, let me see if somebody else has already done it. So I Googled it, or went on YouTube and searched for it, and sure enough, this guy ordered one specifically to expose it on his channel to evaluate it, and it's total crap. It's going to have overheating issues. It's using an obsolete style of board design that still uses these old style capacitors. Dell did everything they could to cut the corners. And it wasn't a $650 computer. It was a $900 computer, but there was a coupon thing, a coupon code, and it brought the price down temporarily for a limited time, $649. And I thought, wow, it's a really good deal for that much power. I bet it's horrible. There's got to be a reason they can sell it that cheap. Well, this guy did the video, and I should link to it because it's a good video, and sure enough, it's crap. And then there's these systems that keep advertising from this other company. I can't think of the name right now. And it's back to the same problems again. Just who makes the motherboard? Some company you never heard of. And you know, what sort of cooling solution? It's inadequate for what's in there. And who makes the power supply? Some company you never heard of. So I'm not saying there's not good pre-built gaming computers out there, but they're going to cost a bit more money. So we're right back to square one again. If you want to spend the money, there's stuff out there you can buy today, but it's not like you can pick and choose. There's not a lot. It's a seller's market. Squirrel. The boss lady says, I'm waiting for the new Threadrippers and the money for a Quadro 8000. Wow, you must be doing some work on that, huh? What GPU recommendations do we have for 4K VR? Whatever you can afford. What's your budget? Whatever your budget is, that's the card you should buy. Because if you don't have the money to buy anything better than that, that's what's your deciding factor. It's all on your budget. So buy the most expensive card you can afford, and that's what you can expect. I wonder if NVIDIA is behind this. Behind what? NVIDIA doesn't want to sell you graphics cards? Here's what we'll do. We'll release a card everybody wants and then not sell it to them. That's how we're going to make $1 billion. Explain that business model to me. Well, here's what we do. We don't release the best video card we can. We hold that off and we release it in increments. That way we can gouge everybody for money. But wouldn't the competitor then just, I mean, if we have that ability to make a faster card and we hold back, why would our competitor hold back? Wouldn't our competitor make a better card because we're holding back? And then why would anybody buy our card? Well, don't try and use logic in it. This is all conspiracy theory. It doesn't have to follow logic. It can't possibly be because the economic situation of the pandemic and distribution affecting manufacturing and the distribution and supply and demand of everybody being at home. This has to be a conspiracy where there's like this one guy who does this and he's controlling the entire market. Wouldn't it be great if the world worked that? You mean you want to talk about oversimplifying the world? Trust me, the shareholders would kick that guy out so fast because it would affect how much money the shareholders were making. You cannot manipulate a market like that without the cooperation of your competitors. Now that has happened. That has happened in the arena of RAM and in storage, where the manufacturers all colluded together to artificially raise prices. And in the case of RAM, they've done it twice. They've been caught twice, and they've done it twice, and they had to pay huge fines for it. But it always gets exposed, always. That's the one great thing about conspiracies, is that human beings are extraordinarily unreliable. So for somebody to say, I'll keep a secret is one thing, but for 1,000 people to say they'll keep a secret, there's a good chance that a significant portion of that 1,000 people is not going to keep that secret. They're going to say, I'm going to tell you something, but you can't tell anybody. And they're going to say, I'm going to tell you something, but you can't tell anybody. And then it all gets out. So that's why conspiracy theories just really don't play out in real life. It just doesn't work. You have way more faith in the human race than what would be required for a conspiracy, for most conspiracies to actually be true. There would be so much coordination and effort, and they would have to stay true to it for such a long period of time that it's statistically unlikely that human beings involved in that wouldn't crack or change their mind or have a second, they think about it and say, this isn't right, let me come clean. If it's just one person, a different story. But you can't involve a number of people and think all those people are just going to go along with it forever. I don't know what world you live in, but it's not the world I live in. People are notoriously unreliable. Conspiracy is just sort of like saying, I don't have any education in this, so let me oversimplify it. That's basically what you're doing. Oh, they didn't land on the moon. Well, did you go to college and study, astrology, or, well, I guess it wouldn't be astrology. Did you study aeronautics? Did you study? No. Did you go to college? No. Well, that explains it. So yeah, I mean, the conspiracy theories are so preposterously oversimplified that it just sort of amplifies the importance of education. It really does. If you get an education, if you really truly believe in a conspiracy, if you're truly sincere about it, then go take some classes in college on that subject so you can learn more about it, and then see if you still believe in your conspiracy once you get the education. And then I think you'll realize, you'll be like, oh, now that I understand that the world is round, it doesn't really make any sense that I would think it was flat. Now that I understand the universe, now that I understand, not the universe, but I understand the science behind the forming of the universe, and you understand the way nature works, and you look at a telescope, and it's just a bunch of flat disks out there. There's a level of education that fills in those gaps that replace your imagination that results in these wild conspiracy theories. And then the internet gives us a means by which we can transmit these creative imaginary solutions of oversimplification of processes that are a lot more complex than we understand. And so other people who don't have that understanding of the complexity of what you're talking about are quick to jump on board and go, that makes sense to me, because that's very obvious. Well, we can oversimplify everything, right? But if you oversimplify it, it doesn't actually change it. And a friend of mine tell me, when SpaceX lands their booster rockets, that's not possible. I said, what's in it for them? Like, what's in it for them to lie to everybody that we can land booster rockets if they can't? And furthermore, have you ever gone to see the booster rockets land? Because you can go watch it. So why don't you hop on a plane to Florida, and when they land those boosters, have a telescope, because you have to be so far away, have a telescope, and then you can watch them fall to Earth. You can watch them self-orient. You can watch them land. You can see it with your own eyes, and then come back here and tell me it didn't happen. That's all I'm saying. And if it didn't happen and you're absolutely convinced that's all an illusion, what difference does that make in your life? Let's say you're right and I'm wrong. So what does that do? Now am I going to get a better job? Is that going to fix my internet problem? So what? So what if they didn't land on the moon? So what if they didn't? How does that change anything in your life? How does it improve anything? How does it make anything better? Anything at all, just anything. Name one thing. If you're right, what was that effort worth? What's your payoff? Can't we do something more constructive with our time than piss on other people's accomplishments? It's such an insult. I think it was Buzz Aldrin. Somebody said he didn't really land on the moon, and he punched him in the face. That is the right answer, by the way. I'm not a fan of violence, but if you walk up to a guy who spent his whole life dedicated in training and put his life on the line to go to the moon, and you have the galls to tell him that he did not just live his whole life, you deserve to get punched in the face. I think more people need that. There's video of it. You can watch it. I think it was at Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, just clock that guy right in the face. Didn't even say, excuse me. There was no, Did you say what I think you said? None of that. There was no warning it was coming. It was like, just pow. Guy got sucker punched by an old man. Oh, that didn't really happen though. I love that. I love it. So even if the earth is flat, even if it is, let's say you're right. What does it change? Can I pay my rent now? You know what I'm saying? I can get a nice house because now the earth is flat. It doesn't change anything. All you're doing is altering your perceptions. So is reality what you perceive it to be? Or is, what was the, I'm trying to think about how because I had a saying for this. Is reality different for you than it is for me because we choose to see it differently? Or does that have no effect on reality? I suppose that's the philosophical question. Do we control reality? Do you think if you believe something that it makes it so? Because I believe I'm a millionaire. And I keep believing it, but my checking account is just not getting on board with it. I'm just saying, in what other avenues of your life does this logic work? Where you can be convinced of something that goes against all the facts, that has no benefit whether you're right or wrong. And if that's the case, then why not use that for being a millionaire? Why not use that for owning a yacht? I mean, where does it stop? At what point can we defy reality with our willful intent to refuse it and to be delusional? And is delusion a bad thing? Maybe your delusion keeps you from murdering everybody. So if that's the case, you believe whatever you need to, okay? It has no impact on me. I don't care. And I'll believe what I want to, and I don't care if you agree with it or not. So, but what I'm asking is, what's in it for you to fight for it? What's in it for you to get punched in the face? What is that a hill worth dying on? That's all I'm saying. I don't think it is. Do I think there will ever be a micro center in Arizona? No. I don't believe brick and mortar stores are going to expand. If anything, I think they're going to retract. That was a hard punch. Yeah, did you see it? Did you see him punch him? I mean, he hit him hard. Ed Dana's got, there's the Buzz Aldrin face punch. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Watch it. That guy deserved it too. It kind of reminds me back in the day when, if you guys remember when paparazzi were just kind of starting, and a guy came out and, shoved a camera in Marlon Brando's face, and Marlon Brando clocked him. And the guy took Marlon Brando to court for like a broken nose, broken cheek. Like Marlon Brando seriously injured this guy with a single punch. And the guy was all in his face. And you didn't do that in the 1970s. It was disrespectful. And it was a small little hint of what was to come. Because look what paparazzi do now. They'll hide in the bushes. They got telescoping lenses. And, looking through the windows and trying to get a celebrity naked or something. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. And see, if everybody did what Marlon Brando would have done, maybe that would have discouraged that behavior. But now we have TMZ, so that didn't work out. Marlon can afford it. Yeah, he probably could afford it. G.W. Eisen says, if you believe you will never succeed, you will never succeed. Henry Ford had a number of great quotes, and one of them was, whether you believe you can or believe you can't, either way, you're right. I like that quote. The dude called Buzz a coward and a liar No wonder he punched him out. Yeah, well, that's a conspiracy theorist, right? To an extreme. He said that he didn't land on the moon and that he was a coward because I guess he was lying, that he was upholding this big lie to the American people. And so that makes him a coward for fearing to come forward with the truth and a liar for continuing that facade that he landed on the moon. Now, imagine you're Buzz Aldrin and imagine you went through everything he went through and put his life on the line, right? Imagine he really did that. And then somebody says you did not do that. And you saying you did it makes you a liar. Like if somebody comes back from Afghanistan or Vietnam and they tell you what they saw, and you tell them you never went there, you never saw any of that, what do you think this soldier would likely, how do you think that soldier would respond? And why is it okay or reasonable for the soldier to respond that way? Buzz Aldrin was a soldier. You know, you didn't go to school to become an astronaut. You went into the military. And then you did well in the military, and then you could become a test pilot and work your way up into NASA. They didn't just hire civilians to get up in the rockets. They tried that one time. I wanted to put a teacher into space. And that was when we had the Challenger explosion, and Christy McAuliffe was a teacher, a civilian. They trained to go into space, and they never did it again after that. So generally, you get people from the military in. That was a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. Because when you're in the military, you know, you're agreeing you just put your life on the line for your country. When you're a civilian and you're a teacher and you're going to go up into space for, you know, to show that experience, obviously you're still putting your life on the line, but you can't really believe you're really putting yourself on the line because, you know, that's not going to happen. Yeah. I love that. I just love it. Again, I am not a fan of violence, but some people just need to be punched in the face. I won't do it. I'll do it if I have to. If I have to defend myself, I'm not going to let somebody hit me and get away with it, right? But I'm not going to be the first person to throw the punch. And Buzz was the first person to throw the punch. Marlon Brando was the first guy to throw the punch. And in those particular instances, I'm okay with it. I'm like, yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable. I'm going to make an exception to my rule here and say some people don't understand language. And to get them to understand, you have to punch them in the face because they're not evolved and civilized. And that's what they understand. So if you want to communicate a message to them, using words is not working because they haven't evolved to understanding that. Or maybe they have a problem mentally, but they generally will universally understand a punch to the face. It's just a universal form of communication. It's one I prefer not to resort to, but I do understand its necessity sometimes when people just can't comprehend words. A punch to the face is generally well understood, no matter what language you speak. It's sort of a universal language. I thought love was a universal language. Well, love is like a punch to the face. Sure. I think SpaceX is sending the first 2 civilians into space. I think I read something about that. Troll McTrollington says there's a reason the term punch drunk love exists. That's funny. Josty1 says, 1 fast fist for man, 1 giant beatdown for man boy. Punching someone in the face is classed as an assault. So it should be. I'm not suggesting that you should do it. I'm saying I understand why it was done. You understand? I'm not condoning it. I understand it. That's all. The Soyuz took a civilian billionaire to the International Space Station. I didn't know that. You never hear the Russian rockets blowing up ever. They know what they're doing. You know, we were having our astronauts go to the space station for the last few years through paying Russia to get us up there and bring us back. But the Russian rockets have always been rock solid. So as much as we want to hate on the Russians, I mean, they were far superior to us. Until SpaceX and maybe Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic, you know, until all of that. SpaceX, it was pretty fascinating because they just launched another one of the, I think they did another Starlink launch. And again, the booster rocket came down and they said on the video, they said that's the 74th recovery of the booster rocket. They have a lot of them, okay? And this particular booster rocket, that was his 5th time that it landed. So it's been launched multiple times. They've landed 74 times. They've recovered. And it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And it's my dream one day to see that in person. I would love to see, especially when typically the boosters land pretty close to where the rocket took off originally. Like when Elon launched his, was it when he launched his Tesla into space? Remember that? It was the Falcon Heavy. The two boosters came down side by side like a ballet and landed perfectly. Both of them landed perfectly side by side. What I wouldn't have given to see that in person. What an amazing thing that would have been to see live. I mean, it'd be cool to see one, but to see them both side by side coming down together, wow. He's never done it again since. He hasn't attempted it, but kind of gave up on the Falcon Heavy project. They kind of realized it's just not going to work, and that's why he's doing the Starship now. And, you know, Starship 8, it's having problems coming landing. It does everything it's supposed to do until it lands, then it explodes. And then serial number 9 did the same thing. Like, it did everything it's supposed to do, but then like engine 2 didn't reignite or something, and it just came down too fast and exploded. So serial number 10 is on the launch pad, and serial number 10 was right next to the explosion, which is a little concerning because you think maybe you had to consider the fact that if this thing blew up, pieces of it might hit the good one. And he's talking about having that one ready to test sometime this month. That's crazy. You used to have a rocket launch once every couple of years, and with the space shuttle, maybe twice a year, maybe 3 times a year most. Took a lot of prep and money to get those things, and now every week there's another rocket going up by somebody. SpaceX does the test on the Starship one week, launches a rocket the next week. I mean, it's crazy. You think about when one of them ships comes down and blows up, what's that costing? How much money does that cost? And then how much money does it clean up? Does it cost to clean up that mess? Joshua says serial number 11 is almost ready. I believe that to be true, and they're probably working on serial number 12 and 13 at the same time. Where's Buzz when I need him? Joe Harney wants to know. I need to go to the dentist to get a tooth removed, but Buzz could do that free for me. Just a left hook to my upper left molar. I think Buzz passed away last year, didn't he? Or the year before? That's who they named Buzz Lightyear after, right? In Toy Story? Look at me go with all my little trivia squirrels. Squirrel. I'm sure he passed. I'm sure he did. No, he's still around. Is he still around? Who am I confusing him with? I know Neil Armstrong. Who's the other guy? There's three of them. I can't think of who it was. Buzz is still around. That's good. I'm glad Buzz is still around. That makes me happy. One of the famous astronauts passed, I thought, last year. Buzz is 91 years old, Joe Hardy says. That's incredible. Does SpaceX get government money? Yes. Well, NASA gives them money to bring supplies up to the International Space Station and to bring the garbage back down, or have the garbage burn up or whatever. And then they have a contract with NASA to bring astronauts to the space station. And that's why SpaceX used their own crew with Bob and Doug. Remember Bob and Doug? Okay, we're going to go to the space station, eh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. That's a different Dog and Bob. I thought it was Doug and Bob and Doug. No, it's Doug and Bob now. Yeah, they went to the space station on the Dragon capsule, and they hung out for, I think, about a week, and then they got back in the capsule, and then they parachuted down back into the ocean. They had a good trip. How would you like to be the first human beings on a rocket that hasn't been tested with humans in it before, and then go back into it to come back through the atmosphere and think you're not going to burn up into a billion pieces and it's all going to work? But SpaceX launched it without people. They put dummies in it and stuff, and it was fine. So it still hasn't been done a million times. They did it a couple of times, and they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's Bob and Doug. Okay, eh? But what SpaceX is getting from NASA is a fraction of NASA's budget. What NASA was doing with the space shuttle program was far more expensive and far less efficient. So the money that SpaceX is getting is still part of the budget that NASA has, and if anything, it's allowing NASA to do more with less money. So while it sounds like a lot of money that SpaceX is getting, it's actually a really good deal for the government, especially when you consider what the government was paying Russia. Wouldn't you rather the government gave that money to an American company than give it to Russia? I would. And Jeff Bezos is working on the Blue Origin stuff. You don't see a lot about that in the news. And Richard Branson is still working with Galactic Virgin. And I think that's about it. I think those are the American companies that are privately held that are actually getting something done. There might be a few others that say they're going to do stuff, but nobody's really done anything that I'm aware of at the level like SpaceX. Well, we've been going 5 hours. Is my camera blurry? What's going on here? No, it's not blurry. I keep having problems with YouTube Studio. Remember last time, like it was all zoomed in, and now it's not zoomed in, but it's out of focus. But I can look on my OBS feed and I can see it. It's sharp. It's fine. So I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I got to stop looking at YouTube Studio's preview. I wish I could turn it off. I guess I could pause it. I like to be able, so there's 3 feeds, okay? So I'm seeing what OBS is looking at live. I'm seeing what's at YouTube Studio that's going out. And then I have the YouTube channel up so I can see what you're seeing. Well, that's not true. That's not true. I don't. I'm using the YouTube Studio rather than having the channel up. So I have 2 video feeds, not 3. There's Zdravko. Hey, Zdravko, good to see you. He says that I missed something important. I'm getting washed out from the backlit wall. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be back here. Let's just try something here. I'm going to turn off the spotlights, and see if it's just, I could have the lights too bright. I make the lights brighter. In the daytime, you need more light. At nighttime, the same amount of light you would use during the day, it becomes too powerful. So I can see this already. So I just turned off one light and it already looks quite dark. But I'm interested in how the camera's going to compensate. So let's turn this other light off. And these lights are set to sort of a cool white color. If I made them more yellow, they'd probably make me look a little less washed out. So now this is actually quite a comfortable amount of light. If you were in this room with me, you wouldn't have a problem with the lighting, but cameras like light. And even though this is an adequate, more than adequate, reasonable amount of light to be in a room with another person, you can see the camera's having a little bit of a hard time with it. And of course it helps a little bit if I move a little closer to the camera, right? So that shouldn't be as much of a difference, you know, it shouldn't be striking. Which looks more pleasing to your eyes? Does the, when I walk off the camera? That's not the question. With regard to the brightness, what do you guys think of the, you can certainly see the LEDs and stuff a lot better with those lights off. So this is better, maybe just keeping it natural. I was trying to sort of force it to look like daylight in here. But I'm not a lighting specialist, and there are people that do lighting in Hollywood for a living, full time. I don't. Zero Core says they both ways look fine. This is easier on me, I'll tell you that. Those bright lights, after a while, yeah, they're pretty hard on the eyes. Trust Me says he likes the lights on. But most people seem to think the lights off is actually pretty good. Focus is steady, natural is fine. Time of morning, this time of morning daylight might be overkill. I agree. There's no might about it. I personally found it to be overkill. Now I can adjust the lights and I can dim them so that they're less striking, less impactful. But I can't be bothered because I have to keep. So it's one thing if I could stand here and somebody can adjust the lights, but I have to adjust, come stand back, adjust, come stand back. And then whatever I adjusted it to, it's a dial, right? So I can't really see it because the light's way up high. And I got to go to the other light and try and mimic it. And you just have to eyeball it. Like, do they look close now? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the lights in the computer certainly look a lot better. That much I can tell you for sure. Zadrako said before was all yellow. Now it's much more comfortable. Yeah, now imagine if I turn the lights from the white to the yellow, then it would be, I'd be like Bart Simpson, I'd be yellow. Lighting is a tough thing. It's a very tricky thing. If I shoot during the daytime, it's no issue at all. Like I don't have to do anything with the lights during the day. But when it gets dark, and you know, in the wintertime, the sun goes down here in Arizona about 6 o'clock in the evening. In the summertime, it may not go down until 8:30 at night. So we have a lot more daylight to work with. And shooting outdoors in the daylight's beautiful. If I could figure out a way to get a camera out there and live stream from outdoors, it'd be great picture quality, but I wouldn't be able to see any screens. I wouldn't be able to read the chat because the sunlight reflecting off the screen would make it nearly impossible for me to see. So pros and cons. That's why you'll notice a lot of times, like in the football games, they'll have like a cover over the screens like when the refs go and watch the replay, they actually go into like a dark area. They put a curtain over themselves. They're not doing that for privacy. They're doing it because they can't see the damn screen. So they get into that dark area. They need to see all the details. Was the guy's foot in or was it out? You know, they have to see that. It's got to be. So they have a curtain, and they put their, anyway, that's why it's squirrel. What was the title of this video? I don't remember. You've got all the overhead traffic for Sky Harbor. So the Phoenix, Sky Harbor is the Phoenix International Airport, and the air traffic has not been much. It used to be, you could look up in the sky and there'd be at least 15, 20 planes at all hours of the day, every day of the week, nonstop, never stops, ever. Now you look up in the sky, you see maybe, I don't know, one plane every 10 minutes. It's pretty quiet. The air traffic here, since the pandemic, is significantly reduced, significantly. I used to see the planes line up for the runway by my house. They would just, you could see them line up. I don't see that anymore. I just see one plane all by itself, and then it follows the pattern that they follow. So this is a fraction of what it once was. But there's a military base or something around here, because I see military vehicles flying around. There was an Osprey the other day. I wish I could have filmed it. Those are, you ever seen an Osprey? Those things are badass. And then there was like 3 helicopters all flying together. I don't know what that was all about. Definitely military though. Master Singleton says the video title is live. Everything wrong with the NZXT H210 MINI ITX case. Thank you. I guess I covered that about 4 hours and 30 minutes ago. Okay, I just want to make sure I covered the title. Ospreys are coming out of MCAS Yuma. I remember when I was driving on Interstate 8 going into, heading towards Glamis, going in towards California, going west, and I saw a ton of Ospreys, not a ton, I saw like 3 or 4 Ospreys, and they were doing some kind of landing maneuvers in the desert just off the freeway. I thought that was kind of weird, but it was really cool to watch, and probably should have been paying more attention to the road. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It's freaking amazing. MCAS, Marine Corps Air Station. Thank you, Kevin. I didn't know what that stood for. GW Ison says Detroit Metro is still somewhat busy. Raymond says, Carey, it's now daylight here in the UK. Nice. Have some smoky bacon Walker crisps for me. Did I ever show you guys I'll show you something and then we're going to wrap this up. And I'll bring this up, I'll talk about it. But professional data recovery tool. This is not a nuclear football. This is a professional data recovery piece of hardware. It's quite old. It still works. I don't know. This is called a Ninja. And I bought this off somebody on eBay. He had it. It's not typically something you can go and buy off of a website. It's typically you've got to talk to a salesman, and they sort of customize the price. All these data recovery companies play this weird game. And it was $1,000. Everything you see here is what I got. Like, I didn't know the guy was going to include all these tools and stuff. And I've left it more or less the way the guy sent it. And I guess he was a computer tech and decided he didn't want to be one anymore, and he wanted to sell his Ninja. And when I talked with Brian Cometa over at $300 Data Recovery, I was like, well, you know, I have a Ninja. And he's like, oh yeah, those things are absolute crap. We have those here, but we don't use them very often because they're not very good. I was like, oh, no. But it never really worked for me because I didn't know how to use it. But basically what you do, this is IDE or SATA. So it'll take, you know, SATA drives or IDE drives. And you take the drive you're having a problem with and you plug it over here where it says master. And there's a pad. You can set the drive on the pad. And over here, you've got a drive that you're going to copy everything from the master. You're going to put it over here on the target. So that's just a blank drive of the same size or larger than the master. And then what it's going to do, even though a computer may not be able to read the drive, this device doesn't have a BIOS like a computer, and it can get to the data on the drive in a way that a computer BIOS cannot. And then what it'll do is it'll pull all the data it can off onto the target drive. And then you think, oh, I recovered my stuff, right? No, you have not. See, that's where I stopped and said, well, this doesn't work. What you then do, and this could take hours, by the way, and you know, if you've got a bad head or a bad damaged platter, this may not help. But if your computer isn't recognizing your drive, this is the next step. If you can hear the drive spin up, this would be a reasonable thing to try. So once you've got everything copied off of the master over onto your target, then you take the target and you can plug it into a regular computer, because now the computer will boot up and see it, but it just won't recognize what's on it, right? It's not going to have an operating system or a boot sector. So you hook it up, you know, you can even use a USB docking station if you want to. And then you use recovery software, and you have the recovery software look at that drive and see if it can piece together all the data back into files. It's not going to make your operating system boot, but if it sees files out of all of the ones and zeros on the drive, it can theoretically reassemble those back into files. Now, you don't want to make the changes on the target drive. You want the target drive to be left alone. And so you will have another drive, whether it's your C drive you booted from or yet another drive, that you then recover those files onto. Backup is so much cheaper, faster, and easier. Nobody should ever need this tool. This is ridiculous and stupid. And there's so many restrictions on how to and what you have to do and the way you have to do it and the amount of time you have to invest with no guarantee you're going to get any results at all. And you have to understand the education of how to utilize the hardware function of the copying process and then the software function of the recovery, the data recovery process of reassembling all those bits back into files. You just don't know what you're going to get when it's all said and done. Did you get the important stuff, or did you just get a bunch of temp files you didn't want? You don't know until you invest all the time and money to do it. So data recovery is very, very expensive because the equipment involved. This is one of the cheapest data recovery hardware tools on the market. The next one would be, what's it called? It's a little one intended for like shops, but it's on a subscription basis, so you never pay for it. You never pay it off. You always have to pay for it constantly. And the minute you stop paying for it, your subscription runs out and the thing won't work for you anymore. So it's not something you would buy and just hang on to and use once in a while. Like, you have to justify what this is costing every month. It's an ongoing, never-ending subscription. And then beyond that, if you don't want to do that, you've got to invest somewhere around $10,000 to $15,000 in some really high-end equipment, like we've shown with the $300 data recovery and Brian Cometa. In fact, I might want to even upload that video again and run it as a rerun for new viewers who have never seen it, because most data recovery folks that I've talked to are like magicians. They don't want you to know how the trick is done. And Brian is a very generous guy in that he's able to, he's willing to show us the investment of hardware. He's got at least $250,000 worth of equipment. And because data recovery takes so long, he has, I don't know how many machines I counted, 18, 20 machines all running at the same time. because if each one's going to take several hours, imagine how long a customer would have to wait. So you've got to have the ability to run multiple machines doing multiple recoveries simultaneously if you want to make any money. And that requires each machine needs a $10,000 to $15,000 investment of hardware. And if you've got 20 machines, well, you can do the math. That's $300,000. Then you have to learn how to use it, right? And then when new technologies come out, you have to be educated and upgrade and learn how to use that. And if people send in RAID arrays and they need those recovered, that's another piece of equipment that's even more money. It's more complex. And he can recover multiple drive RAID arrays. I think he said he had a 12 drive RAID array he recovered. And at $300 a drive, that cost the customer somewhere around $4,000. But I can assure you, most other places probably would have charged around $1,200 a drive. So that is a bargain. But a backup would have been a lot cheaper, a lot faster. Master Singleton says, Ninja is an all right piece of data recovery kit, even though it's not the best, but it's still usable. I was able to use it for a successful recovery once. But I was under the impression that when I bought it, I didn't really know what I was buying. And I thought when you push the button, it copies the data, and I should be able to at least plug the drive in and see all the files. And because it didn't do that, I said, well, I'll look into this. Sometime later when I have time, I couldn't be bothered. And then when I interviewed Brian Cometa and I saw the way he did it, he's like, oh no. Now you copy everything you can off the bad drive before the drive fails completely. Time is of the essence and you don't mess around. You get that onto a healthy drive. Then take that healthy drive and then you plug it into a working computer with recovery software and let it reassemble all the data back into files of what it can from what was recovered. And you never make changes to the failing drive. You never play with the failing drive. And you use a target drive that's a working drive of the same size or larger to copy the data to, and then you recover from that, but you don't recover on that. You don't want to alter that drive in any way, shape, or form. You want to then move the recovered data onto yet a third drive, and then your recovery process is complete. So when you think about saving money to do it yourself, just having 3 drives, the failed drive, the temporary holding drive, and then the drive to store the data on. That's 3 drives. Then you have to have the hardware, the software, and the knowledge to know how to do it. And suddenly paying Brian $300 is very reasonable. Although the $300 still doesn't include a drive for you to have your data put back on. So if you've got a little bit of data, you want to send Brian a drive, a flash drive, you can put it on there. Or Brian will sell you a drive, like a USB laptop mechanical drive. They're like 2 terabytes for $80 or whatever it is. And he'll do that for you. So you're going to be closer to $400. That's a bargain, because anybody else would charge you $1,200 starting, and it would go up from there. And I promote Brian because I think it's a good service. I don't know him personally other than what you've seen here on the channel, and I was surprised at how willing he was to join us and share his knowledge with us. Barefootin says hello. Hey, Barefootin. Kevin Burgess says we only used the Ninja for hard drives with physical damage. We found that some very small amount of data on degaussed drives or those which were damaged by fire. It's nice to have somebody in the chat who's actually used one. I don't know that I've really encountered that before. The Ninja is a piece of equipment that most computer techs have never seen before. So my respect out to you. So if you're curious, this is something I don't really delve into on the channel because I think it's stupid. But this is what the G.Skill software looks like for the memory modules that are installed on this board. And if you look, you can see the lighting effect. We can have static, and you can see if I hit apply, watch the light on the RAM. Apparently I'm only on DIMM number 3. So right here it says DRAM 1. If I click on that, I can control the lighting on 1, 2, 3, and 4, or I can synchronize all of them. I'm going to hit sync, and that should make them all the same. There's the speed adjustment. We can choose glowing, yo-yo, and hit apply. Now watch the RAM. They should all do the same thing now. And here's wave, and hit apply. That's what wave looks like. Here's flash rainbow, and hit apply. And here's flash rainbow in reverse. Instead of top to bottom, should go bottom to top. Here's just flash. And let's go the other way. Comet rainbow. There it goes. Comet. Breathing rainbow. Regular rainbow. Cycle. Strobing. You can choose the colors you want. Breathing. And static. And then if static is too bright, we can bring the brightness down. And Starry Night. I like Starry Night. But I can go up here to sync, and I can say I'm going to leave, so DRAM 1, remember that's the second one from the CPU, so it's kind of in the middle. So DRAM 1 would be the middle, so what if we make that one do strobing? Watch just the one in the middle. And DRAM number 3 should be next to that, and we'll put that one on strobing. So now the two in the middle should strobe. No, I got the wrong one, didn't I? Whoopsie. Let's change that back. So DRAM 3 will be Starry Night. And I guess I want DRAM 4 to be strobing. Yeah, so now the two middle ones are doing the strobing. Or I can do Comet on DRAMs 3 and 4. We'll go over to 3. We'll choose Comet on that one too. Did I screw that up? DRAM 4, Comet, DRAM 3, Comet, DRAM 2, Starry Night, DRAM 1. Yeah, I screwed up. Anyway. Now it's like all going crazy. Or let's just synchronize all of them to Starry Night. I kind of like Starry Night. That's my favorite. And that's the app. We can turn the LEDs off altogether. If you don't want to see them, put them to bed. We can go up here and have it go to music. So apparently it can tie in with the system. Let's turn those LEDs back on. And I don't know where it's going to get the audio from, but apparently it will move around to the music at some point. Amplitude, I don't know. You can waste your whole day playing with this crap. It's complete and utter crap. And that's assuming it works with your motherboard, right? Which it may or may not. So, comment rainbow. Yeah, you can control all of the colors for each RAM module individually. So if we wanted to do Comet, you know, we could choose a different color for each one. We could DRAM 1, Comet, and we'll change the color over here to like a green. And then we'll do DRAM 2, Comet, and we'll keep it red. And then we'll do DRAM 3. And we'll do Comet, and we'll do blue. And then we'll do DRAM 4. And we'll do Comet with maybe a light blue. I don't like the two blues so close together. Maybe this one should be yellow. You see what I'm saying? Like you could waste your whole day just doing this stupid crap. It's completely stupid. Anyway, don't say I never showed it to you. Okay? We're done with that. I don't like it. I like it. Like I like that effect, right? But it's not worth all the effort and time because you just keep playing with it and playing with it and playing with it and playing with it. And it doesn't help your performance. It doesn't help the computer's reliability, right? It's just a complete and total waste of time. And I have a YouTube channel, so 300 of you can see it. But you at home, who's going to see that? You and your friends? Yeah, that's worth an extra $100. Come on now. Is that changing color? Oh yeah, it's green. Oh yeah, it's getting darker, darker green. I kind of like it if it didn't have the background color. Like if all it did was flash without the darker color. Take a look at flash one more time. Oh, flash just blinks down on them. All right, that's stupid. Comet rainbow? It's a comet rainbow? Yeah, that just looks like a neon sign in Las Vegas. It's very tacky. Yeah, I wish I could adjust Starry Night to just have it remove the background color and just do the flashing. But this is why it's a complete waste of time, right? You can just spend forever just messing about with it and just getting it to work, right? That's a whole nother issue altogether. Like I said, some motherboards just don't let you use it. Or you have to use the motherboard utility, which will just give you some basic options, but not all the things I showed you here. So that's the G-Skill Trident Z RAM. That's the pretty RAM, and that's the granular activity that you can control as an option. You don't have to do it using the Trident software available from G-Skill's website. Now, how many of you want to buy it? Come here, let me punch you in the face. See if I can knock some sense into you. It is a complete stupid waste of money. If I did not have a YouTube channel, I would not have done this. This is purely clickbait. Can you home build a network attached storage? You can, but I think it's a profoundly stupid thing to do. Well, foolish. Because you can buy a Synology NAS that's this big, that's designed to be a NAS. It doesn't require a keyboard, mouse, monitor, or security updates like Windows does. It uses Synology's DSM operating system, which does come with updates, by the way, and secures it at all times with downloadable apps, just like you would put on a smartphone or a tablet, that makes it do all these cool stuff with a smaller footprint that doesn't require a monitor, keyboard, or mouse, uses less power, and it's just always up and running. So this idea that you have an old machine laying around and you want to turn it into a NAS is really sort of a hobbyist activity where you don't have anything important on the line and you're just looking for something to tinker around with. I wouldn't do it in business. I can't support that. It'd be foolish for me to put an old piece of hardware in a mission critical application that would potentially put me out of business or harm my reputation because I was trying to save a customer a few bucks that they're ultimately going to spend in electricity. Get the Synology unit, get the job done with a box the size of a shoebox, less power consumption, less effort, and it does what it's designed to do. You're good to go. But if you want to build a NAS, there's plenty of YouTube videos that'll show you how to do that hobbyist home stuff for tinkerers. I have to make a profit. I have to stay in business, and I can't jeopardize a business's downtime because I don't want to sell a Synology. You know what I mean? Like I want to build a box and sell them a desktop that requires a keyboard, a mouse, and a monitor for me to configure it. No. You know, even if you put Linux on it, you're still, you know, if you're dealing with FreeNAS or any of the other apps out there, it's harder to learn that stuff. I don't have time for it. Just put the Synology in place. You don't have to learn anything. It's just obvious. It's all graphical user interface. It's ready to roll out of the box. It takes up less room, costs less money to run, and it's going to be far more reliable. So can you build a NAS? Yes. Should you build a NAS? Not for business. If you're a home user and you just want a project, have fun with it. There's YouTube videos that show you that. Here, I'm trying to make an attempt to show you what matters in business and why. And that would be a very, very bad error in judgment. So, fair question. It's a fair question. I've heard it a lot. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. Chief Designer says, I bought an ASA 310 Inferno. I don't know what that is. ASA makes some really strange stuff. Not real user-friendly, you know, not good for a first-time builder, but they have some stuff that's just wicked. You know, they have like a round cube, they have a triangle, they have a, yeah, Inferno. What's that look like? Oh, that doesn't seem like anything special. I mean, for ASA, that looks pretty generic. Yeah, that's no big deal. The one, not to insult your case, hey, good for you. And at least the RGB's on the outside, at least on that case. So I'm all for the RGB on the outside. The one I was looking at, was it Asus has an ROG case? It's very expensive, 350 bucks. It's called the Strix Helios GX601. Oh, its price has come down. $280, $279.99. And it's pretty funky looking. Certainly nothing I would put in a business, but it could make for an interesting build video here on the channel. The price is more reasonable at $280. It's still pretty pricey for a mid-tower case at $280. And the reviews suggest it's not a great case, but it's definitely unique looking. The Ultima says, what should a small business use? Well, no small business should all use the same thing, right? So it depends. Typically, a business would contact me and I would come do an asset audit, and then I would determine during the consultation of what the customer's budget is and what they're willing to spend, what kind of internet connection they have available to them, to decide if we can do something with AWS or other cloud services for storage to get it out of the building, or if we want to do something in the building like a NAS, like a Synology NAS, and whether we might want to pair two Synology NASs, then put one at the owner's home and one in the business and let them synchronize automatically so that there's a offsite backup if the owner is not comfortable with a cloud-based solution. So there's no one answer to answer that. It depends on the needs of the business. If the business is in the sticks or somewhere where the internet's not very good, cloud-based solutions are going to be too time-consuming, and it just isn't going to be ideal. Or the customer is opposed to having stuff in the cloud. I've run into some people like attorneys that don't want their stuff in the cloud. And then, of course, budget. How much money do you have to spend, and how much data do we have to store, and how often do you want it backed up? So there's a lot of factors that get taken into account in a professional business environment, where we consult with the business owners to find out what it is they want and how much money they're willing to put towards it, and then we work towards driving a solution for them that will meet or exceed those needs, and also mention to the client if there's some reason why we shouldn't do it the way the client wants to do it. And to say, well, look, you're the boss and we're here to help you, but have you considered this potential and what would happen if this were to happen? If this, being in the business, I can tell you what I've seen, and I can tell you that in this example, perhaps the client wants something in-house, but they don't want any offsite backup. What if you're burglarized? What if you come into work tomorrow and the windows are broken and all the computers are stolen? What are you going to do? And a lot of times they just don't think of it, right? So that's what they're hiring me for. Someone say, okay, so based on that, this is why I'm recommending some offsite. Now, how we get it offsite is up to you. You want to go cloud, you want to bring us a drive into work every Wednesday or whatever, and I'll log in remotely and synchronize files to it, and you can go take it home Thursday morning, or Thursday night rather. You come into work Thursday morning, just don't leave the drive connected, disconnect it. At the end of the day, take it home. And then next Wednesday, bring another drive, plug it in, and after hours I'll log in and you can pay me for that. Or you can automate it, but if you automate it, you still need to audit. You still need to ensure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. You can't set it and forget it, because you might find out it hasn't been backing up certain directories that were created since the backup profile was made, or that there were problems with the backup. So you need to have fire drills and tests to make sure regularly that backups are being made. And you can't just look at log files. You have to actually check the backup. And then you have to decide how often you want to do that. You want to check it once a month, once every 3 months, twice a year, and understand the more you put that off, the more potential damage there is if something goes unnoticed for a longer period of time. So the customer can save a lot of money by doing it less frequently, but then suffer greater losses if it happens. Or the customer can pay more money and have it done more frequently. There's no one answer. And because it's so complex, that's why I have a job. I can come in and explain the pros and cons, the finances, the time, and let the business owner fully understand the option they select, so that when things hit the fan, they can't hold you accountable. Like if they understood what risks they were taking for that amount of money, you did your job. Looks like folks are heading to bed. I'm out of here too. We're just right at 6 hours, so this is a good time for me to wrap it up. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining me tonight, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon. We had some pretty bizarre internet issues earlier, but they seem to pretty well settle down. I'm looking at just 1110 drop frames. That's 0.2%. That's just a fraction of 1% of total frames outputted during a 6-hour live stream, which is good. I still want to see 0%. That's what I want. We're not quite there yet. But this is an improvement, definitely, to have the unit out here. But I just might need a more powerful unit is what it may come down to. All right. Thanks, everybody, for your contributions. My thanks again to Chunkier Fish and Josiah Guernsey, David Verisco, Armando Garcia, Peter Laycock, Planet Cryos. All of your generosity tonight is always appreciated, of course, my friend. Master Singleton, and Madi Yoel, Hugh Wong, Susan Harris, Joe Bush, Gats Albin, Gotts, Rick Lakes, Mortmont 1210, Jose Rivera Astacio, John Jack Wilson, Black Watch, Julian DeVitas, Stealth Mode, Michael Dane, Gerardo Quintana Roo, Anderson Lemus, Angel Eyes Queen, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Wayne Trexler, and our first contribution, kicking us off with a $25 contribution 6 hours ago, Planet Cryos. Hey guys, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Hope everybody continues to stay safe, stay sane, or, you know, as close as you can get to it. Be happy, make the best of whatever it is. And I'll see you all again very, very soon. And until then, bye for now.